And hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Hello, Julia. How are you? Can you hear me now? It's a sound check, sound check, sound check.
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning. Morning for me.
Hey.
But hello. Happy to see you.
Yeah, happy to see you again. And ladies and gentlemen, as it's coming again, the QA Global Summit 2023 from Geekle is here with our brilliant community manager Julia and me as always, and Geekle and all this community and hundreds of people who are already attending this opening ceremony and coming more and more. So I'm so happy to start it now. Well, as always, we say that the mission of Geekle is to find the latest updates, innovations, find bright minds who have some stunning ideas and bring to you and spread out around the world to all the people who want to grow and be more proficient. So today I going to ask you again, write us something in the comments. Where are you now? What city? What country? How you feeling? What's your expectations? Send us some links on your socials, because people want to follow each other, and I would follow you actually on socials, maybe if I'll not forget to click all these links. But anyway, let's communicate. Let's get it started. Okay. So what we have here in chat, I have lots of people coming here and writing. Yeah. Let me know. Let me know where you're from. Greeting from Croatia, Sri Lanka, Singapore. Oh, coming. Yeah. Hey. Okay. And now I want to ask our beauty little community manager, Julia. So how is it going? How did you manage? What we're gonna expect from this event?
Today we expect a lot of amazing speakers, fantastic topics, and everything about quality assurance, about modern techniques, innovative approaches, about the innovative techniques in the QA. And the main thing that this time we have our main focus with some kind of topics in test management. And I can say that this time I was trying to find the most interesting topics: how to grow your career and how to become a senior, how to become a test manager, and how to provide the communications and some kind of team building, team communication scenes in your career, and how to boost your career and make your way into your success really easy with us.
Yeah, and the funny stuff, it's been like 3 years of this community, and I know people who are literally grew up with us. Like they came on our first streams, being like very juniors or trainees, and now they are middles, and they found their
Yeah, our speakers.
Yes, and our speakers as well. I know some guys like found the dream job, they moved to another country, or like, yeah, they happy. It's not because of us, of course. It's because of community, but I love it. So yeah, it's a nice focus of this event. And today we have more than 4,000 registrations. Again, we're about thousands usually, and we have two tracks. Today is more kind of junior tracks with the focus on the career, and tomorrow is going to be senior track with deep tech content. In total, we have 26 speakers and about 18 hours of tech content. People, please keep writing. Keep Ukraine, Novi Sad, San Jose, Costa Rica, Sofia, Bulgaria, and more and more coming. Yeah, Macedonia, Vancouver, Canada. Canada, guys, you gotta be sleeping now. but I respect you for your eager to knowledges. Okay, and yeah, more and more. It's so exciting. I'm in France, Julia in London, probably UK, and Nick here with us. He is in Ukraine because we're a Ukrainian team, and probably we had real tough times this week, like lots of bombings of our capital, but we still survive and we're still doing this amazing project. Okay, so Julia, what should we mention now before we start, before our first moderator joins?
Yeah, I can say that I have good news and bad news. And the good news that when I was doing this conference, I was trying to find speakers from all continents, and I can say that I almost managed to do this. And I have speakers from 6 continents: in Europe, Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Australia.
Wow!
But you know what? Antarctica.
Wow.
I couldn't find anybody there. Anybody?
Oh my god! Oh my god! No Antarctics today. Sorry, people. Sorry about that. We deeply apologize.
Yes, but I guess that's not a big deal. So I hope you will enjoy just our worldwide speakers, and I hope that's gonna be really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm making my backstage videos to just for the history and for socials. Yeah, thanks to every speaker who joined us and contributed their time, thought, energy, passion to prepare this talk and share it to the community. I appreciate every program committee that helped us to choose right topics, right agenda. Thanks to everyone who connected, who watched this video, and who will help us promote our project, our summit. So if you would please, we ask you just join our once you join this stream, just share it on your socials. It will be really helpful for us. So okay, I see Nick on our backstage. Nick, hello. Jump in.
Yes, hello everyone. I'll be moderating the first block of this event. And before I start, I want to add some additional information. Like, first of all, yes, it will be recorded. Like I know I will always ask getting that questions all the time. Yeah, this will be recorded and available right where you watch this at this moment. So don't worry. But we still expect you to be watching this live. We'll have speakers joining live. We'll have speakers joining our Q&A sessions and getting ready to answer all of your questions that you'll be asking for them. And of course, there's just a reminder, you can still, if you don't have the full ticket to this event, you can still join tomorrow's senior track. And we have 5 tickets that you can grab for only $99 for a discounted price, so only 5 tickets. I'm going to post a link about that in the chat right now. And I think without further ado, let's make room for our speakers and what they have prepared for us.
Yeah, but may please I read more people from chat because I really love it. Hello from Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. Yeah. Hello from Turkey, hello Brazil, Albania, Romania, Germany, Greece, Portugal. Hello from Ukraine, and hello from New York, Nadezhda. Wow, it's gonna be really late there. Thank you for watching. Pakistan, Poland, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sarajevo, and Croatia, Singapore, Bulgaria, Malta, Brazil, and all around the world. Sofia, again, Tbilisi, South Africa, Geroyam Slava, okay, and Macedonia and Czech Republic, people from all around the world. I can't scroll even till the end of the chat. London, yes, again, Tunisia, from all around the world. Thank you for watching. Yeah, okay, sorry, I'm done with that. Yeah, just
always fun.
just invite our next speaker. Yeah, enjoy from our heart.
Thank you,
Okay.
guys. Nick, your turn.
Yeah, thank you for the amazing intro. And yeah, without any further ado, I want to introduce all of you to our first speaker for this block. So this is going to be session by Vojin Popović, who is the head of development at Svea Bank, and he'll be talking about picking a team role that best fits you and the team. So let's start with a QA management topic. Enjoy this talk.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's lecture. And the topic will be picking a team role that best fits you and the team that you're working on. And first, a quick introduction of me, your presenter. So currently, I'm the principal developer and the product owner at Svea Bank and Svea Economy in Belgrade. But I have been a QA manager for more than 10 years. And I started my career on a path of becoming a developer, but I kind of got into QA by accident when a friend of mine convinced me to do an internship for a QA during summer. And after that 3-week internship, I fell in love with QA. And yeah, that hasn't really changed in the last 16 years. So I still actively participate, even though my role isn't directly connected to it anymore. And I also, as a second career choice, chose psychology, psychotherapy, and coaching. And I studied it first time for 7 years ago. And I see there's a lot of connection that can be made in between the two fields. And this lecture is one of the good examples how the two fields can connect with each other. So this presentation will include the following sections. So we are going to look into tester's role in today's landscape and the importance of the team, the personality types and the different team roles connected to those personality types. We will go through matching the personality and the testing types and testing needs that a team can have. We will talk a little bit from the more modern perspective of psychology and looking at multiple roles and multiple perspectives a person can have. And we will talk about introducing a new person into the team, because that even if you pick the person that fits best and will perform in a role that would be the best for the team, there are still some challenges both for the person as a new member of the team and for the team to embrace that new team member. And we will finish up with questions, which we'll do after the session. When I'm doing this lecture live, I kind of like to ask the audience what are their expectations, what do they bring, and what do you want to get out of the lecture. And I can tell you what made me think of this topic. So I kind of bring my crossover of psychology and QA leadership into this lecture. And I found when I was leading teams and when I picked some of my roles that if I put QA that's quite good in, let's say, automation in a role to do analytical or exploratory testing, they didn't do so well. And it wasn't for the lack of skill. It was actually that the work wasn't suited for them. And that made me think, like, is there a connection in between a personality the person has and the different testing roles and placement in the team they can get? And that's actually what I wanted to get out. Is there a way to do a test and see what a person likes and dislikes as a person, and then to try to match it with the appropriate QA role they could have in a team or an organization? So hopefully you will gain tools today to actually do the same, to either evaluate yourself or do an evaluation within the team, and then see if someone would be interested more in doing something different from the aspects and specters of QA roles that we have. So the first thing that we can talk about is today's landscape of IT, and we are more and more moving into both self-organization and faster releases, with Google going into up to 100 releases in a day. And we can no longer talk about traditional approaches to testing because they are changing, and many companies don't have those 2 big releases a year where the QA team is independent and can work on just testing. It's more a blending in between different roles that are put in one team that's usually kind of self-organized and contains all the knowledge to build the product within the team. And even if your company maybe didn't start that journey, it might be starting it soon. A lot of companies are transitioning. Some of the companies are already there. And of course, this applies to us as testers as well. And we will find ourselves in more cross-functional teams, cross-functional roles, and that's kind of the landscape today. Also, our role is becoming a bit more blurred than before. Usually there were stricter lines that the QA would investigate a bug, but they wouldn't actually code the fix for it, even though they had knowledge or could have had knowledge. That's actually changing. It's becoming more and more common that the QA also fixes a bug and that the QA also implements a small feature that comes into the team. And to kind of have a versatile, self-driven team with team members, you kind of need a good balance in between different personality types and different knowledges within the team. Also, you need kind of good communication, good coordination for this to work, and testers in the organization need to communicate more than before, both within the team and across team borders. So the question is, how do we select a tester that can benefit and thrive in such an environment? And how do we balance the overall company test strategy with the challenges that we have and with the self-organizing team? So let's look at psychology, and this is a bit older. This is from Carl Jung, but it's still applicable today. And we will look a bit later into the modern view of psychology and personality types. But in the beginning, the thought was that each of us has a dominant or one personality that doesn't really change over time. It does change over time, and we don't today look at one personality. We look at the dominant personality that the person has. But the selection that Jung did is to put it on 2 axes. One is an introvert versus an extrovert behavior, sensing versus intuitive. So a person that is more kind of oriented on feelings, or a person that more is rational and trying to intuitively see the bigger picture of the events and people. 2 more axes that were used, thinking versus feeling. This is kind of more rational versus emotional. So a thinking person is more relying on logic and rules and documentation or processes to decide something, but a more feeling person relies on their gut feeling, experiences and interactions in between people to make judgments and actions. And last axis is judging versus perceiving. And this is more how a person deals with the surroundings. And a judging person likes kind of the orderly world where we have rules and how things should work. But a more perceiving person feels better in a more relaxed and open environment. And that also kind of can reflect on the workplace. We all know people that like rules. We all know people that like freedom and can do more things than the rules allow in a team, sometimes for good, sometimes not. And this gives us this matrix of 16 different roles, depending on these 4 characteristics that a person has, and we can kind of group them into 9 different areas. So we have valuing, which is focused on people and finding common ground. We have possible personality types focused on innovation and exploration of new products and possibilities. We have visioning personalities, exploring new ideas and getting others to join in on those ideas. Logical people that are more processed and procedure oriented. We have personal people, which kind of sounds strange, but it's people persons that are more oriented on relations and interactions in between people rather than procedures. We have direct people that are taking action based on a predefined strategy or devising a strategy and taking action. We have present personalities that are focusing on solving current problems rather than thinking about the future. So those are the people that act immediately. Like that's a person that wouldn't make a detailed strategic plan, but would be the first one to investigate a production bug when it comes in. And we have relating people, which are building trustworthiness. And they're quite important because they're the people that don't only look at themselves, but are trying to build in trust. And they're trying to include others in the team. So even if we talk about these nine directions that the personality types can lean on, we can immediately see that if we would only have visioning people, we would never get anything done. We would forever be stuck in exploring new ideas and trying to find a better idea, more fun idea. Or if we were just being process-oriented, we wouldn't be flexible enough in the market to do anything. Or even if we would just try to include everyone, that everyone is on board, that everyone likes our idea, we wouldn't move because there's always a person with a different opinion. So when we look at this, the best team, not only of testers, would be a mix of these 9 tendencies. And it would be, even if you're making a 4-person team, ideally, you would have 1 person from each quadrant. Like one from the more valuing possible personal quadrant, which is represented in green, 1 from the blue, 1 from the kind of yellowish, and 1 from this more orange-pink sector. So it doesn't only apply to QAs, it actually applies to all the roles in the team. But in this lecture, we were actually going to take a deeper dive into the role a QA can have in the team, and how your personality can actually match the role that maybe you're striving towards. So let's begin with that one. So how to match the tester's personality with the testing needs in the team. And I kind of looked at the most common things that people focus in a team. We're not looking here at kind of a 1-person test team where you kind of have to do it all. This is more looking at a bit of a bigger organization where you have some differences, or if even you're looking at an organization similar to the one that I'm working in, where usually in a team there is only 1 QA, but still different teams have different needs and different focuses, and you can look at the different roles as they're described here, even though it's a 1-person team, 1-person team as a sub-team of a bigger team. One of the common roles QA takes is an automation engineer, and there it is best to pick someone who is more direct, more logical, and more focused on the present task, because it's work that needs to be done. And when you're looking for the roles that would perform this best, it's the operator, it's the inspector, it's the promoter, and the supervisor role. And if you need someone who would take charge and lead the automation effort, you can lean more towards the extrovert role and extrovert spectrum. But if you need someone who will get the job done quickly, you can take a look more into the introvert spectrum of the roles to do this. Because there's a vast difference in between a person who likes to code but doesn't like that interaction, likes to get manual test cases and just work them into automated tests. And there's a difference between an automation engineer who needs to be more extrovert to actually gather the requirements, what needs to be automated and automated as well. Quality coach is a role that's quite common in today's self-organizing team, and it's a more aspect of a role that tries to teach others the importance of quality and how to build in quality rather than to directly pick some tasks. Of course, from time to time they will pick tasks, but their main role is to ensure that the quality is there by influencing other people in the team, rather than actually performing the tasks themselves. And for this, you can pick someone who is present, who is personal, and who is reliant. So the roles that are best suited for this one is the composer, the provider, and the protector. And in the team where you're assigning the quality coach role, it is also, you should look also at the type of team. So maybe a calmer, more quiet pick is good for some teams that are kind of more introvert. But again, for more extrovert teams that are more outgoing and friendly, maybe you should pick an extrovert person, or you can mix and match, kind of to maybe wake up some people, or maybe if it's too kind of chaotic, maybe pick a more introvert person that will kind of bring the calmness into the team. Analytical testers, and we are familiar with this role. It's more focusing on writing the test cases, more focusing on the requirements, more focusing on the business. So here you should pick someone who is more valuing, personal, and possible. And if the requirement process that you have is well-defined, well-documented, follows more stricter rules, and you have good documentation, then you could go with someone who is a teacher or a counselor. But if your requirement process isn't that strict and it's more kind of feeling and talking, then you could pick like a champion or a healer, because they work well in a non-constraining environment and they don't feel the pressure of bad requirements. They see it as a challenge and opportunity to learn more. Here kind of also in well-structured cases, fine with introverts. With kind of more chaotic, better to have an extrovert, because they will kind of thrive in the human interaction. And next role that I picked, which is also common, many people call them manual testers, but the better word for me is exploratory testers. And it's kind of more to follow your intuition and to actually try to figure out and break the system, rather than to rely on strictly written procedures and automated tests. So you need someone who is strategically oriented, quite analytic. So people that are best suited for these tasks and these roles are visioning people, logical people, and possible people that are trying to figure out the logic behind the system, have the vision to find the cases and break the system in an unexpected way, and are focusing on the possible, what can we do, not what the system actually does. So again, a lot in the exploratory testing comes down to how well documented the system is. And if you have good documentation, and if you are well structured, and you have a good habit of writing the documentation, pick strategies to recommender, because they're good kind of with documentation. But if you are not that good and it's kind of non-structured environment where you need to dig for information and talk to people, then pick an innovator or pick an architect. They would be quite well suited for the task. So those were kind of the most common test roles, and how we can match them with the roles and personalities that we did. Again, It's suggestions. That doesn't necessarily mean that the person who is from the other part of the spectrum wouldn't be an excellent exploratory tester. This is more statistics and leniencies, that a person with these characteristics is more likely to perform better in a particular role. And why I'm saying this is a kind of an intro into the more modern psychological approach, where we think of people as a community of personalities with dominant and subdominant personalities. And this might kind of sound strange, that we're more than one personality, but I usually use sports as a really good example. And most of us have a friend, at least I do, and many people that I know have a friend that is kind of more quiet, keeps to himself at the workplace, isn't that dominant at parties, doesn't talk much, doesn't confront people. But then we play football together, and suddenly you see a different person. He becomes loud. He has no problem ordering people around. He has no problem confronting people, arguing with people, driving it. And as soon as he's off the soccer field or football field here in Europe, he's back to his common personality. And we wouldn't call that a disorder of personality. It's simply that modern psychology recognizes that in different contexts, we can act totally different. But the main question is, how does this actually apply to us and the testing world and the quality assurance world? Well, the more you can adapt and the more roles you can take, the better value will bring to an organization. And actually learning how to adapt your personality to your environment is a skill, like any other skill. So it's almost the same as learning a new coding language or learning a new tool. So it's something that you can learn and can adopt. Again, for some people more difficult, for some people less difficult, but it's the same. Like Java wasn't that difficult for me to learn. Python, quite difficult. I had a lot of issues trying to figure out how that one particularly works. So again, for someone who is more logical, it's easier to maybe learn how the other roles work in that spectrum, but it might be quite difficult for that person to become a people person, but it's not impossible. And what is the best way to actually broaden our perspectives? And here we're not just talking about skills like, okay, I will be a more valuable tester if I know how to code, or if I know DevOps. This is actually, I will be a more valuable team member if I'm able to mentor people, if I'm able to look at things from an analytical perspective, if I know when to stop with generating ideas and thinking about the future and starting to focus on the here and now and the task that needs to be done today. And how we can learn this, there are several ways. One, if you have more QAs in the team, you could create kind of virtual teams, where even if you have a centralized team of QAs in the company still, you can have those QAs spend some time with other teams to learn from them and from other people. Or vice versa, if you have self-organizing teams and the QAs are not a team by themselves and spread around, you could bundle them up together from time to time, and they can learn from each other. So, and this doesn't just go in some companies, product owners, business are not a part of the development team or the agile team from the safe perspective. They are totally outside, but it's totally fine to ask if you can listen in on the product owner meetings, just to see how they think, what's important to them, how do they approach a problem. So a similar thing can be done by reorganizing what the role you want to develop in a tester. So what does this actually mean? So if a tester wants to become better at coaching people and take on the quality coach role, it's good for that person to spend time with the people in the organization that already have those personality traits. It doesn't really matter what role they belong to. We all know, if you ask the question within the team, who can explain this best, most people always point to one person. And that is the person that you can learn from. So see how they are. You can go out for coffee. It doesn't have to be work related. You will be able to understand better. And also by being surrounded by various groups and discussions, and by participating in multiple different team practices, you get new perspective, new viewpoints, and you will be able to see the problem from multiple angles. And over time, you will be able to perform multiple testing roles and take on tasks that you thought you wouldn't be able to take on. So again, I intentionally didn't put in the slide, but this is similar with the slide that everyone probably seen before, with a T-shaped person with the main skills as kind of the pillar, and the arms of the T representing the additional skills that the person has. So your main skill could be automation, but your side skills could be analysis or manual testing or even mentorship. Same here, your dominant personality may be a strategist, but you can do other things. It's not something that you do, it's not something that you do every day, but it is a different role and different personality type that you are comfortable of using in the workplace. And it does bring the more value in a kind of self-organizing team. And even if you are kind of spread around, when you start interacting more, you could even transform this from a more personality perspective and exploring the roles into even a more common test strategy, or getting to the conclusion that maybe a shared test framework on the company level is something that you can look at. The last topic that we will be looking into is actually how to integrate into a new team. And you can look into this from both perspectives. As a team member of an existing team that just got a new member, it doesn't necessarily have to be a tester, or you can look at it from the perspective that you are the new tester coming into the team. Ideally, you pick the team and you pick the role within the team that actually fits your personality. But sometimes it's simply not so. Or ideally, you are already a member of the team and you talked with each other, and you came to the conclusion that this is kind of the personality, and this is the type of person or a role that we need in the team when you brought in the new person. But at any rate, you will go through stages when you're moving a new team member in. And those are quite similar stages that a new team experiences. And if you are familiar with the forming, storming, norming, performing model, then you know what I'm talking about. If not, we're still going to do a dive in it. From the modern view of it, those aren't rough stages that we transition from, and I'll explain what I mean. So in the forming stage, you either created a new team, or you got a new team member, or you actually replaced the team member. So everyone is kind of polite, everyone is on their best behavior in the beginning, so they're trying to kind of welcome the person into the group. And you're not that performant in the beginning because you are kind of more focusing on getting to know that person and trying to incorporate them into the team. Same for the person coming in. Rarely a person comes into the team trying to push their ideas immediately. They're trying to assess how the team works and then slowly kind of express their feeling. The storming part is where we actually start to get conflicts. In a new team, it's trying to come to an agreement. But if you're changing a team member, or you are a new team member, you might encounter opposition. Like, even if your idea is really good, and you start presenting it to the team, they might just say, but we do things differently. So here comes kind of constructive conflicts. And again, the productivity can drop even worse than in the beginning. But this is not a bad phase. This is actually a phase where you can make progress because you are changing the way and challenging the perception of how you're doing things today. And hopefully you will become better and you will come out of it with new ideas, and you will be better with embracing the difference and the diversity that a new team member is bringing in. The norming stage is exactly what I'm talking about, that we are becoming comfortable with each other and we are embracing new ideas. And here is where you start to see the spike in productivity. And the last stage is kind of performing, where we are happy, we're a team, there's no more conflict. And we just solve problems routinely as things pop up on paper. In reality, these stages are often overlapping each other. So it doesn't necessarily mean that once the storming stage is done, no new conflicts will arise. So they're more overlapping each other than there's a strict transition from one phase into another. And this kind of brings us to the conclusion of this lecture, and to kind of do a summary of what we were talking about. The main thing that you should think about is, and yes, here, there are a couple of free personality sites that you can do online. This is one of them, but you can simply search for Jung personality types and write in test. A lot of them will pop up. You can do them, they're all free, and you will kind of get the personality that you are. So to kind of recap why is that important, try to figure out what's your kind of dominant work personality. When you're answering those questions, think of it from the perspective of the workplace. Try to think about the role that you're performing now, the roles that the other people are performing. Try to think about the relations in between different personality types and different roles people take in the team. And lastly, keep in mind, when you're becoming a new member in the team, what are the expectations of the team? Think of the stages the team will go through. Think of the personality types that you encounter in the team. And same if you're getting a new team member. Try to figure out what type of person they are, what type of role they feel comfortable with based on their personality, and try to ease the transitions from the phases until you go back to the performing stage. So this is everything, and thank you all for listening and joining in, and hopefully I will be able to answer all your questions when we get to the next stage. Thank you and goodbye.
All right. I want to thank Vojin for this amazing presentation. And I see that the questions are coming. So yeah, please keep asking the questions. We have them. We'll be asking them to Vojin. He'll be joining us in an hour from now on the Q&A session. And also, if you like the session, please leave a like on the banner that you should see underneath the video player on the stage. So we appreciate the feedback. All right. I'm excited to welcome back to the stage our amazing speaker who were last year on our event. And she will be talking about coaching terms to modern test management. So I want to welcome Maaret Pyhäjärvi to the stage. Hi.
Hello, hello. Let's see if I can manage to get my screen visible here somewhere.
Yes, I see it here.
All showing.
Yes. It got you back. Yeah.
Really, that was not what I was supposed to click.
Yeah, I know. It usually gets you back after you click hide. So yeah, just switch back to your slides again, and it should be fine.
But I can't switch back to my slides.
Oh.
I don't know why. Let's try again.
Yes, please. Yeah, sometimes it does that. I can just move that small notification out of the way.
And now it should be good. I'm not touching the notification.
You can just move it down. You can just move it lower, and it should be good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Then it
Listen to
doesn't
you.
bother. So we're all set.
Yeah. Please start.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's my afternoon. I don't know. It probably is a morning or evening for someone when going into a global conference. And for the next half an hour, we're going to be spending some time on talking about coaching teams, in particular to modern test management. And the motivation for me today, speaking about this particular topic to you, is the idea that I have been spending the last year with a team. Well, I generally change teams about every 6 to 12 months. And a year ago, I changed into a team that works on aviation weather. And back then, a year ago, I was a principal test engineer. I was assigned the tester of the team with a kind of like a secondary agenda that I would, of course, be testing with the team. I would be the only tester role person with that team. But in addition, I would be trying to change some things kind of from within, which means kind of introducing ways for the entire team to figure out testing. Over the last year, we came to the conclusion that we no longer need testers in this particular team. Then things again changed, and we got a newbie, a junior, someone who is kind of like being retrained into a testing role. So we're kind of moving back and forth between, do we need a tester? Yeah, we don't need a tester, but we can always have a tester if somehow kind of like that makes sense. And I wanted to kind of, today a little bit explain to you how that experience turned out to be in the last year. So the team is, well, with some numbers, can be described like this. A year ago, it took us 27 days from us deciding that all of the things are supposedly done and we wanted to make a release. It took us 27 days from the decision to actually having a release available, installable for the customer. Over the year, we really practiced, we really figured out ways of doing this in improved ways. And we got down to 19 minutes. The secret is obviously not test automation. It is not that, even though everyone generally seems to think that in a modern team, test automation is how you get to the shorter release lead time. But it is testing each change, kind of focusing on each of the changes and having kind of shorter leash of changes at each individual single time, so that you can look at the change, you can know what you are supposed to test for that. And just like you can do manual development, you can do manual testing, that somehow then also feeds into the automation that you are creating. But when you are doing less within that release time frame and more within creating that feature, it's not like the feature was created in 19 minutes. It took us a relevantly longer time frame, kind of keeping testing and development side by side together while we're building the change and the feature. That's how we got to this. So smarter ways of working rather than more automation. The team has so-called manual test cases also. We have 13 what we call reusable test charters. They are basically around to remind us on the main flows or main features that the users would want to remember. And you can use one of these reusable test charters to test for 5 minutes, but you can also use it to test for 5 days. So it is not a stepwise instruction, but it's a placeholder for any size of work that needs to happen around that particular charter. We have quite a number of programmatic tests. You can see that I'm not using the word test automation here. We have programmatic tests, meaning that very often when we start with test automation in mind, we think kind of like end-to-end scenarios primarily. And what we've wanted to build on in this kind of like a modern team, out of that common experience that we have had over the year, is that we want to push as much of the testing as possible to the lower levels of testing. So we can actually do a lot of exploratory testing with test automation involved as a way of documenting on a unit testing level. We can do similarly a lot of exploring on the integration level and even on the end-to-end level. And sometimes you need different kind of external imagination, something to trigger your imagination so that you can see the type of feedback that you might still be missing. We have about 50,000 results a day nowadays, which basically means that these need to be green. And we've been putting a lot of effort into the reliability of the executable documentation that we have on various different testing levels. In the year, we also learned not to write bug reports. We have conversations. So we have a principle of fix and forget, also known as zero bugs policy. So there's probably bugs, but as soon as we find them, we have a conversation about them. We add a test to show them and then fix them so that the forgetting is taken care of by the existing new test cases. And all of this kind of changes to more modernized testing. It means that about 10% of the testing that our team right now does is automated. So most of the work is manual. It's manual testing to write more test cases into our automation. It's manual testing to spend time with your application and think about the things that this automation might be missing. It's manual work to look at your test automation and make tiny changes to see what might fail if those kind of things would go. So again, in terms of asking us what the percentage of automation we have, well, it is quite a low one, even though it does a lot of heavy lifting for us. There's still a lot of work for us to do in the name of testing within the team otherwise. We've come to the conclusion that this style of testing, it's what we call now contemporary exploratory testing, and it's kind of founded on the idea that testing is very important. It is just too important to be left just for me in the team as the team's tester. It is so important that the developers, all of them, also need to participate, but it is sort of also too important to be left completely without testers. So now that I am the team's manager, I find myself still spending time sometimes looking at kind of hands-on the application, doing some testing and figuring out the types of things that we might be missing. So that results gap that might exist, even though our good team is already trying their very best with all of these practices, it still often requires some special attention of remembering the things that might go wrong and connecting things in a tester-like fashion. So in our team, we've come to the conclusion that developers can definitely test, and they do want to test. And it's sometimes funny when testers elsewhere in our organization come to tell my team's developers that you don't actually want to do this or you can't do this. And that's one of the misconceptions that is around a lot, as if only testers centering testing could test. Developers can and will and do want to learn to do that too. And there's some benefits, especially on exploratory unit testing side, that we can get when we have that testing related, quality related conversation on that unit test level, as well as any of the higher levels. So this is how my team now works. This is kind of the basic guideline of how the work is flowing, and kind of going one step behind is sort of abstracting out the principles. And these principles, I call them the principles for better teams. So we're always in contemporary exploratory testing, we're balancing this kind of like testing as artifact creation, where we usually would want to document things. And whenever we want to document things, we want to document them as much as possible in executable automation. That gives us certain things, it gives us the spec, it gives us feedback, it gives us regression. We know that things are not working anymore, even if they used to work. And when things fail, when we have these detailed examples, we can have nice, clear feedback on what was failing. So granularity of feedback and timeliness, also time-related granularity, can be really excellent on these kind of example-driven tests. But the other side of the picture is kind of these experiment style tests, kind of performance testing as performance, looking at an application, thinking about what would a user do with this, going through the flows, keeping your eyes open for noticing things that you didn't quite intend to be that way, but you can see now that in the connection that you have in your system, the system that the customers would be using or the API that the customers would be using, you're seeing that something clearly still could be better. And that's what we call a bug. Bug is anything that might bug a user. This style of thinking, kind of the second side of testing, it gives us, well, we talk about this idea of it gives us guidance. It gives us kind of like, the direction where we might be going. It's not an absolute binary yes or no. We can make decisions of living with things and saying these are things that we're okay with. We don't consider these relevant anymore. And those conversations, they deepen our understanding. They build us these models of what matters and what doesn't. And also we get these lucky accidents that I find myself often saying that this bug is just too insightful for anyone to, intentionally having put it there. And again, when you report something, when the reaction is, let's now create a piece of test automation that reproduces it, let's fix it and then forget it. It's kind of a nice way of taking things forward. So these better teams, you get to select not only putting your test cases, the automation documentation that you're creating in the UI tests or kind of like end-to-end things. You can also capture things as much as possible on the unit tests. And even if you personally, as a tester, wouldn't be keen on writing the code, you can work in a pair with a developer, figuring out the right level of capturing the side effects that you are seeing, and then discussing what's the follow-up testing that this kind of a change might be taking you to. And you can isolate, well, at least we in our team can isolate with some kind of like fake data, and then isolate some of the scenarios into smaller scale, but then also test with real integrations. So kind of like creating these kind of capabilities is kind of a central thing. And finally, it's not just functionality, it's also performance, usability, reliability, long-term running things, security, licenses, open source, all kinds of quality considerations that we have these conversations on. And the most recent bug that I have personally today reported on this particular team is one that says that our mirroring of our code repository into another repository that is being backed up hasn't actually happened in the last week. And the reason why I end up noticing these kind of things is that I have a model of things that somehow kind of like the users would see, and I pay attention to those details, kind of being able to center my thinking around the problems. I tend to be one who notices a little bit more than some of the others still in the team. But then the others will notice other kind of things. So this is kind of the idea of how we work. And it's all centered around this idea of what I would call modern test management. And modern test management relies on this idea that you have a frequent baselines of releases that you put out. So continuously making releases, continuously saying this is now a known good baseline. And if we only change these control things, if we have infrastructure as code, all of our changes as code, all of our documentation as code, then we can kind of take small steps from whatever good baseline we just had and had tested properly, and then make those changes. And again, with that change of a baseline, make sure that we have yet another known good baseline. So frequent releases is really the practice that I've been driving. So from 19 days to 17 minutes is kind of essential to what test management in this style of a team means. Every single 2-week iteration, we are adding some programmatic tests. We keep them green, but we also notice things that we might be missing. We are keeping a close eye on any and all feedback from people within the team, but also outside the team. And this exploring of results and people's questions and misunderstandings and actively learning, it results in us having more information. Maybe it might be a failing test, which is kind of like an invitation to explore more, understand how do we create less flaky tests. But it might also be something that we had missed so far, and then learning and putting that into the new programmatic tests. This is centered around this idea of agency. This is kind of my favorite word almost nowadays in test management. So pay attention to organizing the work so that whoever does the work also describes the work. So no separation of here's an idea of what to test, here's an implementation of how we are testing it. These are same people, and if it's two separate people, they are a pair of people. Agency is best held by keeping the work that belongs together by organizing in a way that allows for it. So you look for a possibility of people to really understand what they are doing and make these independent, good choices on their free will, on doing the best possible testing that they could in that team. Product owner plays quite a central role. I actually think that for modern test management, I find that very often we no longer have test manager role or test lead role necessarily. We might have a senior tester role. Well, in my team, most definitely we did have a senior tester as I was being part of that team. But the product owner was kind of more of the manager, kind of deciding on what is the priority, in what order we put things. And the tester and the team doing testing was proposing things that have not yet been done and having good conversations. So we're kind of putting together this problem and solution space and information in that and making then the priority calls. So in a way, product owners in a modern team, agile team, are sort of the new test managers. So some of the information that we used to teach in the industry for test managers, that's now something that the product owners are kind of specializing in. So this is kind of how the setup ended up being. Then into coaching. So I found that I can test with the team, obviously. I can, just take the application and test. I can take an API and write some API test cases. I can take a unit test case. I can extend that. I can parameterize. I can add new values. I can figure out all kinds of new problems. And that's definitely one part of what I could do as a modern tester with a team where everyone is testing. But if I take all of the testing work, and if I create a mechanism of testing where I need to be always around to test everything, I can't be away in conferences. And I do generally like to be away every now and then in a conference, or maybe even a vacation would be a nice thing to have. Also, I don't want to create the idea of having to have, just a group of testers that only do testing. I want the entire team to be enabled and feel that agency. So coaching the entire team was kind of the mechanism that needed to happen. We were working with the product owners in the team, or product owner, to identify gaps and then assign responsibilities. So kind of like figuring out what is the work, and then again applying the rule of whoever takes the work will write a description. Product owner is responsible for prioritizing and reviewing if we write ever tickets of the work that we're going to do. Because every single misunderstanding, it will turn into production code if it's in the hands of the developer. It will be a missed thing in testing if it's in the hands of the tester. So that agency in the individual contributors' hands is a really important one to have good quality results of your work. I was working also then kind of with the teams, kind of pairing up, ensembling, doing group work on real active tasks that we were supposed to do, to make sure that we had the right skills available. If we were missing a skill, figuring out how do we grow that skill, how do we practice that, organizing various kinds of practice sessions, usually with our production code, and just kind of like more flexible schedule and time frame, and making sure that we don't have too many things that we need to grow in one go, so that we can really both kind of, take our time on learning, but also kind of solidify and have a permanent learning experience, in the sense that it doesn't get forgotten immediately after we put things down. So I've been doing a lot of teaching over the years, and teaching while coaching is my go-to mechanism of leaving the things that I can teach behind, rather than doing a one-day training somewhere. So working with your own production code, working with your own production system, and working with the types of work that you would work in a usual working day creates a lot better results. I was also kind of like being a flashlight to all kinds of data. Like, did you know we only created this many pull requests? Did you know that we have this many test cases? Did you know that our number of test cases is going down? Did you know? Like, this is kind of the type of questionnaire that I would often find myself doing in coaching. And almost like in everything, the rule was, if I could speak in questions, I should. That's kind of enabling the others in being a part of that. And I was multiple times also surprised with the answers that I was getting, that were not what I was expecting, but something better than what I would have thought I was about to be getting. So all of us in these pairs, ensembles, creating the space for test design and execution, so that they come together, and writing the minimal amount of documentation that still manages to go through the corporate documentation requirements that you can imagine that aviation has some of these requirements around. The practices that we came up to, frequent deliveries definitely is kind of the core practice. So I find that for the last 12 different teams that I have worked with, the first thing that I do as a testing specialist in those teams is to look at how often do we release. I realized not often enough, and then I just turn that up. I've gone from 36 days to half a day. I've gone from 19 days to 17 minutes, like different kinds of success rates. My most recent team that I'm working with went from about 40 days now currently into 10 days. And I am currently convinced that 3 days is what they can quite easily still get to. But there's multiple rounds of practice before that can happen. And kind of managing testing is to manage the deliveries and the quality in the deliveries, and making sure that we know that we have tested each of the deliveries to a level where we're comfortable delivering it. So we change and we test, those belong together. That means following change. So looking at pull requests, merge requests, seeing what kind of things in practice changed, and also following if there are environmental changes that are not quite infrastructure as code yet. The more old-fashioned your team is, the more you will notice that there are for example, pipeline nodes where people install things and configure things manually, and things change there. And those might have impacts on the things you need to test as well. So you might not see all of it from code, but slowly and surely turning all of that infrastructure into code side is also a practice that I very much enforce. Having the whole team contribute to test automation, whole team meaning me too. I need to also be contributing to that test automation, but it doesn't mean that I need to do it alone. I need to do it with my team, with a pair, with someone else. I can also, of course, do it alone, but figuring out kind of how do we work together, what's the right way, that's a central practice. Bug reports for us are more of conversations, so we haven't actually been writing these into Jira for quite some time. They are fix and forget, so meaning when I report something, it usually gets fixed so quickly that I don't need to try to keep track of the hundreds or the thousands of bugs that I have kept track of as a test manager in my career over the years. We talked about working together, but also then these feature checklists, so the charters, reusable charters, remembering what features we've introduced, what kind of promises, claims we've already said we are delivering, and keeping track of those things and understanding those things. Not only trusting the automation, but also being able to have a bit higher level conversations on those. So that's why we need the feature checklist. So it's documentation, not only for testing purposes, but it's shared also then for the customer. So these are how we ended up doing things. So to sum it up, the way that we work nowadays is what I would call contemporary exploratory testing. And since it is emphasizing agency of individual people, developers and testers, all of the team members have this agency of kind of like, being responsible for the work they're doing and kind of pulling the work in. It also means that we need to look at the work we pull in from a couple of perspectives. We look at some of the work as in it's productive, and it is helping us right now in short term. So for example, finding bugs right now or capturing those notes in test automation, that's productive work on the testing side in the short term. Generative is where you help others be more productive. So for example, when you leave test automation around, that still will run when you are no longer around. So your team will continue working with that test automation when you have already moved into the next team. That's the definition of success in test automation for me. And unfortunately, I've been through many of those unsuccessful, the moment the tester leaves, the test automation, 10 years of it. No one will look at it, no one will run it anymore. So we would better already build with the generative idea that it's for all of us, not just for the testers in the team. In long term, the productive side, well, definitely improving your own skills, learning collaboration skills, learning to kind of like say that okay, I can figure this stuff out together with someone else, like we can create these safe spaces. But then also on the generative side, not just your skills, but everyone's skills. These are kind of the principles of what we've been applying. So coaching is a way of saying, I don't only do the things that take things forward as my work, I also will do things that grow other people. So it's finding that balance between productive and generative, showing your own examples of how would you do a thing, but also helping others figure out how do we do this as a group, all of us together. So that's what I had as an experience to share with you today. I've been working with this team now for a year, and I'm intending to spend another year and not go forward, even though that's my usual thing to do. And when we get to the questions time slot, I'm happy to discuss some of these practices more.
Right, thank you so much for this presentation. We have so many questions already. So I'll see you on the Q&A session in around 25 minutes. See you. All right, without any further ado, I want to go straight to our last speaker of this block. So we have a session by Filip Hric, and this session called Tests Like a Developer, Develop Like a Tester.
All right. let's do this. Hey, welcome to my workspace. This is the place I work at. So I'm here at my desk. I'm looking at my laptop. I have my monitors here, my super clicky keyboard, and this is where I perform my work. So during the day, I do my job as a tester. I write test automation, I talk to people on Zoom, I click through pages and I test things, I write down notes, I perform to my best abilities as a tester. During the night, however, I spend my time a little differently. I am a developer. I work on my homepage, I create and enhance the applications that I test on my workshops, and I deal with all the developer stuff like bundlers and frameworks and CSS and databases, APIs, and so on, you name it. So basically, I spend a lot of time on both tester and developer chair. And this got me thinking, what's going on with these two groups of people? So I don't know how about you, but I feel like testers and developers seem to be constantly living in this weird zone between being friends and being arch enemies, like frenemies or something. Chances are that your workplace is leaning to the latter. But why is that? We have the same goal, we have the same challenges, we have the same clients, same product owner, we have the same boss, and sometimes we even use the same tools. Testers and developers have different perspectives. They go deep into the area of their expertise and dive deeper and deeper into a set of problems that they try to solve. So me personally, as a tester, I try to think about the system as a whole. I try to think about all the different inputs and outputs and risks. I think about all the things that could happen and all the different contexts in which the software that I'm testing is going to be used. And as a developer, I think about all that a little bit less. I need to architect different parts of the application, make sure components work well together. I think about all the design decisions. I need to work out the structure and the logic of various functions and objects and do all of that to the best of my abilities so that the software will be according to the requirements. So living in both of these worlds at the same time got me thinking, why have these two roles fallen apart so much? That has led me to another question. Can testing be done by a developer? Can development be done by testing? Well, of course, both require a skill, but it can be done. And I personally would argue that they are closer to each other than we usually think. So for example, when a developer writes a web application and then decides to run it in their browser, did they stop being developer for that moment? Should they report their work as a non-technical work, non-developing work? Of course not. The process of examining the application, trying it out, or testing, that's all development. And vice versa. When, as a tester, you examine an application and then design a script that will perform a series of automated checks, have you abandoned testing and gone straight into development? Suddenly, are you not a tester? Well, of course not. These worlds are very much connected, and yet they often seem so far apart. We split testers and developers into separate groups, into separate teams, sometimes even separate buildings or separate companies. Well, I say we need to stop this and get back together, and there are many reasons for this. Developers have come up with some amazing ideas on how to deliver great software, on how to work as a team and how to help each other grow. Testers have done the same. They have come up with ways of how to do their job really well and work as a team and help each other grow. I think it's time to share that knowledge between testers and developers. I think this could really be the case of where 1 + 1 = 3. So I prepared a couple of tips of how I think we can help each other out and how you can improve your workflow as a developer and as a tester. So let's start with the first and most obvious thing you can do as a tester. Understand the code. It's pretty obvious that developers understand the code that they are writing. The big question is, should testers understand it as well? Well, my answer is yes. Obviously, there's no need for testers to get at the level of a senior CTO, but black box testing is no longer efficient as a tester. It's just not going to get you there. There's no need for you to be able to spot an error in code. That would make you a better developer, but not a better tester. But the technical knowledge has the potential to make you a better tester. The more you know about the building blocks of your app, the better for you. Let's say you have found an error in an application like this. Say you have a login screen, and there's an error. So is it an error on front end? Is it a backend error? Once developer fixes it, what are you going to focus on? With the black box approach, you can run your 53 test cases after developer deploys a fix and spend a couple of hours of retesting your whole login flow. Even then, you might find out that the deploy was unsuccessful and you have been testing the wrong version of application. So yeah, that's a nightmare. But once you get a better understanding of what's going on in your app, you might, for example, find out that there was an error on the front end and you had a typo in your API URL. That will make you much more efficient. So yeah, understanding the basic code blocks of what your code is doing is going to help you become a much efficient tester. So let's now switch to development. So as a developer, you should consider flakiness. Flakiness is something that's being talked about with testers. And that's because flakiness is mostly considered being a thing of a test automation. It makes sense. Flakiness happens when we want to run an automated check and we get uncertain results. Sometimes the test will pass, sometimes it will fail. For this reason, it has somehow happened that the term flakiness is connected to testing. But I have to say, that kind of connection is not really a fair one. Flakiness can come from many sources. You can have a flaky test, yes. But you can also have a flaky server, especially when we are talking about staging or QA areas that usually don't have as much power as the production server. And if you are a front-end developer, you probably know that you can have a flaky app. So imagine a following scenario. We have an application that will trigger a bunch of API requests when it is being loaded. Resource 1, 2, and 3. And there's a loader animation that will disappear when resource 1, 2, and 3 are done with loading. In our test automation, we wait for the application to load all resources, and once the automation is done, we do our first test step. Now let's imagine a following scenario. We're going to refactor our application and we are going to add a resource number 4. But we'll forget something. We will forget to bind that resource number 4 to the loader animation. So now the loader animation will no longer wait for all of the resources, just resource numbers 1, 2, and 3. And suddenly we might have a flaky test by no fault of the test itself. The application has become flaky because the loader does not behave properly. Same problem goes for inputs and its validators, buttons being disabled or enabled, or any other conditional logic in our application. With the given example, it might seem like this error is just a minor code smell or a small inconvenience. But this problem can manifest much intensively if a user has a slower connection, or as demonstrated, if we interact with the app using a test automation. This is the main reason why we need to think about flakiness not only within the context of a test automation, but also in context of the source code as well. Making the application itself stable opens the door to a good test automation. And it enables our users with slower connections or lower CPUs to have a good user experience. So yeah, even if you are a developer, don't forget about flakiness. Let's go back to testing now. treat your test automation as development. I've seen test automation code being treated as a sort of second-class citizen, as if test automation code is something less than the application code. And yes, our clients use the product that our developers create, but that does not make the test automation any less important. So in a recent LinkedIn post, I asked people, where do you put your test automation code? Does it live inside the source code repository, or does it live somewhere else completely? I was surprised to find out that almost half of the responses said that the test automation code lives in a separate repository. This sort of brings me to a point I was making earlier. We have split development and testing into different areas. But really, they are part of the same process, and they should be treated as such. They should be close to one another. And that's because... Sorry, let me write this one down, because it's really important. Test automation is development. Yeah, and you should start treating it as such. You are both developer and a tester. So don't be okay with your code sitting somewhere else, being treated as a second-class citizen. That doesn't mean it has to be in the same repository, but it can be treated as a very important piece of the whole source code in your company. And also, don't be afraid to take your code to that level. Go ahead and apply the best practices that developers do. Use ESLint or Prettier to create code formatting standards. Do peer reviews with both developers and testers, invite them in. And improve the quality of your code. Make your test automation a whole team effort. Make it count. Do pair programming session. Read your colleagues' code, suggest improvements. You can create quality checklists that only the highest quality code will make it into production. It's really good and it's going to improve your whole team. This is what developers do. It's time that we as testers apply it as well. Also, with modern tools like Cypress, you can create a custom library of your own custom commands and make the library autocomplete in your code editor with TypeScript. You can annotate it with JSDoc, creating a self-documenting code base. You can prioritize with your team which test automation efforts should be given more attention and which should be prioritized. And of course, go ahead and celebrate big wins. If you deliver a big project, treat yourself. You deserve it. All right, now back to development. As a developer, focus on users. My friend Andy talked about shifting left and shifting right. He had this amazing talk about 8 software testing convictions. If you haven't seen the talk or read the blog, automationpanda.com, you're seriously missing out. Go ahead and give it a read. In his talk, he mentioned shifting both left and right. Shifting left is a popular idea for making sure to start a test automation process early and implementing practices that help with delivering high-quality software early on in the development process. You can either start testing an incomplete feature, write a unit test, perform test-driven development, and so on and so forth. Shifting right is making sure that you don't lose sight of what is happening once we ship a new feature. And testers are well aware of this world. They are going through bug reports, assessing severity, finding out how many people were affected by a defect in the app, and they really feel the pain of users. When working in software development, one can get easily overwhelmed by all the engineering work that goes into delivering quality software. It can easily happen that while being focused on the best engineering decision, you lose focus on what the real user using the software actually goes through. In my previous job, we have come up with a system on how to easily classify bugs. This would help us immensely understanding what is going on with our users. We would have two dimensions. One would be quality and the other one would be quantity. These two dimensions would divide bugs into 4 quadrants. So whenever we found a bug, we would place it into one of these 4 categories. For example, type A bug would be an incident. So for example, payment does not work. In that case, we would drop everything and try to fix it as soon as possible. B type of bug would have a high impact, but it wouldn't affect that many users. This would mean we would need to fix it as soon as possible, so we don't lose trust of our customers. But it wouldn't have the same urgency as an A-type incident. With a C-type, that would be your most common bug. Something that would affect a lot of people, but would not have as much of an impact. Of course, these also need to get fixed, but in case there are some more severe bugs, this would be a good compass on what to focus on and what to leave for later. With the D-type, these would be defects that would not have a big impact and would not affect many people. Oftentimes, these would be just bugs found by a tester perfectionism. This would be a really strong candidates for leaving them just as they are. I know this idea doesn't sit well with everyone, but if you have a big competition and you need to deliver value to your customers as fast as possible, you need to choose your battles. Sometimes these type of bugs would not get fixed at all, but we would still be able to deliver a good quality to our customers. This type of classification would be something that everyone in the company would be able to understand, and it would help shed light into current issues. No matter if you were a CEO or you worked at a helpline, if you were a tester or an engineer, this common metric could keep us all focused on the right thing. This very simple model had another benefit. Everyone would understand what testers actually do. And it helped keeping focus on shifting right, focusing on people. Because let's face it, users don't really care about how nice our framework is or how fast our test automation executes. They care about a working product. And we testers know this. It's kind of the point of our job, to help deliver the quality to our users. We as testers can be the kind reminder for our developer friends to always think about the end user, and reminding the whole company about this and making sure that quality is everyone's responsibility. Let's go back to testing now. As a tester, don't repeat yourself. So you are probably well familiar with this principle. Try, don't repeat yourself. It is a good principle to start with, but of course, as everything, it can be overdone. Senior developers know how to make good design decisions that make the code maintainable and easy to read. As testers, we are also responsible for our test code, and we should think like those senior developers as well. We need to make design decisions that make the code maintainable and easy to read. Now, dry principle sometimes serves this goal well, but there's actually more to that than not writing the same function twice. Test automation code has a lot of specifics. Instead of being used by users, it's being used as a part of our development process. This means it can be a part of pipeline or a nightly build or some other test automation effort. It also means that we need to apply the dry principle not only to the code creation, but the code execution as well. So we need to make smart decisions on which tests to execute. Maybe we should not execute all of the tests at once, but we can select a subset of tests to test that. For example, in Cypress, you can tag your tests and then grep them to only run those that need to be run at a current stage of development. So for example, you want to do just the basic checks on your pull request, but maybe you want to run the full test automation before your release. Another killer feature that can be used to improve your testing is code coverage. This is a way of telling how much of your code is covered during your test execution. It has been mostly known by being used with unit tests, but with Cypress you can actually do this with end-to-end tests as well. Now, code coverage of course gets a bad reputation. This is sometimes because some people look at the percentage of how much code is covered as a key metric. That should never be the case. Instead, code coverage can reveal what parts of your code are being over-tested and which parts of your code have not been tested at all. This can help you reveal blind spots in your tests, and you can treat it as a map. It can be a huge help for writing your tests in a more optimal way, not repeating yourself in test execution. Also, you can be really smart with your test execution. If you are testing an app that needs a login, instead of using UI over and over again, you can use API, or even better, you can use UI but only once. I've mentioned Cypress in this presentation. There's this really cool CY session command that can make a snapshot of your browser state after a login. So instead of figuring out your login programmatically or doing the UI login over and over again, you can just log in once and you are done. It's amazing. And this is something that can really improve your test efficiency. And you don't repeat yourself over and over again during test execution. You just log in once and you're good to go. All right, let's shift focus back on development. Work on testability. I'm going to circle back on the idea of shifting left. Testing should start early, but we need to make sure that the testing is actually something that can be done. Maybe as a tester you have been in situations where suddenly all of your tests failed. You try to investigate, see what happens, what has actually caused the error. And suddenly, bam, developers introduce CAPTCHA to your app. And now all your tests are good as none. Things like this should not happen. Testing should never be an afterthought. Testing is a strategy. Putting measures in that make sure that your application is testable will help you as a developer. Think about testing. Think about it in advance. Make sure you plan your testing as a part of development strategy. For example, you can add a switch that can turn off rate limiting for test environments. You can, as a developer, program a tool that can help your test automation scripts with logging. You can also help your team test in a way that will make sure that your code is properly tested. Making sure your application not only works, but is testable will help you in the long run. Share what you've learned. Make sure that whether you are a tester or a developer, you share what you have learned with your team. There are so many good things we can do together. For example, when a big incident happens. No one likes that, of course. But what you can do is to organize a blameless post-mortem meeting. You can analyze the impact and cooperate to create a prevention measure. You can share your code and brainstorm together. Don't be afraid to invite someone to the meeting just because you think it might get too technical. Your company can become a great environment where you can help each other grow. But most important of all, be nice to each other. Thank you. My name is Filip Hric. You can check out what I do at philiphric.com. Feel free to follow me on Twitter or on LinkedIn, or you can check out my page, and I'll give you some time to scan those QR codes, maybe visit the page, and yeah. I'll be looking forward to your Q&A, to your questions, and I'll be happy to provide you with answers. So yeah, see you around and hopefully next time. Bye-bye.
All right, that was a very, very nice video by Filip. And without further ado, I want to welcome all three of the speakers here on our stage. So yeah, hey Filip, you did lost your cap somewhere. And
Hey, yeah, I think I have it somewhere.
we have also Vojin here with us as well from your phone. Thanks for connecting.
Hi.
Yeah, and we have Maaret as well. Welcome back. Right, we have so many questions here. So let me start with this one. So yeah, Vojin, that was a very good feedback on your topic, and let's start with this question. So Vojin, what experience can you tell us about how you have used these types to shape your teams, and how did you measure the success of this approach?
So measuring, I'll cover a bit later. So how we used it, there are two ways. One is when we're recruiting a new team member, since we know roughly what roles we need, what personality types we already have, then you can try to mix and match. And if you have it in your mind, the 4 quadrants, kind of the big ones, try to mix that you have one personality type from each quadrant in each team. Doesn't necessarily have to be a QA, but if you kind of have 4 extrovert people in a team, putting another extrovert might not have that much of an impact as putting in an introvert. And how you measure the success, that's actually for standard KPIs. We use nothing fancy. We have the happiness index that we check how happy the people are in the team. And we use the defect detection rate. So, and we also added recently the test case efficiency index. So we actually try to measure from the results, and we did see an improvement. So in a sense where we had people better matched, and when we moved people from one team and one role to another, we saw kind of an increase in that team in the productivity, and less bugs went into production. So briefly, that's that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the answer. Yeah, so there was so many questions for Maaret, so I want to start with this one. So yeah, Maaret, how do you measure the KPIs for software quality when following zero bug report policy? We generally measure using the defect ratio, production defect, total defect raised. And there is additional part to the question. Also, what do you follow in the case when the bug is not fixed in certain timeline and would like to add as a backlog to later sprint release? So yeah, I'll go back to the first part.
So I don't believe much in this defect detection ratio. It's kind of an old-fashioned metric, and it is very easy to game in general. It really depends on what you're counting, and it requires, well, I care less about the metric and more about the relationship with the customer. Like the reason the metric generally fails is that you have a poor relationship with your customer, so you don't actually hear from the customer when you have had things leak. And I would rather kind of frame it into a relationship building exercise rather than a KPI that we're trying to measure. And on the second part of it, kind of like if it doesn't get fixed and it needs to go into the backlog, you can either put it on backlog or you can decide that you're not putting it in the backlog and it will come back. Some things are such that you don't actually have to keep them in the backlog for them to come back later as kind of like now it is important. When you write things down, you're also going to read and revise it, and you might want to be aware of when you are using your time on that. And we often choose to not write things down for backlog just to remember them.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll go with another long one for Filip. So Filip, great presentation regarding ensuring the product is testable. Where do you land on testable versus value to the business? For example, versioning an API could benefit the QA team, but may not provide value to the business for the extra dev effort? What arguments would you put forward to try to obtain a change in thought process?
Yeah, I guess this would be this would be one of those questions where the only honest answer is it depends. And this is why product owners and product managers have like extremely hard role, because those are the people that have to weigh in all the benefits and all the efforts. Of course, when we have a mission critical feature which we just cannot test or cannot automate, or we are not able to test effectively, rather, then that's a problem. That will create a risk. So we need to assess whether that risk is something we can live with and instead deliver value of new features or whatever to the customers, or it's something that we actually need to pay huge attention to because it might cause a loss of trust, lose of money, lose of some kind of loss. So yeah, a longer version of the short answer, it depends. And I would look at the risk, and I would look at the value overall that we are providing, which sometimes is of course hard to measure. But then again, this is something that sort of lays on shoulders of the product owners. Of course, we as testers, we can provide as much information as we can to sort of give them all the data for a good informed decision.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the answer. We are getting back to you, Vojin. There is a question: is if we are looking for a person with a certain personality type for our team in addition to technical skills, how can we find out what personality a potential tester has during an interview?
You could go actually with doing a test, a simple test. Not everyone has the capability to do that, but you can kind of look for particular questions. I left a link in the end of the presentation where you can do your personality test online. Try to remember a couple of those questions. It's quite easy. Like, you can pose a question like, where do you go on vacation? Do you prefer to go to a mountaintop, or would you rather go to like a crowded beach? That's something that can actually tell you if someone is more friendly, more introvert, or if they're not. You can also pose questions that doesn't feel that you're probing into personality types, like tell me the last argument that you had with a person, maybe at work, and then try to see how they measured it. If they were judgmental, did they try to find the root cause, or were they more empathetic, like how did they feel? So you can try to figure out with very simple questions that are kind of hidden, is a person empathetic? Are they judgmental? The things that are quite difficult to measure just talking to someone, that's kind of the intuitive part, because that's kind of a strategical thing. But usually you can detect those on technical questions. Like, people that kind of light up when you give them a technical task to do in an interview, those are the people that actually are more not kind of feeling, but they're more kind of analytical. So you can try to see the reactions, but try simple questions, and all of the questionnaires are free online. Write a couple of down and simply pose them.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, it's always a hard task to find the right person. So Maaret, there was one question I wanted to ask you. Sorry, there are so many. Where is this one? Sorry. Yeah, so do you have anything like a hotfix process? Do you usually perform hotfix or a code rollback to the previous version?
Yeah, we often do the rollback. So if we notice that there's something new, then we would roll it back. But we also have been using a principle of failing forward. So if it takes as much or as little time to fail forward, then we would prefer failing forward, meaning we do have a hotfix process. But it's a principle, kind of like you fail forward, you're aware of the time and effort and the risks.
Okay, thank you. So one more question for Philip is it okay that tests are written in different languages if they should be stored in the same repo? Second question, and there's a second one, where should AQAs put some utility classes for their tests?
Mm-hmm. Well, if they're in different languages, maybe that would be a situation where splitting them would make more sense. I haven't yet been in a situation. I'm not in the industry very long, but I haven't been in a situation where that would be the case. You could. I mostly do web automation. So if the front end was JavaScript, TypeScript, usually that would be my language of choice. If I did backend tests, mostly I've been working in a Node.js environment. Again, JavaScript, TypeScript, and these two living together made more sense. Then again, it was also kind of a topic of my talk. Having developers closer can actually help a lot when we are using the same language, because we can help each other. Developers can help us design those tests. They can help us with understanding languages, maybe find out some find out some ways of how to approach things, and we can also inspire them as well by sharing the test design, etc. So yeah, it's a hard to this one is hard to answer. I guess it would make a little bit more sense to split them because of things like building the test and making sure the pipeline works, etc. But cannot say for 100% because I haven't been in that situation. And the second part of the question for utility classes in their tests and where should they put it, that would that's also something, I guess, that would depend. But of course, if there's so even if we have tests in the same repo as the source code, they're usually separated in some way, right, in a different folder or something. If those utility classes are shared with the source code as well, which is not often the situation, but it can happen, then of course it would be well to have that more like closer to the root of the project. If those utility classes are used just for tests, then I would keep them closer to the tests. That would be my answer for that.
And thank you for the answer. I have a question for Maaret that maybe other speakers can also share their thoughts. So it goes like, have you thought to use testing pyramid in your organization to make sure QA and devs write tests?
So I had the slides of a good team kind of saying that we need unit, service, and UI tests. That's the testing pyramid. I just didn't draw it as a pyramid. So they are boxes and they are different sizes for different features. It's not always a pyramid for all features. It's not a pyramid for every change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for elaborating. Okay, I have a question for Vojin. Is if there is one QA in the team that needs to do manual automation in the team, what type of personality combination may apply in this case?
Well, if it falls only to one person, I would kind of maybe look for someone who's more extrovert, because they would need to look and talk to many people. I would look for someone who's more of a strategist, because then you need to think about also dividing the time, since you need to be the one who decides if you're going to do something manual or if you're going to do with something automatic. And you are looking for someone who's more direct. If there's more work, more responsibility, try to go with someone who's more direct in communication, because you don't want to waste too much time on the communication. And I would also look for someone who doesn't maybe have that strong of a dominant personality, but can kind of switch into other roles. Because like I mentioned, all of us have a dominant personality, but we have other personalities within us. So you could look for someone who's a bit more flexible and can use different experiences from life in the team and kind of switch their personality as they're switching roles.
Thank you. I have one more question for Philip here. So Philip, had a great presentation. How are you planning? Maybe you're using some tools to test with the development team when they are not open to discuss and plan with testers the development strategy.
That's a difficult situation to be in. And honestly, I hoped that my talk would inspire this to be less and less the case. But one thing I would maybe put forward is that we are having the same goal. We want to deliver a software that can be used by our customers or by the users. So I would definitely try to spin this angle and make sure that it is communicating well with developers. Of course, if there's lack of motivation, that's a very hard situation to be in. So it might not only require the work of testers, but maybe a wider part of the team. If they are not open to discuss, I mean, there's hard to work with that, because you need that attitude adjustment or alignment, so that you are aiming for the same goal. If you're pulling towards different directions, this would be really hard. Another way of maybe how to achieve that alignment might be trying to communicate what are the benefits of having well-written tests, well-covered product. So those would be two of the tips that come to mind directly right now. But of course, there's a lot to be worked at when we are talking about openness to discussion for testing in general. So there might be a much more work.
Yeah, and I guess it also comes down to some of those personality traits that was discussed on how open people are to discuss those issues. Yeah, I have a question to you, Maaret. Thank you. As we look ahead to the future, how do you envision the combination of QA processes and DevOps processes evolving? What changes do you foresee in terms of collaboration, automation, and overall efficiency? And how can organizations prepare themselves to effectively integrate these two critical components in their software development lifecycle?
I feel like the first speaker kind of talked about this stuff a lot, that we need this flexibility in our roles and the kind of the contributions that we have in our teams. That's kind of the future, that there's more of this fluidity that is required. I was definitely kind of nodding all the way through the first presentation on that one. I'm not sure if these are completely going to be kind of the same thing. I think what's happening is that we are generally conflating people with very little experience and where they start from. Like everyone who is new starts from a small corner. And then we're conflating that to the people like myself who have 25 years of experience, which means that we have been through all of these different processes, and there's a lot more of that fluidity. And when we're giving advice, we need to take the age in teams into account as well. And for the newbies, I don't think these will completely merge ever, but for the seniors, it has already merged, and it's not the future, it is the current expectation.
Yeah, thank you. And now that we're touched, like the question about future is, I was waiting for that question, is a question for everyone. What is your opinion about no-code automation? And I guess how it influences the teams that can use it. So yeah, who wants to cover that one?
I can start.
Yes, please.
It's really hard to say today, because me personally, my opinion is still forming. I can see that we are every day we are abstracting more and more. So the no code, I believe that's like a buzzword for some code that's hidden from us. but it is code. We still need to apply logic, or maybe we need to apply a very well written prompt nowadays. So I think in general we will be seeing more and more abstraction that might feel like we are not using code anymore. But I still think that some sort of structured thinking, some sort of being able to communicate what you expect will always be here. So the automation is not perpetual motion. It still needs an initial push. And being able to give that push, that will always be important. So I would be cautious about talking like a no-code revolution where we just put our feet on the table, lay back, and have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, talking about buzzwords, there's like literally the next question after this one is about AI. So if so lots of talks on that. So maybe Vojin and Maaret, can you share on your thoughts on no code or AI? How can it influence, how it changes right now, or maybe not?
I honestly believe we shouldn't be afraid of any new technology. Like with the AI, maybe the biggest word of caution I can say is about the privilege of information. Like, be very aware what you're pasting in, because you might be breaching some confidentiality agreement or GDPR of your company. So if you have an in-house tool that is an AI tool to help you with the documentation, those exist, then it's perfectly fine. But if we're talking about a product that's on the cloud, that might take your information and store it somewhere else, you might be actually breaking some of the policy rules of your company, which might be dangerous. But that aside, like if you are aware what you're pasting there, it's a great tool. It can cut time. It can kind of even give you ideas. And if you try talking to, for example, ChatGPT as a person, you might feel that you're actually talking to a person. That could help, especially in the situations when you're alone on the project, and to reflect your thoughts. But don't forget, it's a tool like any other tool. Automation is also a tool. In a sense, it's something to cut time, to cut costs. If we get tired and we don't want to repeat stuff over and over again, then we also automate. This is quite similar. So I really agree with Filip. We are still forming our opinions, but we shouldn't be afraid of it. And we should try to see how we can influence the technology and include the technology in our daily work.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. So, Maaret, do you have what you can share on this topic?
I'm more worried about the ethical aspects in the space of the AI code generation stuff. The open source community really were not giving their consent or permission to be the source of that learning. And I'm not sure if changing the rules by a few powerful players doesn't require us to, be the little people who unite in not supporting that type of a thing. So I'm not afraid of it, quite the opposite. I am more in terms of thinking kind of like that we maybe need to take control over where do we want to take the world, and how do we compensate for whatever is being lost in the process of creating this. I've been doing another talk. This is a very long one, so you can look for it. I did it last week in New Crafts, and it will be posted in a couple of weeks, on applying AI as my pair programmer for doing the Roman numerals kata. And it's lovely how, it knows the usual developer intent, because, it has plenty of samples on that. But it creates the entirely wrong solution, and the regular developers will be happy with the normal solution. So we need to be more active than ever in thinking about what is it that we really want to build, and how do we know what our users want, not just what we want.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, also I'm glad that people are not just getting on the hype, but also discussing especially the ethical and copyright stuff. That's really important questions, in not just in QA, in coding, in generally with using AI. And so yeah, getting back to some questions. So I hope we'll have time to cover a few more. So that was a question. So yeah, let's go with this one. So Vojin, what are the best personality traits for more managing and leading position?
I would definitely say you need to be more extrovert. You definitely need to be more empathic. So that's not excluding introvert people. They can be great managers. In a sense, like I'm a strong introvert. I kind of developed the personality type for presentations and for managing people that's a bit more introvert. But when I go back home, I'm really strong introvert, even though a lot of people that meet me think I'm really social and really outgoing and really kind of communicative. Not at home, but definitely a person that's empathic, because if you want to be a good manager, you need to understand what's important to the other person, not what's important to you or how you would do something in that situation. You need to understand what motivates that person, what's important to them, and how they would do it and what's the best benefit for them. So someone who is definitely perceiving, someone who is empathic, who can kind of subsum the system of thinking of the person that they are leading, and can kind of then lead by example. So those are the things that I'm looking for when I'm trying to hire leads. Kind of someone who can look from someone else's perspective and can kind of say that they really walked in someone else's shoes and they can understand the journey that they took, not how they would have took it, but how that person has taken it.
Yeah, thank you. That's yeah. So yeah, I have one more question for Philip. So yeah, hey Philip, as a developer, how could we achieve pure TDD? Excited to hear from you on this.
Oh, that's a hard question. I never really applied like TDD principles strictly. It has been a lot of fun to write your tests first and then try to complete the code, but I tried it just as an experiment. I can imagine that this might not always be the fastest way to deliver software. It might be a very safe way, and very like obviously people that are using it see the value in that, and I can see the value in that as well. But in terms of like actual experience with pure TDD, I cannot share like too much because we tried it. It didn't feel like the best approach of us for my previous job. So any advice that I would give here would probably not not land very well, at least when we are talking about like pure TDD. So sorry about you're excited to hear from me on this. I wasn't able to deliver a very good answer for that. But yeah, feel free to hit me up on LinkedIn or Twitter, and we can chat about this a little more.
Yeah, that's definitely like something to discuss later. Thank you. Yeah, so Maaret, question for you is what activities that used to be test manager activities you now see being done by product management? Because yeah, you touched that.
Creating a list of tasks, managing a list of tasks, prioritizing a list of tasks, not separating development and testing tasks, but kind of like keeping them together, creating that kind of bridge between those type of things. Even kind of going to the customers to understand things, also from the product quality side. It's a lot more on the product owner side nowadays. And there's plenty of product owners who actually think they have already decided and specified what they exactly want, and they want their testers to focus on that. Previously, test managers in particular used to be people who would be questioning the requirements a lot. So all of that has been really shifting towards product managers.
Yeah, thank you. So I have one more question for you. What is your opinion about X-Ray as a testing management tool? Have you worked with this tool?
I have worked with it. I needed to take it into use 2 months ago, and I'm not liking it. Like, it's so slow and so painful. I use it the minimal amount that I have to, and it's very little that I have to. But some of my other teams have 5,000 test cases in it. you can easily spend 80% of your time moving things around and feeling like you're very productive, but you're actually not doing testing yet. You are just moving documentation around. So it's not the worst of the tools, but I'm just not particular fan of that category of tools in general.
Does Vojin or Philip has any experience? What?
No, I haven't used X-ray.
Only on one project and kind of the same in a limited capacity. We used it for that purpose. It worked, but I agree you can get lost in the feeling that. But that's for a lot of tools. You feel like you're doing stuff exactly like you said, but honestly, you're just moving stuff around.
And what do I prefer? Version control with running test automation that keeps itself green. I prefer that. You do not need to generate that into a test management tool. As long as it's always green, that binary green is good enough for you.
Okay, yeah, thanks for sharing your experience with this. So yeah, we are getting a bit over time, so I take in this last question for you, Philip. So should automation be initiated immediately after developer completes a user story? Or is it necessary to wait for manual testers to conduct their testing so that any changes in acceptance criteria can be accommodated by adjusting the scripts?
I think that's sort of the idea of shifting left, right? To start the testing efforts early, and automation would be part of that as well. In the past, I have experimented with an approach to sort of create automation as the development is moving. So I would start testing an incomplete feature with a test automation goal in mind. What that would do, it was an interesting experiment, because when you want to write a good test automation script, you need to have an understanding of what you are testing in order to be effective with that test automation effort, which is something you also need when you are doing manual testing. So I would sort of try to merge these two activities together and use my test automation goal as part of my manual exploration flow. And for my case and for that feature that I was testing, it was like I felt like this was the best approach, because I would be getting a good understanding, exploring the application while I was creating that test script. So in my opinion, push it as close to development as possible. That has felt really well for me. Being in the same room with the developer, getting that immediate interaction with them was really, really helpful. So I would definitely go as soon as possible. So wouldn't wait for developers to finish even. If they can push a work in progress branch, and I can test on that, that's good. I don't want to say good enough for me. That's already good, and that's already I can work with. And before we finish the whole work on the user story, we would have so much understanding, not only of the happy path, but also of the different edge cases and API calls, and it would be like a really good baseline for doing the any kind of testing, whether that is like manual exploratory or trying to write a test automation script. So yeah, I'm a huge fan of shifting left as far as it goes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, we went a bit over time, so yeah, unfortunately we don't have time to cover all the question that left here. So I want to ask our attendees, you can find our amazing speakers on the links to the social media that you can find in the agenda. Also, if you have time, you can join our event stage right now and look through the question that were asked there and maybe answer a couple there if you have time for that. But for now, thank you so much for joining for this event, for this opening sessions. and I hope to see you on in the nearest future. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. So we'll have a 5-minute break, and that will be probably now the moderator starting with 4 more amazing sessions. And the last thing I want to talk to you about is that we will be touching AI topics in the nearest future in July. So we will have our AI in QA and testing event July 11th. We'll try to cover as much as possible, as much as available in this area, because of course it's constantly developing and new stuff, and yeah, people are like our, I guess, speakers very, very accurately say, people are still forming their opinions and approaches are forming, and there's lots of questions still being discussed and not answered yet. But we are gathering our amazing speakers to share their experience and their approaches in using AI in the area of QA. So please go ahead and register for this event. I know that lots of you who are already watching this event already have tickets to it, but for those of you who don't, please, it's events.geekle.us/AI testing. The link will be in the chat, and you also can grab yourself a full access ticket with the promo code QA Geekle. And so, yeah, for now, we'll have a 3-4 minute break, and we'll continue after that.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this next phase of the QA Global Summit 23. We are very excited to have everyone here. My name is Craig Reesy. I'll be the host for this next section, and we've got some really exciting talks coming up, so really hope you're all looking forward to it. Up next, first though, we're going to be hearing from Efe Pisirici, and he is a fellow colleague of mine, actually, at Accenture, who I'm really excited to be listening to today. And he is going to be talking to us on an incredible topic around robot framework, which is another exciting technology, which I'm also really excited to be learning from about today. The focus on web-based technologies. He's been in the industry for almost 5 years, well, actually for over 5 years, and his experience in programming and testing has led to valuable contributions and quality in his work, which I'm sure you'll hear and see today. I would like to remind everyone that if you do have any questions during this talk, you're welcome to add them to the link. If we have time at the end of his session, we'll ask him directly. Otherwise, please wait for the Q&A session after this. Well, after all 4 of these talks, and then we'll be able to ask them more questions directly. But yeah, over to you, Efe.
I'm excited to present you the topic of how robot framework testing can make your day and code better. In next 30 minutes, we will dive into the world of the robot framework, exploring its benefits and how it can make significant impact on your code quality and daily workflow. My name is Efe Pisirici. I'm graduated as an undergraduate student in the University of Turkish Aeronautical Association. I obtained a Bachelor of Science with major in System and Industrial Engineering and got minor in Computer and Software Engineering. I am working as a software tester in Accenture, and my current duties in my company are creating test automation for my company. As my experiences, I got 1 year experience as a developer and almost 4 year experience as a software tester. We will be covering the various aspects of the powerful test automation tools, from its architecture and setup to the practical insight and best practices. Here are agenda for this presentation. We will begin with introduction to the robot framework, discussing what it and its significance to the world of the test automation. Next, we will delve into the architecture and setups of the robot framework, including its libraries and installation processes. Moving on, we will explore the test case management, focusing on the test case creation and the use of the built-in keywords and libraries. After discussing the test case management, we will examine the execution, reporting aspects of the robot framework, showcasing how it simplifies the testing process and provides tests clearly and easy to understand reporting. Then we will share practical insights, including the real-world examples, demonstrate the effectiveness of the robot framework. We will also discuss its advantages and provide you some best practices for the robot framework testing. Finally, we will conclude our presentation and open floor questions and for its answers. I hope that by the end of this presentation, you will have a comprehensive understanding of the robot framework and how it can be utilized to optimize your test automation efforts. And let's get started. I would like to express my gratitude for your presence today. In this presentation, we shall delve into the realm of test automation, focusing on the highly versatile and powerful tool known as robot framework. The robot framework constitutes a generic test automation framework engineered to enhance the efficiency, accuracy, and dependability of the testing processes. Employing user-friendly tabular test data syntax, this framework facilitates the string creation, management, comprehensive test case creation. By adopting the keywords-driven testing approach, the robot framework remains accessible to straightforward to the users. Moreover, testing capabilities of the robot framework can seamlessly expand through the testing libraries. This flexibility allows users to create new higher-level keywords from the pre-existing one, utilizing the same syntaxes. As a result of the framework, caters to the various testing requirements and adapts to the specific needs of each project. The robot framework boosts your operation system and application independence, thanks to its core framework being implemented by using Python. This characteristic ensures that its compatibility with wide area of platforms and applications. Lastly, the robot framework is an open source solution, promoting collaboration and constant improvement within the test automation community. By choosing robot framework, users are granted access to the ever-evolving adaptable tool, which remains at the forefront of the test automation technology. Let's discuss some key benefits of the robot framework. Firstly, robot framework is easy to learn and use. Even those without prior programming experience, it's simply syntax and keyword-driven approach to make it accessible to the wide area of users. Secondly, robot framework's keywords-driven approach make it easy to create, modify, maintainable test cases. Keywords represent the individual test steps or actions that can be combined to create test cases, making framework highly flexible to the adaptable. Thirdly, robot framework is a platform independent, meaning that it can be used on any platform or any operating system. And another advantage of the robot framework, it's extendable. Users can easily add new keywords, libraries, plugins to the framework, allowing to customize or it suits their specific needs of testing. Robot framework also has a large community, an active community of users and developers who contribute to its development, provide support, and share knowledge with others with their expertise. Moreover, robot framework supports multiple testing libraries, including the Selenium Apinium REST API, providing the user with wide range testing options. Finally, robot framework integrates seamlessly with other tools and technologies, such as Jenkins, Git, PyCharm, making it versatile and powerful tool for automation. Overall, robot framework offers several advantages that's an excellent choice for test automation, including its easy to use, flexible, platform independent, extendable, and has a large active community. As we proceed further in our presentation, we will now explore into the robot framework architecture and testing flow in greater detail. As you can see, robot framework has a highly modular architecture, consists of several components and that work together seamlessly to facilitate testing processes. At the topmost layer, we have test data, which represent it's simply easy to edit test tabular format. This format allows tester to create and manage modified test cases in ease. In next layer down there, we got robot framework. It processes the test data, execute test cases, generate logs and reports, and also it's interacted with target under the system test through its external libraries. And one layer down, we got test libraries and test tools. Test libraries and test tools contains the libraries and tools used to interact with target system under test. These libraries can either use application interfaces directly or use overall level of testing drivers as a driver. And the final layer, system under test. The system under test layer contains the application or operating system being tested. And we got RoboCoder, a powerful Chrome extension that allows you to record your test cases with ease. After installing and setting up Robocoder, you can easily record your test case by simply navigating in your website or application and perform the desired action. Robocoder records your action as a keyword, and you can play back and edit test cases as need. Once you have finished the recording, editing your test cases, and you can export them as a robot framework test cases and integrate them into your automation project using the Robocoder. Robocoder saves you a lot of time and effort. Concepts are two vastly different things, but they do share some similarities. Both have high customizable and can be tailored with specific needs. Robot frameworks allow users to create test automation scripts for wide array and application and system, while Ironman suites customize the suite Tony Stark specifically needs, including the flighting capabilities, weapon system, etc., etc. Both rebuilt frameworks and Ironman suites also require a great deal of technical knowledge and expertise to use efficiently. Robot frameworks requires thorough understanding the programming concepts, application testing, while Ironman suites requires engineering and technological expertise and design and maintainability. For weapon system of the robot framework, we can say its libraries, of course. Here, the list of the most popular libraries in the robot framework, which can be used externally. Selenium library, a web testing library that uses popular Selenium tool internally. Robot process automation framework, a collaborative open source libraries, tools for robot process automation, designed to use both and with robot framework and Python. Request library, a library for HTTP level testing using the Python request internally. And browser library, a modern web-based testing library powered by Playwright, aiming for speed, reliability, and visibility. Epinium library, a library for Android and iOS testing using the Epinium internally. REST instance, a test library for HTTP JSON APIs. Database library, a Python-based library for database testing that works with a Python interpreter. SSH library, a library executing commands on remote machines over the SSH connection. Scala library, a library for testing UI through the SQLix. Zumba library, a library that extends the feature in the many popular tools for GI, REST API, SOAP API, mobile, Windows automations, and ideal all-in-one toolkit for robot framework projects. Data driver library, a data driver library, data-driven testing with external data tables. Swing library, a library for testing Java application with Swing GUI. Image origin library, a cross-platform pure Python library for GI automation based on image recognition. Rambo, a generic network protocol testing offered to use specific network packet, inspect the result, and send and receive packets. Robot framework Packer, it's test data generator. Watch UI, it's a visual testing library and for visual difference testing as well as the image content. Also, it can test PDFs file, and it's using in the background, I believe, Tesseract OCR to recognize text. We should not forget the view. There will be no Iron suit without its arc unit. And Robot Framework works in the same principle also. Robot Framework on its libraries, which came as bundle. On its own, it has a limited power, and here the list of the libraries came in the bundle. XML, Telnet, Swing, Screenshot, Remote, Process, Operating System, Dialogues, Data Time, Collections, and Building. Robot Framework may not have a Jarvis, but you can still ask questions to ChatGPT, I believe it. The next slide in our presentation focuses on the step-by-step guide to how to install Robot Framework on the Windows operating system. Installation process designed to be simplified and efficiency, ensuring that you can quickly get started using the powerful test automation tools. In step 1, install Python before installing the Robot Framework. It's essential to have Python installed on your Windows machine. As framework relies on the Visit official website. It's right in there. And download the latest version of the Python suitable for your Windows system. Run installer and make sure select the add Python path in there. And step 2, we should install pip if it's not came with Python itself. Pip is a package installer for Python, and it's required for installing Robot Framework. Some distribution of includes of Python by default, but if it's not, you can also download from that URL. And step 3, installing the Robot Framework. We should open command prompt and search cmd from the start menu and execute the command with written in there. Pip install Robot Framework. This command will install the Robot Framework using the pip, and once installation complete, the Robot Framework will be ready to use. And for optional steps, step 4, install additional libraries depending on your test automation needs. You might want to install additional libraries that extend the Robot Framework for external capabilities. To use the pip command followed by its library name. For example, you can say write pip install Robot Framework minus Selenium library. In the step 5, we should choose editor to Robot Framework test case test created the plain text file, the robot.extension. You can use any text editor to create this file. However, for best experience, I recommend you use specialized robot IDE or editors such as PyCharm, Visual Studio Code. And it's my personal opinion, but PyCharm is more easier option. And in conclusion, installing the Robot Framework on the Windows operating system involves just 5 simple steps. With Python and pip in your place, you can easily start it. And we will be discussing the installation setups of the Robot Framework on the pipeline. By using pipeline, we can automate the entire testing processes from the committing the code and changes through running the test and generating its report. First steps and second step are same as the Windows. That ensures that Python and pip install in your machines. After installing the pip, you should create the requirement.txt file under your project directory and test Robot Framework as its content. This file also includes other libraries as you are needed in your testing, like Selenium library. The next step to install libraries requirement.txt file using the pip command. Once library is installed, you can configure the pipeline, use the Robot Framework by setting up to the appropriate commands to execute the test. Finally, after the tests are executed, you can generate XML, HTML, CSV formatted analyzed results. You can configure the pipeline automatically to generate these reports after the execution. By following these steps, you can install and set up Robot Framework on pipeline. allowing you to automate the testing processes start to finish. This helps you to streamline for your testing process and ensures all depends correctly installed. Also, you can see it in there, some example configure YAML for Azure Pipeline in DevOps. And also we got AWS code, AWS code build pipeline. Let's delve deeper into the example. This test case robot framework explains various aspects such as structure, writing simple test cases, utilizing built-in libraries, and creating custom keywords. Let's first fundamentally structure of the test cases in the robot framework, which represented for primal selection, settings, variable, test cases, and keywords. The settings section defines the test suite's configuration, such as imported libraries, setting global variables. In our example, we import synonym libraries, specific suite setups, and tier down actions. Also, there are several special settings like documentation and tags. Documentation provides a brief description for test case suites and keywords. Tags are used to categorize and filter your test cases. And for the variables, declaration of use through the test suite. And in our example, we define as the expected title and search text variables. The test case section contains the actual test cases using the keywords to define steps. In our example, we use in their search Accenture website. Test cases include with steps like input text, click element, and page contents. The keyword section creates the custom keywords which can be reused across multiple test cases for more integrate testing scenarios. Custom keywords can be created. We previously discussed the concept of the custom keywords called confirm menu. Verify the color of the menu icon in Accenture website. Designing custom keywords like enables the encapsulate series of test cases or actions, resulting is more and multiple test cases. In this segment, we will discuss the test execution and reporting in the robot framework, with focus on the running of test cases on Windows and integrated with Azure Pipeline. Executing test cases and generating reports essential parts of an automation processes. Robot framework provides some simple yet powerful mechanism for running test cases and creating comprehensive reports. Executing test cases. To execute test cases, you can use robot commands in your terminal, followed by pet to do test suite or file its directory. In example, to run a specific subset of the test cases based on the text, you can include ---- include or ---- execute option followed by desired tag. Also, robot ---- include search pet to your robot framework test or directory. Running on test on Windows is similar to the other platform. You just need to install the robot framework and required libraries through your pip. For integration with Azure Pipeline, you can simply create YAML pipeline, includes the robot framework installation, text execution, reporting, generating, configuring pipeline. You can automate the executing your test case whenever the code changes are pushed or repositories or as a part of the scheduled pipeline. After the executing these cases, robot framework automatically generates 3 types of logs as the output. Log HTML is a detailed log of test execution, including the test steps, test fails, ratios, and status, screenshot, error messages, and useful for troubleshooting to understand text execution flow. And report HTML, a high-level summary for test execution, including test suite, specific test fail ratios, elapsed time. It provides quick overview of the test cases results. And we got output XML. Its contents contains all test execution data. It can be used for further processes such as creating custom reports or integrating other tools. By leveraging Robot Framework test execution reporting capabilities, running tests on Windows, and integrating with Azure Pipeline, you can easily manage your test automation process, quickly identify the issues, make data-driven decisions to improve your quality. And Robot Framework used in many companies and organizations around the world automate their testing processes. Let's take a look at some real-world examples. Accenture, a global professional service firm, uses the Robot Framework to automate their clients various industries and such as banking, healthcare, retailer. By using Robot Framework, we are delivering the comprehensive efficiency, the test solution to our clients and helping them to achieve their business goal. Nokia, a multinational telecommunication company, uses Robot Framework to ensure their products and services meet the highest standards and quality and performance. IBM, also a leading technology company, consulting company, uses the Robot Framework to automate their enterprise software solutions. Ericsson, multinational networking and telecommunication company, uses Robot Framework to automate their testing in their products and services. And finally, Intel, a leading technology company, uses the Robot Framework to automate testing for their hardware and software products. By doing they can ensure their offerings meet with high standards for the quality performance and that they can deliver the best possible product to their customers. By using Robot Framework test automation, these companies are able to improve their testing processes, delivering to high quality products and services, and ultimately improve their customer satisfaction. And lastly, in this segment, we will discuss the best practice for Robot Framework testing, as well as the process of selection of tool selection for Robot Framework. First, let's start with advantages of the Robot Framework. It provides simple and readable syntax, making it easy to write and maintain test cases. It also supports various of testing libraries and integration with other tools, allowing you to perform different types of testing, web testing, API testing, database testing, etc., etc. In addition, the Robot Framework can provide comprehensive reports, logs, and making it easy to track and analyze test results. To ensure success, your automation project, it's essential to best follow the practices. And here's some key tips. Plan and design your test cases carefully. Ensure that they all cover the necessary edge case scenarios. Use describable names, commands, and test cases in your keywords. Make them easy to understand and maintain. And utilize Robot Framework built-in features such as tags and organize your filters, your test cases. Perform continuous integration and testing catch the issues earlier in the development process. Collaborate with developers and stakeholders to ensure testing align with business goals and requirements. Now let's talk about the tool selection process. When selecting the tools, test automation, it's essential to consider factors such as project requirements, team expertise, budget. Robot Framework is an excellent choice for many projects due to its flexibility and ease to use. Also support various testing libraries. However, it is essential to evaluate multiple tools and consider the factors such as compatibility, licensing, support before making decisions. By following best practice and selecting the right tool for your automation project, you can build robot tools and effective testing process, improve the quality, reliability of your software. Thank you for listening. I look forward to see you in the Q&A session. Bye-bye.
Everyone, thanks for that incredible talk, Efe. Really just appreciate it. And right now we're going to be hearing from Sergii Rusinchuk, who's from Ukraine. Sorry if I got your pronunciation wrong there, but I'll definitely try and work on it. Who's going to be talking on a really exciting topic, which I'm sure all of us can relate to, called Call 911. Quality is getting worse. Mr. Audit is here for you. And so, yeah, I'm going to give it away to Sergii to continue, introducing himself. Thank you, Sergii.
Hey everyone, thanks Craig for the short introduction of myself. I'm so excited to be here with you all among such amazing thought leaders and such amazing speakers and etc. Yeah, today we are going to talk about auditing. As already Craig said, it calls call 911. Our quality is getting worse. Mr. Audit is here for you. Yeah, let's start firstly with several words about me, about my experience, and we will get back soon to our topic. I'm QA manager with experience more than 8 years in different industries such as fintech, telecom, cybersecurity, on-way translator, and I'm also providing services, private services, and for QA engineers to improve their skills. I mean, hard skills and soft skills as well, and for the companies to conduct audit of the QA processes. So let's get back to our topic. Such a short intro from me regarding this. Nowadays, there are so many delivery companies. They are developing software and are facing troubles with their quality of software. To define the gaps, it is highly recommended to conduct an audit of QA processes. It will help to identify areas of weakness or improvement in the quality management system and provide recommendations for corrective actions. By identifying areas of improvement, an organization can take corrective action to improve the quality of its products or services, reduce costs, and increase customer satisfaction. As I like to say, customer is our main judge of everything that we are delivering of our software. You may ask, what is audit of QA processes? An audit of QA quality assurance in software development refers to examination and evaluation of an organization's quality assurance practices, processes, and systems specifically related to software development activities. This type of audit focuses on ensuring that the organization's software development processes align with industry best practices, quality standards, and customer requirements. What the purpose of audit of QA processes? The purpose of it is to provide an independent and objective assessment of the organization's quality assurance practices, and it aims to identify areas of improvement, enhance software quality, mitigate risks, meet compliance requirements, and ultimately deliver software product that meet or exceed customer expectations. If we are moving forward, the next several slides will be about red flags that highlight problems that we have to start audit of QA processes. The first red flag here is consistent quality issues. The frequent occurrences of software defects, customer complaints, or quality-related incidents indicate potential shortcomings in the QA processes and may warrant an audit. The next red flag here is non-compliance with standards. Failure to meet industry standards, regulatory requirements, or internal quality policies suggest the need for an audit to identify areas of non-compliance and address gaps in QA practices. If you are facing in the company project delays or failures, it is also a red flag. Persistent project delays, missed milestones, or unsuccessful software deployments may indicate underlying issues in the QA processes that require investigation through an audit. The next red flag here is inefficient testing practices. For sure, inadequate test coverage, insufficient test planning, or ineffective defect tracking mechanism can signal the need for an audit to evaluate and improve the efficiency of testing practices. Let's switch to several more red flags. The next one is lack of documentation. Absence of or inadequacy of essential QA documentation, such as test plans, requirement specification, or change control procedures, can be a red flag prompting an audit to ensure proper documentation traceability. One more issue that you can be facing as a red flag, it is also team skill gaps. If there is an evidence of inadequate QA skills, insufficient training, or competency gaps within the QA team, an audit can help identify areas for improvement and support skill development initiatives. Then, if we are moving forward, technology or process changes. Significant changes in software development technologies, methodologies, or processes may necessitate an audit to ensure that QA processes have appropriately adapted and aligned with the new approaches. From time to time, we are receiving negative feedback from stakeholders. It is also a red flag to start conducting an audit of QA processes. So yeah, it's not about only stakeholders. That's about getting the negative feedback from customers, project sponsors, or other stakeholders regarding software quality, our reliability or usability, which may indicate the need for an audit to address the underlying issues. What aspects are typically assessed by audit? The first one is SDLC, software development lifecycle. So by reviewing the organizational SDLC processes, including requirements gathering, design, coding, testing, deployment, and maintenance, auditors assess whether the organization follows a standardized and well-defined SDLC that incorporates quality assurance practices at each stage. The next one is quality control measures. Evaluating the organization's quality control measures, such as code reviews, unit testing, integration testing, and system testing. Auditors can examine the effectiveness and rigor of these measures in ensuring software quality and for sure identifying defects early in the development process. The next aspect that usually is assessed by audit is configuration management, verifying that the organization has robust configuration management practice in place to track and control software versions, configurations, and changes. Auditors assess the organization change management processes, version control systems, and release management procedures. Let's move forward to the next slide. The next and one of the most important aspect that it is assessed by QA audit, so to say, it is our beloved software testing. Assessing the organization's software testing processes, methodologies, and tools. Auditors review the test planning, the test case design, test execution, defect tracking, and test coverage to ensure that appropriate testing practices are followed to validate the software's functionality, performance, security, and etc. The next one is compliance with standards. verifying that the organization adheres to relevant software quality standards and frameworks if you are using such in your company. For example, as I'm giving here, such as ISO or IEC 25010 software quality model, or CMMI capability maturity model integration, or specific industry standards. Auditors assess the organization's compliance with the standards and evaluate the effectiveness of quality assurance activities in meeting their requirements. The next aspect that can be assessed by performing and conducting the audit of QA processes is documentation and traceability. Reviewing the documentation artifacts produced during the software development process, including requirement specification, design documents, test plans, and user manuals. Auditors assess the completeness, accuracy, and traceability of these documents to ensure that they effectively support quality assurance efforts. Let's move forward. The next one is training and competency. Evaluating the training programs and competency levels of software development personnel. Auditors assess whether the organization provides adequate training and support to its staff to ensure their proficiency in quality assurance practices and relevant technologies. And one of the most important is continuous improvement. Assessing the organization's commitment to continuous improvement in software development processes. Auditors look for evidence of lessons learned, feedback mechanisms, process improvements, and the implementation of best practices to enhance software quality over time. And to finish, sorry, I was so fast in my presentation. Sorry for that. It took only 15 minutes, but yeah. Outro following, it's like deliverables that we receive after making an audit. So following the audit, a detailed report is generated with highlighting the findings, areas of improvement, and recommendation for corrective actions. This report assists the organization in strengthening its quality assurance practices, refining its software development processes, and delivering high-quality software products that meet customer expectations. By conducting regular audits of quality assurance in software development, organizations can identify and address weaknesses or gaps in their processes, ensure compliance with industry standards, and enhance the overall quality and reliability of their software solutions. And yeah, don't forget, work alone. Mr. Audit is here for you. So yeah, implement it in your companies, and feel free to connect me by scanning the QR code in LinkedIn. I will be more than happy to discuss you this topic and not only this one.
Thanks so much, Sergei, for that. Really appreciate it. I know you went through that topic quite quickly, but it is still quite a dense topic, and really appreciate all the effort you put into it. I guess we'll use some of this time to maybe just hit a couple of questions before we move on to the next topic. And I think, first question from my side is obviously, what can companies do to better be prepared for this? Because I myself have gone through the audit process on several projects, and it often feels very stressful. You don't like it because someone's now looking in on your work, and you want to make sure that you're as prepared as possible. What are some of the tips that you think you can give to others to be better prepared for software testing audits?
I guess you that about the collaboration, yeah, that about the making something and improving something into a better way. So you shouldn't be scared of the auditors or such guys who come to the company and perform such audit. I guess in this the best way is to be open, to provide so much information as you can, because it directly depends on the result that you will have at the end of the audit. Yes, so I don't know, not to be afraid, and to collaborate with auditors, and be open to them, so to say.
Very true.
I know that. Sorry, I know that every single time it's a little bit stressful. Yeah, as you already said, correct, that you are showing the internal stuff from your work, and the critics are not always is good. From time to time it is not in a good manner. So I get.
No, but I appreciate that, and I think it's very good. We must learn to rather work with the auditors than against them. We shouldn't fear them, but rather embrace the the whole sort of conversation and topic with them. I do want to cover another sort of question, which was raised as well, which is really about the whole process of defects. How do you work with teams where often you're working within a sprint team or a scrum team, and you find a defect, and then rather than maybe logging the defect, they can see what needs to get fixed straight away. So they don't log it because it's going to get fixed straight away. It's one of those quick fixes. How do you work with teams when they might have a lot of defects of that nature when they're working within their scrum teams, and that they don't want to log everything, especially things that can be fixed very quickly?
I would say that it is better. It is better to log all the tickets, because it will be too hard to find out what was searched by the testing activities. And it doesn't matter how much does it take time to fix it. I would say it will be much easier to operate with such tickets, to cover them by, I don't know, automation tests, to make the coverage for the regression tests, and etc. It depends on the company and what testing processes are implemented there. So I would say that for the auditors, it is 100% sure that all such issues has to be somehow captured, and somehow documented, because asking every single time and developer or I don't know, the testers what issue has happened half a year ago is not an effective manner yet to track all this stuff. I would say.
Makes sense. And then I guess just another sort of question, I guess, on this topic is, how do cultural differences maybe impact the tester's approach? Because obviously each company might have their own sort of testing culture, and now as a tester, you want to maybe enforce the best practices, but you've got a company culture that you've also trying to fit into. How would you as an auditor advise a tester in that scenario in terms of working on, or rather navigating those cultural differences within an organization?
That's a good question. In this way, I would say that we have to be not all the practices have to be implemented in each and every company. Auditors have to be as much flexible as they can, to implement the best practices, for example, to the company A, but it won't be good for the implementation in the company C. And so it is every single time about analysis and thinking forward. All right, what we're gonna do, what we're gonna have if we implement this practice, or what we won't have if we won't implement this one. So yeah, it's every single time depends on the product which is delivering, which is developing, the quantity of QA team, how big is it, how company is big, yeah, and yeah, that's about this, I guess.
Okay, no, thank you. And just reading another question from someone in the group, it says, how are you motivating your team to be productive and creative and to collaborate, to find the defects and implement complex validation for the project that they are testing? What tools are you using? So I guess the like phrasing of this question is, perhaps do you have any advice and tools that can help with this? You can see it on your screen there.
To find the implement for the project, what tools are you using? I guess first of all, how to motivate your team to be productive, to give a room and space for improvement. For example, a person, QA specialist, wants to go wants to go further and create a career in automation, to give such an opportunity to such a person, to I don't know, to track also all the to have some KPIs, for example, how many defects has been, so to say, skipped by QA team. It didn't define them. Yeah, for example, during one sprint, and if this quantity is getting less and less, then it will be motivate QA team to write a better manual test cases, to increase the test coverage of automation, and etc. What tools are you using to find implement complex for when they are testing? I would say that the classical one, such as TestRail, yeah, for test management system, and yeah, what else? I guess that the most important, yeah, to track all this stuff.
Okay. And then another question, what are the implications when an audit report is not favorable?
What is the implication when the audit report is favorable?
And I guess maybe it depends on what the failure is. I guess when I'm reading this question, I may be thinking it depends on what the failure is. But I mean, is there something where you can, I guess, lose your quality control, or your, is there sort of, I guess, any sort of sort of issues that companies might face as a result of having an unfavorable audit, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I guess yes. Probably I didn't get the question pretty correct, yeah, but if the audit report is not favorable, it is all about the I don't know, the discussion to have the first of all, it should be defined expectations before making this audit. So by having clearly defined the expectation, the usually reports will be favorable. Yeah. So I guess
okay.
I would answer in such a way. Yeah.
Okay. And then another question, I guess, related to being an auditor yourself. Do you need any certification in order to perform such a quality audit process?
I don't really I don't really think that there is a special certification that is related to the quality assurance processes. That's about your experience. How broad is it? how I mean, what industries have you worked before, and do you have enough expertise to provide qualitative audits? So I don't think that there is a special certification in our industry how to perform, how to conduct the audit of QA processes. Yeah, that's more about the experience and expertise that you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess another related question is how to be a good auditor? What are the good practices of the audit process?
Yeah, if every QA engineer, you have to be like how to say very accurate to the details. Yeah, you have to answer. You have to ask so many questions as you can to gather and to collect the information. So much information as you can to be to then in the future to make these reports. And what are the good practices of the audit process? From my experience, you have to leave at least several sprints with the team you are auditing. So to have a whole picture, what are the processes implemented in this team? So you are like, for example, we have 2 or 3 weeks sprints, yeah, in Scrum. So you have to go to all the Scrums meeting, I mean pre-planning, planning, daily stand-ups, and yeah, just to live with this team, all the SDLC process, and you will see it from you could be capturing all the pitfalls, all the bottlenecks that you didn't capture by speaking with the team, like making 1-2 hours working sessions and discussing all the testing processes that they have. So yeah, to be with the team you are auditing and asking so many questions as you can, so to be effective in this way. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that. Yeah, and I really appreciate you taking on these questions, and we'll probably have several more questions for you in the Q&A section. So we look forward to chatting to you again then. But thanks so much for your time, Sergei. We're going to move on.
See you soon.
See you soon. We're going to move on to our next. We're going to move on to our next topic, where we're going to have Andrew Sacco is a technical leader at TravelX, and he is going to be talking about Houston. We have problems with the queries. So over to you.
And welcome to this talk about Houston. We have a problem with the queries. And perhaps the title sounds funny for you, but the problem behind the scenes is not so funny. So let me introduce me. My name is Andrew Sacco. I work as developer since 2007 using different languages. Most of them are connected with the JVM. Also, I participate as technical reviewer on some of the biggest editorial around the world. I publish some books and courses. Some of them appear at the bottom of the presentation. And also I participate on different conferences on Latin America. On the left of the presentation, you will find all my contact information. So if you have any doubts, any question after my presentation or any assistance, just send me a message and I will try to help you as soon as possible. So let's start with the context of our problem on this talk. Well, we have a microservices which have some performance issues. An endpoint takes more time to respond. Imagine that you have microservices which contain a lot of endpoints, and for some reason, after some months or weeks, a problem related with the performance appear, and you don't know why this happened on your microservices. Increase the use of resources, because if an endpoint takes more time to process the response, use more CPU, more memory to respond. And of course, increase the latency, because if one microservices takes more time to process and give me a response, these microservices or this endpoint will affect the entire workflow. Remember, a microservice is an architecture which contains a lot of microservices. Different microservices are connected. So perhaps my microservices is used for a lot of other microservices. So a simple operation could take more time. And it's not simple to find the problem because you have a distributed architecture. So it's not simple to say, okay, this endpoint in this particular layer, this method have a problem or this query. So how you can find a problem? Well, you have different strategies. First one, you can create an end-to-end to check if the entire logic works fine or not. So you can say, okay, this endpoint takes more time or not. But sorry, this entire flow from the UI to the last part of my application works fine or not, or takes a lot of time. The second approach is create a performance test. So perhaps you think, okay, perhaps this method takes more time because I have a lot of requests at the same time in one microservices. And this is the main reason for we have a problem with the latency or the endpoint takes more time. And you can also use an APM like New Relic, Dynatrace, or LLK to say the traces, so you can detect in which part of the flow takes more time to process something. And the other option is put logs on the different layers of your microservices or the different classes of method or functions, and to see on which part of the application takes more time to do it. This is different approach to try to find the same problem. You can implement one on all together. And why this approach could fail? Well, first one, because it's difficult to find. Again, you have a distributed architecture, so many microservices, many layers, many functions or classes on each microservice, so it's so difficult to find a real problem. Also, it's difficult to understand why this problem or why this method takes more time. And imagine that for some reason you discover the problem and you fix it. When you fix it, perhaps you don't have the possibility to prevent that this happen in the future. You don't have a way to check that this method or this function or this query that accesses into the database takes more time to the previous one. Which tool exists to check and test? Well, there are three. Most of them are connected with JVM, JVM and Quick Perform, and related with the ecosystem of JVM. JVM consists on Java, Scala, Kotlin, Clojure, Groovy, and many other languages. And Gatling and Gmeter are tools to do a performance test in a standalone mode. But let me explain in detail. So to detect a problem in the performance, all of the tools cover this problem with different levels, but all of them give me the possibility to detect some kind of problem on the performance of my application. It's simple to implement. Well, all of them have different strategies, but yes, in the JVM unit at Quick Perform, you need only to include a dependency and write some unit tests, and you have some certain information. In the case of Gatling, it's more outside of my application, so I have the possibility to create different kind of tests, and I don't need to include it in the source code of the microservices. And the next one is one of the keys. Check the problems on the queries. Well, check the problems on the queries. Quick Perform is the winner in this category because give you the possibility to detect problems in the use of the number of queries that you execute at the same time, how many milliseconds it takes to execute a query, so you can detect problem on the performance on that way. And the other ones don't have this possibility to do it. The next category have a big level of detail, so you have more or less a lot of information about in which part of the application or which layer of your microservices have a problem. In the case of Gmeter or Gatling, which propose an idea of black box text or performance test outside of the application, so you run the performance and you only know that I send a lot of requests to this endpoint in particular and give me a lot of errors or a lot of success response, which is great, but you don't know in which part of the application the problem exists. So you more or less know in which endpoint failed, but not in which part of that endpoint the problem occurs. Support different libraries to do the testing. What Quick Perform gives you the possibility to use with different libraries on the JVM ecosystem, like Spring Boot, Hibernate, Quarkus, and I think I read that there are many more in the roadmap. So give you the possibility to integrate and use some of the features of the different frameworks. And the main cons of the first two libraries is doesn't have the possibility to run outside of the application. So you can create a project with Geekle and create your performance test outside of your application. So you don't need to know the structure of the repository on which language you use inside of your microservices. Is not your problem, it's your business. And in the other hand, you need to include the test inside of your application. In the case of Quick Perform JFrame, it's more or less the trade-off. If you want more detail, you need to include inside of your microservices. If you want to do in an agnostic way of the microservices, you can run outside. But again, related with the context of our problem, we need more level of detail. So which are the pros and the cons of the use of Quick Performs? Well, show where is the problem. You can validate the number of queries that you want to execute in one method, have the possibility to integrate with different frameworks. Spring Boot is one, Quarkus is another one. And check the consumer resources. Then you have the possibility to say, okay, I want to check if the allocation of memory or CPU for that particular method is, I don't know, 2 megabytes. And you can check these kind of things. And here are the cons of this. You need to access to a database. So imagine this, when you need to check if the performance of a query works fine or not, you need to do a query to a real database. So we need a database that gives you the possibility to run a query or execute. And if the idea is create a unit test, each time that I execute a test, the query will be executed, which is great. But imagine if I want to check if an insert worked fine or not. The first time that I insert the information into the database, everything looks fine, everything works. But the second time will fail, because if I try to insert in the same database, imagine that I want to use, for example, my database from Stage or, I don't know, QA or some not productive environment, the first time that I execute the test will pass. The second one could fail because, I don't know, I have a unique column or a primary key that is not possible to insert many times. So I need to find a way that not introduce this information or not introduce the information of the test in a real database, in a database of some environment, sorry. And could not be idempotent because if, as I mentioned, if I try to insert a second time, will fail. And we need to find a way that I can run my test using a database, a local database or something like that, that we will show you, I will show you during this presentation. And the idea is to solve this problem that appeared. So let's see an example. Here are the repository which contain a lot of information about this presentation. Let me show you the repository. Here is more or less the repository, which contain, let me go to Zoom here, which contain a microservices, which use a real database. So you have a microservices with a lot of information. And here I have another folder which represent my performance test. The idea is that during this presentation, we follow the process that how you can discover a problem. And here are a make file and a README. The README contains a lot of information about which are the requirements to follow this example, the things that you need to install, and how you can run the microservices, and different documentation and many other things. And here are my API. My API is simple. It's an API catalog which contains the information of cities, and have different methods. Don't pay attention to the URL because it appears in the README file, so it's not relevant for us. So if I try to do a request, I have from this code, city code, I will return the information about. Pay attention to this. The information about the city, the country related with this city, and the continent related with this country, And I have different methods. Like if you want to insert many elements at the same time, for example, the first time that I want to populate all the information, I have a bulk. So instead to send one element, I can send an array of elements. A lot of information. So let me give you more detail about this. I close this README file. This is the repository. Well, here are different Docker compose to run the application. I create a make file to simplify the process, and with different commands: start, stop, start infra, and run performance. So imagine I have this the microservices running on my machine, and I want the first attempt is run a performance test. So to do this, I will use Gatling and Karate, and I will try to execute many requests at the same time to find if I have some kind of information about where is the problem on my particular microservices. So I have perhaps I have the possibility to detect. Don't pay attention because this implies a lot of requests. And here are more or less the results. And in this particular folder, Gatling, I think the last one, this one. You have an index, and I will open on my browser, and here more or less you have all the information, the number of requests that I execute at the same time, and how on the distribution of the time that takes to execute, how many requests at the same time try to insert a city into that database, and the distribution of the response time. Yeah, and more or less you can say, okay, I have a lot of requests that takes a lot of time for me to be executed. So the problem perhaps is related with the number of requests or not. I don't have a lot of detail. So for now, we don't have a lot of detail. So second, let's close this. At that place, I have running my microservices. I can do some other things. I can, for example, in this file, this logback string file, contain the logs or the logs that I will enable. So I can change to debug because I put in some of the methods on the different layers. I put this like a stopwatch to detect on the different and on each layer how many milliseconds takes to be executed. One thing that I forgot to mention is this microservices is on Java and Spring Boot. But the idea is the same to other things, to other languages. If you use, I don't know, Kotlin or you use Scala, the approach is the same. I want to log the information. And to execute my application, I will use make start. And this will compile all the application and start my container with my database and with my application with this modification, I only change the level of information that I want to obtain. So if I go to the Swagger and I try to do the same, here I have more information. This information not appear on the Gatling. So you have information about how many milliseconds, how many takes to execute this layer in particular or this layer. So I have the information that this layer, which is the nearest to the access to the database, takes this amount of time. But I don't have more information. So this approach is not the best alternative. Another approach that could work, what happens if I print in my application. Let me explain a little. What happens if I print the queries that I execute each time that I do a request to obtain the information about a city? So the first attempt was run the performance test using Gatling. The second attempt was log the different duration of each layer. And the last is, okay, I will show or print on my application the queries. So I do the request and let's see. I have two different queries to obtain one information. Instead to do a select, or sorry, an insert, an inner join, sorry, I do two different queries to obtain all the information. One to obtain information the city, and a second one to obtain information about the country and the continent. So to obtain this information, I use two different queries. So at this time I have more information. I detect the problem. I not do the queries in a performant way. The approach of this talk is not show you how you can solve all the problem. The idea is that you can have the tools to detect the problem and create a test to do this. So let me stop everything. I will close all of them. So, and I will open the project because I open the entire repository, and the idea is that you need to only use the repository which contain the directory which contain the application. So here is a POM file. A POM file is a declaration of the dependencies on my project, and I will declare first one at the top. I will declare the version of quick perform and test container. And in a second, I will tell you what is the idea of test container. If you remember, I mentioned that the main problem with the use of the database is that you need a database that gives you the possibility to run many times and insert many times the same information without any problem. So I can run my unit test in a pipeline. So test containers give you the possibility to create a container that represents a database or another thing. So, and you can manage the life cycle of this container inside of your unit test. So imagine this. I have the possibility to run a container, run my test, check the results of my test, and stop the container. And many times I can do this. So test container have two different dependencies. First one is the container. In this case, test container which have the support to JUnit 5. And the second one is the dependency connected with the container that I want to run. In this case, I want to use MySQL, so I delegate to test container all the manage of the life cycle of this container, and this is everything. And the next dependency that I need to include is quick perform. And quick perform is split on different modules. The first one is the JUnit 5, which is the main dependency. It's like the core. And after that, you need to include if you want to use some extra features, which is our case, this dependency which give you the possibility to integrate with the framework and to detect problem on the queries. So I will reload the dependencies because I need to download these two dependencies. Everything looks fine. The next things that I need to do is, well, start to create different tests. So I will create two different packages. It's like folders in Java. And I want to check, in this case, the layer that access to the database. This city repository is the layer that have the responsibility to access into the database. And the idea is to check if everything works fine or not. So I will include, to simplify the process, I will include a lot of dependencies, sorry, a lot of annotation and import, and I try to explain in detail which is the idea of each of them. So the first one, you need to explain or tell to this class, okay, I want to run my application and using a random port. So each time that you will execute this class, all the tests that exist inside of this class, please start my application using a random port. The second one was, okay, I need to use test container inside of this class. So please manage the life cycle and the different things that are connected with this container. And the last two are connected directly with quick perform. This implies that I will use some annotation inside of this test, and I want to check the results or validate something. And in this case, I want to check the performance of the queries. So I need to include a repository, which is the class that I want to check. And I will include some extra methods. And I will tell you in detail what is the idea of each of them. First one, I need to declare the container. So our database that we need to use in our application. I declare the name of the version, then username, the password, which is the catalog. And here is one of the most interesting thing. If you include this with reduce true, you tell to this annotation that this container could be reused in another test. If I create different tests, different class of tests, and I want to share the information, or I want to be more performant, because each time that you run this class, you will create a test container, So imagine that I put false, and I have 3 different classes. I will create 3 different containers. So I take more time to start the container, put all the information in the database, and start to run the test. So with this approach, it's like, okay, this container could be reused in another test. So if I have another class of test, this container will start with the first test, will execute the test, finish the test, and check if there is another class that need to be execute the container. If there is another one, not stop. If the last test with execution, I will stop everything. Here are the logic to start the container, and here are the configuration of the data source, the URL, the user, and the password. So let's do it simple. This is a simple, I will put the annotation. It's a simple unit test. There is nothing strange on this, which check if a city exists or not. The idea of this is I want to check if if this method only execute one select, to obtain information. And I want to check another two things. I will to analyze, with this annotation implies that you will analyze the result of the execution and how many milliseconds takes to execute. So imagine that you more or less know that this query takes 1 millisecond, 2 milliseconds, 10 milliseconds. So you can check if the query takes more time to be executed. And the way to execute this method or this test, which is so simple, is like using a command ambient test. This, if you see, implies that appear a lot of logs related with the execution of the container, and this will fail. Oh, fail, why? Because as I mentioned, or I show you, you do two queries to obtain the same information, and I put that I want just one select to obtain all the information. And here more or less the explanation where you can find the solution. Again, it's not the idea of this talk, explain the solution of all the problems that can appear. And more or less you have here the query that are executed, the different queries. And that is everything. So this is a select. What happens if I want to do the same, but with another type of query, like an insert? Well, it's more or less the same. There is one method for each type of operation. So you have an expected insert, expected update, and expected delete, and you can do the same for each thing. So nothing strange. You can run with the same command. Nothing will happen. Nothing happened. Sorry, it's the same procedure to run the test. Yeah, one failed because the other one works fine. Just fail the select. I want to do the same quickly with another layer. Let me show you in detail. This is the services which contain most of the logic that access most of the business logic. So this part is the same, don't pay attention. And here we have different annotations. So I want to measure the use of or the allocation of the memory in megabytes. So this method will need to use list that 60 megabytes, which is great. And I include another test which is more or less similar like the first one, the insert, but the insert in the case of the services do two different things. First one, check if there is another city or another element with the same information inside the database before to try to insert. It's like to detect a possible duplicate key or something like that. So first execute one select, and after that, if everything is okay, I will try to insert. So why I explain this? Because you can combine the queries or the things that you want to validate, because these services of this layer do two different things. I want to run again, and perhaps this takes seconds to be executed. Remember, I include the annotation, this method, so the container will be reused. So it takes less time to execute all my different classes of tests. So my test will fail. And here you have the information while this fail. And again, okay, I create different kind of tests, and you have the different information and the possible solution. So let's go back to my presentation. Here. So best practices. Try to always have a test for the queries which are complex, not for the simple one. Check with the DBA if you have doubts about the execution of a test, if everything is okay or not. Try to run this kind of test in a pipeline. So if the best way to detect a possible problem on your queries as soon as possible until that you deploy something on production. Create performance tests is a good way to detect problems. So you have the possibility to detect as soon as possible with performance tests this kind of situation. And after that, define alerts to detect that problems on your application. Additional resources, here are some books that can give you a lot of details about the queries. Here are one of the best blogs that exist on internet. And that is.
Thanks so much for that incredible talk, Andres. I really enjoyed it, and it's just great how you were able to extract so much information from those SQL files. So really appreciate that, and looking forward to the Q&A session with you later. I just want to introduce the next person who's going to be giving us a presentation, and that's Gunesh Patil, who is a lead estate at Usha, and he's got over 15 years experience within the software testing and software development world. And he's going to be talking about the exciting topic of getting your test coverage groove on with model-based testing. So over to you, Gunesh.
Hey, Craig. Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. I hope I'm audible okay on the mic.
You are fine. Absolutely.
All right. Let's get started. Yes. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conference till now. There are very interesting topics that I've been following since the beginning of this junior track, and hopefully we'll get some more insights on more on the test design side of the things and how we can improve your test coverage using the model-based testing approach. I've been using this for quite some time, and I found it really, really effective. But the propagation overall in the teams and the culture is not that much. So I thought, why not choose this topic and let's have some discussion on it. So let's get started. So let me share this. Apologies if I do any anything wrong, because this is my first time with the StreamYard. So yeah, let's get started. So about me, I think Craig already introduced me. I lead the team of SDITs here at Usher, which is a customer experience automation firm. And I also run a podcast called Liberated Tester, which was launched about last September, where I interview most of the software testing people who have been there in the industry and help to get their insights and hacks to you. So if you haven't listened, please go ahead and subscribe to the podcast. Let's jump into the topic. Yeah, so some of the key takeaways, what we'll look into the presentation is the basics of model-based testing, what it is, how you can, how it helped me get through the experiences that I had, and how it enhanced me in the process of actually adopting the model-based testing and the overall mindset. How can you implement it at your workplace, and how can you drive the adoption? Because selecting a tool is a different thing, and then driving adoption for it is a whole new ball game. And how you need to do that, and how can you do it more successfully? Because we drove that adoption in a very big organization. So I hope some of those pointers would help you drive it at your organization. And obviously, we'll have a demo with one of the community edition tool, which is available, called Test Optimal. So let's start with a quote. So this comes from the Charlie Munger, and if you read through the quote, there are two lines which are underlined, which says human brain must work in models, and the trick is to have your brain work better than the other person is to identify the model which works better for you, which does most work per unit for yourself. So that's how you can become distinctive from the other person and make your make your brain work better. So the same thing happens because we have seen bad softwares, we have seen good softwares, right? So the key behind good softwares is they have very good design behind the tests that are running. And the way they call the brain, I think test design is the brain of the whole test life cycle. If you get that right, then I think all your executions, automations, whatever comes down the line would be really, really simple, really, really effective. That's how the concept of the model gets into. But what is model based testing? So uh, in one of the technical terms, model is something which is a machine readable and a formal format where you have very well defined behavioral interpretation. These models can be interpreted or visualized in a lot of ways. Like you had your UMLs, which used to depict a flow of user through the system. You can also have finite state machines, which can give you the inputs and the states with the which the application can be for a particular action when it's performed. So when we are actually getting into the models of system under test, it enables teams to collaborate and drive a trusted definition between both the design and the test. And then it can also become a single place of truth for everyone who is involved, including designers, developers, testers, even the end user. So they can also refer to your models and see whether their requirements, what they were given, were they translated correctly or not. And these models are really a simple and effective way of visualizing that. So it can be interpreted by anyone who doesn't even know the technical bits of things that you're working on. And in MBT, the runtime behavior of the software under test is checked against the prediction made by the model. What I mean by that is we have few industry standard definitions of the coverage, where you have like 100% node, 100% edge coverage. So all these methods are ingrained in the software, and the predictions which are made by analyzing the graph. So here we'll talk about a finite state model, which will be kind of a graph that you usually see, and that graph will then give you the outputs, they give you the tests which are possible from that. So that those are basically the predictions, and the runtime behavior of the software will be validated against those predictions, because when that particular model is actually based on the behavior of the system, so it should match. So that's how the model gets translated to the behavior, and the predictions gets checked in the model based testing. This is one of my favorite example that I usually include in these presentations. So when you are going to buy a birthday gift from someone, you have your own mindset, you have your own thinking, right? So let's say you are buying a dress for your kid. For example, I have a daughter, so I just took an example of a dress. So let's say my daughter calls me up in the office and says, oh, for this birthday I want a dress with bears on it. I said, yeah, okay, fine, I can do that. And then after office and everything, I went go to a market and then choose a dress, and then come back with a hoping to surprise her. So this is what she had in mind, because she had a different model of dress with the bears on it. But when I went to the market, how much ever bizarre it might seem, this is what I bought, and this is not something that she expected. So these are two extreme representations of the same statement, which can be made with the people who have different thinking approaches. So this is also gets translated to the requirements that we get usually, and one person might think in some other way, the other person might think in some other way, and then the output is obviously something that nobody wanted. So that's where the models and the finite state machines and everything, the visual representation, comes into play. And that's how we can make sure that everyone is in sync. And you might have read documents, articles, and seen the graphs of fixing a particular problem at the very beginning is very crucial. If you go till the end, it adds up a lot of money, effort, and everything. This is why it's very crucial when it comes to model based testing. This is also one of the other example that I really liked, because it can be implemented in a very essential day-to-day thing that we do, right? Like crossing a street. So for crossing a street, there are too many variables. This car coming from here, there's person coming from there, then you have the pedestrian signal which might go off anytime. So there are a lot of variables, but you still calculate that in the brain. And now that we are used to it, we don't really think about how many variables we are calculating in that split second and trying to cross the road. So in that, you also have a model in your brain, which is now very much used to evaluating that scenario. So you don't even pay attention while crossing the street, right? So that's how it evolves. And that's how it will also evolve when you actually implement these models and the model-based testing in your processes. It might be something hard, like when you were a kid, it might be a very daunting task to cross a road, right? But now you could do it very easily because you know what the variables are and what the things are. The same way it will get easier once you start adopting this model-based mindset. Some of the other examples are like the metro maps that you have. So these are not like to the meter or kilometer kind of a reference, but you know, like where that particular route will take you, what are the stops. So you know a fair amount of the system just by looking at this diagram. There is also another example where they make a lot of clay models for the cars before actually making the car, which gives you a lot of information about the car, saying, oh, okay, this is how it might look, and okay, this is where my headlights go, this is where my tire goes, and this is how the glass will be. So you get fair amount of idea about the car. This may not be a drivable thing, but you still know, okay, this is how my car is going to be. So these are some of the other examples of how a model can look like in real life. So after covering everything, I think model should be a fair and a minimal representation of a system, which does not lead to any ambiguity. Even if it leads to ambiguity, it should not be a huge gap between that understanding. So that's where a successful model can be built. It should be displaying the system in a fair manner, and also it should be a very minimal subset of the things that user or anyone should be able to see and just make out what the system is made for. So that's something that I believe in. um, yeah, so before we jump into that, I would like to tell you something about when we actually started implementing this. So I think it was about 2018, mid of 2018. So I was working with one of the banks in UK region, and we were privileged to have a very good software, which was basically the model-based testing software, which had lot of features. And the problem against us was the event-driven architecture, where we had Kafka, Mongo, and a lot of other queues and consumers which were there. We wanted to go for Cucumber-based test automation, and we wanted to drive this test automation from the models that we are creating. So the idea was, which initially felt impossible, we wanted to have everything coming from the model. We wanted to have the Cucumber scripts coming from the model. We wanted to have the test data coming from the model. We wanted to have our stubs coming from the model. So this is what we wanted to have. And for that to be to have a successful effect, we invested a bit of time in actually pre-deciding the step definitions that we wanted. So that tool enabled us to have a configuration on top of the model which will generate all these things. So at the end of the whole process, we used to generate more than 350 or 400 cases in one go, which will be a huge feature file. But it would give us different data sets on each iteration. So we had the randomizers on the data every time we were running the feature files through. And the journey from design to actually getting it executed was so fast that we used to create these feature files, just plug them in the framework that we had, just run them for 10 minutes and just see if there are any bugs or not. If you were to do this in a traditional automation kind of a way, it would have been really a big mess, because the impact of this particular changes which are coming into the system, you could not correlate them, or you could not actually act on them in that setup, which we were able to do that in the model setup, because we could just change one state action to another state action to depict that change which is coming in, and then that would really give us the whole picture, and it would give us the feature files also, which were like kind of the instant representation of that change. So that's how we delivered that whole thing, which was estimated for about 1.5 years. We were able to deliver it in 1 year. So that's how the impact and the time saving and the effort saving was there with the model based testing. And when we were in this whole process, I already touched upon how it helped me in terms of getting from design to results in a much faster way. it also helped us get much more clarity on the requirements. And because when we were actually building those models, we used to give a thought, okay, after this block, if you take this action, would that fit into that other requirement? Would that work? So this discussions were again taken to the designers, developers, and ask them whether, okay, are you also seeing this? Is that the correct way of doing this? That also lead to the better teamwork, and also we used to find very less defects in the process, because we knew exactly what we were testing, we knew exactly what was getting built, because the whole thing was getting implemented in the design phase itself. Now you may argue that design phase, it's very impossible to convince people, but we did. So if we did, then you should be able to as well. And one of the major advantage was upskilling that MBD gave me, or in terms of my behavior, in terms of my mindset, in terms of actually looking at a new system from a new perspective. So upskilling is not just learning a language or anything. These are also some of the upskillings that you can do while you're learning some other tools and everything. And how it enhanced me in terms of, like I was saying, right? These are other soft skills or the mindset related things that were really helpful for me. Um, I could think in much more better ways, think out of the box, and then think more innovatively, ask the right questions at the right time. If there is any missing information that we found while building the model, then we would go back to the whiteboard and see, okay, this is what we are missing. Is that the right thing? Do we need to talk to some third party vendor to get that information in our system? So these are the questions that drive a lot of conversations, which leads to a better collaboration. And when we are actually looking at the system from this scope, then you tend to build a lot of component size models and then stitch them together. While stitching them together, you also look at the interfaces, their contracts, and that part is also very much simplified. And when you are actually stitching it all together, it helps you get the big picture, look at the system as a whole, and then you can say, okay, now what we have built as a testing coverage is really covering the whole spectrum of the system, and we have considered each and every factor which is there in the system. So it's very difficult to go wrong, or it's very difficult to have like a major defects after you have gone through such a rigorous design process. So coming to how we can actually implement it. So there are a couple of options. There are open source tools, there are community edition tools, and also even devs can adopt it really easily, because there are repos like tcases, osmo, which are like Java based things, where you can build a model using a Java code and then get those test cases run on your code. So that's how simple it is. I've provided all the links. If you need to know more about GraphWalker, Test Optimal, I'm always there on LinkedIn and any other platforms. Just ping me and we can have a discussion about it. And yeah, so these are some of the commercial tools. The first one is you don't need to be Donald Duck to buy the first one, but the other three are sort of expensive tools. And me working in a startup setup, we can't even think about having those, because I mean, people who are in startup, they might know, but these are really costly softwares. You can get the trials and all, but if you want to have a full spectrum, in my opinion, going actually to a paid version makes sense. If you have that much of power in the bank, then obviously go for it. No issues about it. And now that we have seen this, how can you drive that adoption which is there? So it's not just a tool. Like I said, it's a mindset shift, it's a cultural change that you need to bring into the system. And you need a buy-in from leadership, because if you want to go for commercial tools, you obviously need that buy-in, because they need to be convinced that this much money need to be spent and this is what we're getting back. So you need that buy-in. And when you start implementing it, you need to show off a little. We used to do a lot of lunch and learns, luncheons with the team, with the team outside our engineering as well. We used to do lunch and learn with them. We used to arrange it for them. So get some unison around you, get some people who can believe in you, and then the adoption gets really easy. And from my personal experience, people are usually interested in seeing these kind of things. So don't be afraid to show off and then just go for it. Yeah. So in for the demo, I've chosen the community edition of the tool, which we are going to see. So let me figure this out 1 second. Yeah. So I will have to present my other screen. Just let me share that one. So we will be going through the test optimal tool that I shared. Where is my browser? Okay, so let me go to test optimal first. Okay, so this test optimal provides you a free community edition.
So Gunesh, were you sharing your screen? Were you supposed to be sharing your screen there? We can't see your screen.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry, I added it, but then I think, do you need to add that to the stream again?
Yes, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Okay,
we can see it now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so this is the test optimal tool website where you can have a free community edition. There's just a form that you need to fill out here, and you will be able to get the access. They have a really good documentation, and you should be able to access the documentation on this side here. Once you have the documentation, they have good installation steps and everything mentioned here. It runs as a jar, which you can access as a local host. So I'm just going to go back to, so they have state model ID, they have data design ID. So state model is basically the finite state machine, like this one. And data design ID is nothing but the combinatorial testing approach to, maybe it's very effective when you're going for APIs or any variable level combinations that you want to create. There are a lot of plugins which are also available. You can generate your Selenium script from it. You can generate WebDriver script from it. You can also use APM for it. You can also test your APIs from this. I am going to cover the Selenium part very quickly, and we'll also be covering the actual model building. Let me go back to the model. Yeah, so let me zoom in a bit. Should be very small. I think this should be fine. Okay, so we saw that GIF, which was like crossing the road, right? So if you have to think as a child and see it from a system point of view, how you could actually implement this as a finite state machine model, then it's something like this. So I've just put it in a, so okay, so I've just put this in a graph, and we will be okay. So once you put that in the graph, so something like when you start, then you would ask yourself, do you really want to cross the road? Say, oh, okay, no, not the time. Then just watch and enjoy the things. Once you decide to cross the road, are you at the intersection? Can actually cross the road? If you're not, you can't cross the road from in between. So jaywalking is a serious offense in some of the US states that I know. So let's walk faster and get to the intersection. When you get to the intersection, you look at the pedestrian signal. If it's working, then okay. If it's not working, then there are some other flow that we are going to do. We'll follow this branch here, which is saying the pedestrian signal is there, and whether it's working or not. And okay, it's working. Then if the current state is red, then we'll wait for it to change it to green. If it hasn't changed for a while, then we'll press the call button and then again wait. And once it gets to the green, then we can go and cross the street. And the other flow which is coming from pedestrian signal not being there at all or not working at all, then you should actually look left and right and see whether there is any oncoming traffic, wait for clearing, and then go and stop this. Go and cross the street. So that's how I would build a model for crossing a street. So when we are looking at something like this, then this also came from some requirements which are already stated in the, let's say you get a specification saying, okay, this is what we need. And these are some of the fictional requirements that I came up with. That first one is staying alive while crossing the road is really, really crucial. So that's my highest priority that needed to be done. Then the next priority is to see whether pedestrian light is working or not, whether zebra crossings are working or not, whether drivers are courteous, whether lane discipline is followed, and whether traffic lights are obeyed. So these are some of the requirements that we needed to test in that flow. And when we are building that flow, you could see some of the decision points where we had those requirements really mentioned very explicitly, and that's how we build the whole flow surrounding that system. Here is the script thing. I'll get to this. There is also a data set which is used for combinatorial testing, and these are the requirements. So when I go here, there are a lot of things that you can see on the right side here. So these are all for the design. So you can have the branches, the sync bars, the swim lanes, and everything. There will be states. You can also add transitions, and these are all alignment and the formatting ones. What I wanted to do is I wanted to come to requirements section here, and when I do this, so if you remember, A1 was supposed to be the first requirement of staying alive. So if I click on A1, yeah, sorry, if I click on P1, then I think A1 is somewhere down here, or maybe I have not mapped it. Okay, so P1 is something which was related to the pedestrian signal. So these two outputs are covering that pedestrian signal, and for the courteous drivers, we are going into this part of the model and seeing whether people are courteous or not. So this is the fail condition. This is the requirement passed condition. And again, these three are for the same section, and this is for this section. So when we are actually going to, like I mentioned, you can generate the test cases from the model directly. So there is a small button here which will generate all the test cases. Here, this small drop down here, let me zoom in. So this drop down here, this gives the different ways of generating the test cases. So these are the optimal, which will give you the least amount of test cases, which will give you the coverage on the whole flow. Priority is once you assign the priorities to individual nodes, they will give you the highest weighted nodes first covered. Then pairwise will obviously get all the incoming and outgoings of the transitions and the states, and then will give you the minimum traverses for that. This is kind of the 100% coverage kind of a scenario. MKs and concurrent are slightly more advanced ways, but usually pairwise will give you the sufficient coverage that is needed. So if I go to pairwise again, so if you see here, the coverage for the states and transition is 100%. So you have covered all your states, all your transitions, which are there in the model. And what it gave you 6 test cases here, which are different lengths. So let's go for the smallest one, and you could see very clearly here what the steps are and what the things are. So you don't really have to go and start writing it in an Excel or a feature file or any other format. Just do the model and it will give you the test case by itself. So you don't really have to worry about writing that again in the Excel, then uploading it to a test management. You could just take this and then put that in the test manager if you need. By the way, this also comes with the ALM integration. There are a few other integrations which are in progress, I think. So if you want to go for some other scenarios, let's go for a random number 3. So if you see here, this again says, this again mentions all the states and the transitions. You can toggle them between here, like you can just see the states, or you can just see the transitions. Depends on how you want to see the test case. So let's enable both, and then we'll see. So it goes here, it says Yeah, cross the road, yes. Your dentist can, yes. Pedestrian signal, yes. Walking, yes. Current state, go, and let's go, and then cross the street. So this is a simple one. There, it also takes care of the loops which are there. So when you're coming till here, then if it's not working, then you look left and right. Then whether it's free, then it says no, it's not free. Then wait for clear. Whether it's free, it's free. Yeah, it's stopped now. Then you can cross the road. So that's how you can also have the loopings, and those things can also be taken care. I am just going to go into the script mode here. So all the states and all the transitions can have a trigger module where you can have your trigger module here, and then you can there are different objects which are already available in the system object. They have like add requirement past and add requirement field, which are mentioned here. So you can see that these requirements are, so this requirement fails when the pedestrian light is not working, and this requirement is passed when the pedestrian light is working. Likewise, you can do for the other ones. The way you can get these done is you just see here the execution one. So we'll just execute it, and now you can see that the coverage for the requirement is also come. So you have 67% of the requirements which are covered in this particular model. That's how you can go back to the model again, start writing some more things where you can cover the other requirements as well. And it gives you a nice matrix of traceability where you can see, okay, this test case one is covering this and it's a past requirement for this. This is also covering failing of that requirement. These are failed in this particular test case. So that's how it gives you a really nice way of looking at your test cases and the requirements and the traceability as a whole. So this is kind of the way that you can build a particular model. I think I'm up on time. Maybe I'll just show you one more model which comes from their demo model, which is for web app automation, that I wanted to cover. So they have a vending machine application which is already there. In the script section, there are a lot of Selenium things that you can see here, set browser and then get browser, and all these things are mentioned here. And so you can go through this. This is readily available when you actually download the software. And if I execute this, I think I'll have to share my whole window again because it opens it as a pop-up. Craig, can I take 2 minutes?
Sure, no problem. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you, because this is really good. Okay, hopefully it will open in this. Okay. I think you'll have to add it, correct? Is that visible? Oh, yes, it is. Okay. So this is the model for the template model that they had. So it's a vending machine program where you add different inputs and then it gives you a drink at the end. This also uses a data set, which I mentioned. So it uses a data set at the end and which just prints this message. I'm just going to quickly run this and then we'll show you how it runs the Selenium script on top of it. So I'm just going to execute this. So it opened another window where it is giving the inputs which are given in the script and it is executing that script. Now it has done with the execution. And now you can see here the states and transitions 100%, and then requirements we have 57%. It will also give you what are the failed checks, what are the past checks which are here. So if you open the failed checks, it will give you that for this H1, he had insert $50 and was expecting a balance of $1, but I got 1.01. And then you can also see the screenshot which it took on that. So it shows you this. So this is how you can also automate using the same model that you're building. the scripts, or you can also do your pages here. You can also do steps here. So that this Groovy step is basically to have the Cucumber driven things. There are also a few models and things which are there in this. So you can also use that. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much done. Yes. So the final thing, it's not a silver bullet, friends. You will still need that adoption, that mindset things to be added into your organization and your team. So it will not open all the locks, but it will definitely open some locks. So yeah, I think that's it from my side. Thank you again for everyone who was listening to it very with much patience, and thank you so much. That's all I had. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, everyone. Sorry, you're
Thanks
on
for
mute,
that,
Craig.
Gunesh.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. Great talk. Really learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this point in time, I'm just going to introduce the rest of our fantastic speakers. Sergei, Andres, and yourself, Gunesh, thank you guys all for your fantastic presentations and all the effort you guys put into it. Really appreciate it. I really enjoyed every single one of those conversations. So yeah, really just, thank you so much, and I learned a lot. We also have quite a lot of questions from people, but before I start going through each of the individual questions, I actually wanted to ask you all a common question, and that is really, if someone who is hearing your talk today wants to become an expert in the field that you spoke about, so whether it's audit, whether it's the SQL, whether it's the data modeling, or the robot framework, what is that one thing which you would advise them to start learning on from tomorrow? And anyone is welcome to, I guess, start answering once they're ready.
I think I pretty much covered it in terms of model-based testing. What we need to start. So it's more of a mindset shift that we need. So we can start referring to some innovative approaches. What I usually do is I just search for some innovative ideas which are there on the internet, or some innovative products which are there. So that will help you see from the conventional pattern, and then break that pattern and start looking at things from a different perspective. I tend to read something very out of my field, like maybe something related to microbio or something related to satellites, which I don't usually read on a daily basis. And on from that also you will get some ideas which you can either partially implement, or I at least give you a different line of thought. So if you want to look at it system from a different point of view, you need to learn from different sources. So I think that's something that we can really start, because there are a lot of material which is already out there. You can just go on Audible, just go for a different book category for yourself, or just go into the Apple books, just download the sample from one of the books, just go and read about something different than you would usually do. That will help you get that change in your mindset and start looking into the systems from a different approach.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Gunesh. Anyone else got thoughts on that question? Yes, thanks, Sergei.
Yeah, if you're speaking about auditing, I would like to say to think out of the box. So to speak, to get a broad understanding of different processes, to have a vision of different processes, very broad. To go to the QA community to ask how the processes are implemented in their companies, because you are working for example, 1-2 years in one company, and you see only the processes within this one. And if you will speak and discuss and communicate with the thought leaders, and to get some experience from them, you will have a broader understanding of the processes, and then you will be able to implement something new after the conducting audit, or even without it. So just to don't be afraid to communicate, to ask, and you will get the answers. Yeah.
Great.
One more thing that is connected with the Gunesh and Sergei. I think you need to analyze the problem, not the tools, because the main problems with when we start to do testing or analyze the quality of our application libraries or whatever is like automatically think in a tool. It's like, I want to use this tool, and what is the problem? Think in the problem that you try to solve. Is you want to analyze the problem on your queries, you want to analyze if your entire system work fine or not. And after that, if you know which is the problem, try to create like a document or something like that and analyze the trade-off of the different tools. But the tools are like the way that I solve something, not think always in the tool, because it's the first mistake that we always do. Because I want to use Sonar. And why you want to use Sonar? Because many companies use it. What is the reason for use Sonar? I want to cover and analyze my code and detect problems. Okay, this is the why you need to use Sonar. This is the main thing that you need to think, and after that execute using tools, of course.
Perfect. Cool.
Okay, then I'm thinking. I believe you should master the basics in the software testing, which ensures that what you understand firmly, maybe robot framework keywords-driven approach. Maybe I can use example. Also, making practices about the creating software tests with different tools can increase your skills. And communicating with others also will be helpful, I'm thinking. Yeah, actually, that's what I think. You can continue.
No, thanks. No, thanks, and thanks so much. I think for each of you for those, I think well thought out answers. I'm going to go through some of the QA questions which we got from the different sessions, and I'm going to actually start with yourself, Efe, which is: does Robot Framework have GitLab pipeline integration?
Yes, Robot Framework can be integrated with GitLab pipelines, but I never have a chance to try it. But I believe idea behind the integration is running your Robot Framework tests as a part of your GitLab pipeline. This means every time you make changes to your code and push it in your GitLab repositories, the pipeline will automatically run your test and ensure that changes have been broken. To do so, you will typically include a new job in GitLab CI YAML configuration file. This job, I believe it will be handled to stop and execution your Robot Framework test. And for every pipeline YAML, you can use Docker images with Python and Robot Framework installation. And inside of there, you can run your tests. So I believe it can be possible. Yeah, actually, yes.
Okay.
In the summary.
No, thanks for that. And I guess a somewhat related question is: in what ways would you say Robot Framework is better than those new non-Selenium frameworks? So to give an example of perhaps Cypress or Playwright.
Okay.
And I know this is a difficult question, but
yeah, it's a difficult one, but let's assume Robot Framework has distinct advantages, such as it's a versatile, language agnostic, and nature-rich ecosystem, and it's got a detailed reporting. It's like a Swiss Army knife of testing, I believe it, covering the diverse of testing scenarios and functions of the API testing, etc., etc. However, its things can lead to complexity and making it somewhat harder to master to comprehend the more streamlined and specific tools like Playwright. On the flip side, Framework like Cypress and Playwright offers a native JavaScript-based tools for faster and modern testing. Actually, it's less language agnostic than Robot Framework, mainly focused on the web application testing. Potentially, it's limiting their scope, and they often shine the term of the easiest to use and speed, I believe it, making them excellent for the team primarily works on the one subject, which is like only we are gonna test our Chrome browser or this kind of stuff. And as I mentioned in my presentation, there's a library named Browser Library. Browser Library provides to you to be able to use Playwright. Using Playwright via Robot Framework browser provides you to be more holistic testing approach, I believe it. Using it, you can leverage your Playwright's capabilities for browser automation, but also all benefits from the Robot Framework keywords driven. And it's got an easy to read test management and reporting tools. You can use it via this library, but you are adding a new layer of your testing, so it can go a little complex there when you use Robot Framework via Playwright. Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, well, thanks for that. And I know it's a difficult question because I think every tool has its pro and its con, and you're never going to find the perfect tool. But I appreciate you taking that. Sergei, we can actually move on to a question which I think is focused more on you.
Okay.
And that is, isn't everything that is addressed by audit, as per your presentation, as part of the responsibility of the QA team inside the company or QA managers in the company?
Yeah. If company has QA manager that has enough expertise to conduct the audit, it's okay to make it inside. It's also depends on the structure that your company has. I mean, it is like a divided 4 teams for feature teams, so it's like only one team which performs all the full QA stuff. Yeah. It's okay to make it inside and don't ask external auditors, but yeah, we need to be based on the expertise of such a QA manager, and will it be helpful to spend resources and time on it, or it will be I don't know, cheaper and easier to invite external auditor. Yeah, so it depends on the how the big team is, yeah, and etc.
Okay, and I guess the second part to the question was, from who within the company should decide that the company needs an external audit. I mean, obviously there's some industries which probably require it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, otherwise, when does a company decide when to bring in an external auditor or not?
Yeah, I guess the initiative should go from the QA department and from the I don't know, delivery managers, yeah, director of delivery, and etc. So the decision makers who are responsible for it, and yeah, the right person who can highlight those problems and present them in a right way. Yeah, because for example, if let's say the business analyst doesn't have such a big expertise in it, so she doesn't cannot make it. Yeah, so it is all about the decision makers who are responsible for that, and usually it lays on the QA department shoulders. Yeah.
Okay. No, it makes sense, and I think every sort of company's got to, I guess, factor in these decisions of when to do it. And I can imagine, like, if there's been a major sort of risk incident or something raised, the company might want to revisit that and say, well, let's actually have a look and evaluate, what are we doing right and not doing right. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
No, thanks for that. Andres, I want to move on to some questions that were asked for yourself. And this is one where it's like, do you think performance testing using the AI, what do you think of it? Is it worth doing? And if so, how do you automate this process?
Okay. Yeah, you can analyze the entire platform from end to end, from the UI. I think in the case of my presentation, the problem is connected directly with the backend and the problems on the performance on different layers or the connection or the database. But in my case, in my team, we use some performance tests to detect problems with the render process of the different components of the UI, because we need to render all the UI in at least 5 seconds with all the information from the backend. So we create some performance test. Also, the main problem or the main constraint is where you save this information of running this test. In our case, we are testing or using report portal. So each time that we run our test, unit test, integration test, performance test, UI test, we push all the results and on that tool, and we see how these tests are okay or fail. In the case of UA, you have the possibility, if something failed, you have like a screenshot of what is what appear in the screenshot. So more or less, okay, this happened for that reason or not. It's a way to automatize the process. We have like a pipeline, like run once each day. So the idea is to detect this kind of problem in the UA. In the backend is so infrequently because we have a lot of alerts. We have monitoring and we detect the problem during the execution of the pipeline. But perhaps in the UI, it's not so common, and depends on how many requests that we have or how many users entering our website. So it's like a combination. You can create it, but the idea is push the results in some tool to detect these kind of problems that appear on the performance. I think I covered all the questions.
No, you did. No, that was good. Thanks. I think it was quite a complete answer. Another sort of question is around the regulatory compliance concerns associated with the queries, and when should we validate that a query performs well, any metric criteria?
To be honest, no. You can write the queries. Yeah. It's okay. You can write the queries in the way that you want, but if you write in a bad way, the problems appear. At the end of my presentation, I put some books of Vlad Masia, I think. He covered a lot of common problems that appear on the execution, on the creation of the queries. And then the main pain that you suffer with a bad query is that the increase the latency of your platform. Takes more time to do something. And I think you need to have this kind of test, at least in the most biggest queries or the which are so complex, and you can add this test inside. Of course, it's like a select just to obtain 1 or 2 attributes. Not make sense that you create a query, a performance test to that query, but in the other ones that imply many joins, and if you write your query, because some frameworks, in the case of JVM, offer the possibility to create for you the query, so you only need to say, I want this attribute for this table, create the table, create the query for me. But if you write the query manually, I suggest that you create this kind of test. And I think if you have a DBA in your company, which is not so common, it depends on the size of your company. I suggest that share with him the query to analyze if the query is okay or not. So he could give you some clues about how many seconds could take this query to be executed. So you can create a test using that clues.
Okay, thanks for that. I will come back, to each of you with some more questions, but I also wanted to give Gunesh some time to, maybe answer the question from his talk. And the first one is, what is the base for creating the model? The use cases, user stories, how to go from there to building the model? Any hints of the process?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I forgot to cover that. I think, but a good spot. Yes. So creating a model, what we used was the user stories, which we were there in the sprints, and also the FSDs which were created earlier for the system by the SysArc team, the overall architecture, the components, and everything. So that gave us on the component level which models we want to create, how they string together. So if you, let's say you are looking at a pipeline where you're pushing the message onto the Kafka, then it gets transformed into a different um, consumer, and then you have again that goes into Mongo, and then from Mongo it goes into a UI. So if that is the pipeline that you're looking at, then you would possibly break it down into each of the component and then start looking at what's really happening, and then build the models on top of those. So for us, it was the user stories and the system architecture documents combined. So even if those user stories were not covered in the sprint, we would actually go ahead and build the models based on the system architecture inputs which are there at that time. The variance that we had was not much, like 10% of the model might change once they actually get into development if they face any issues. But it was a good place to start by looking at just the system architecture diagrams and the contracts specifications that they came up with. So these were the main inputs, and we also had a few inputs on what would be ready for us to start testing those. If that was not ready, we would ask the model to generate a stuff for it using the same contract definition. And once the actual part is there, once we integrate that, then the only thing that we had to do is add specific headers to the request, which were actually given in the development. But because for a stub, you would just pass in something as a parameter in the query, and then it would fetch you the response that you wanted. So the only things that we needed to change when the actual integration went in was maybe a token and some more header parameters. That's all needed change was. So at front, we would be there like 60-70%, and major things would happen in sprint. So that's how we worked on that.
Okay, thanks for that. And I guess the follow-up question would be then, how do we validate and refine the models based on the observed system behavior during testing?
Yeah. So few tools come with their inbuilt validation. Like they would give you whether it's syntactically correct or not, whether every input is going to an output, whether all the outputs are connected to that or not, whether you have valid endpoints, whether there are some blocks which are just estranged, they don't have any connections coming in and out. If there are any such things, those are syntactically validated by the tool. But when it comes to the actual validation of the model, we used to use our Three Amigo meeting where we would take it to the designer and then tell them, okay, this is how it works. It would be just a simple PDF that we would send them, and they would just look at it and say, okay, yeah, the whole connection looks fine, and then this is, oh, you need to change something here. We might also have 3 more outputs here. So based on that feedback, we would refine the model and then send them back. In a usual world, you would send the whole list of test cases, which nobody has time to look at. But in this case, you're just sending a flowchart to them, and a diagram is something very easily interpretable, and you can just look at it and say, okay, this looks fine, this doesn't look fine. They just send some comments on that, and we would refine the models based on it. We did the refinement of model based on the execution results as well, because sometimes the step definition that we were writing in the model, they were either not coded correctly, or the data which was being passed from one step to another was not done properly. So there are a few tweaks that we had to do in our configuration files to generate the right BDD feature files from the model. So that's how the overall refinement went.
Okay. No, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Going back to Efe, this is a question from yours for you, and it's: are there any downsides when using Playwright as a robot library instead of using it as a standalone tool?
Okay. Let's imagine the Playwright as a stand tool, like driving a high-performance car in sport car, and you are in full control, directly at the wheel, and with all speed, flexibility, and performance in your fingertip. It's your vehicle, your rules, and you can take whatever you want to go. But when you are using Playwright as a robot framework in Python library, it's a bit like taking sports car and putting into the train. And the train, which is robot framework, sets off the course, manages the journey, while the sports cars Playwright is there ready to perform when it's needed. And I think there's some possible downside, which is, first of all, overheads. First, just you need to know to learn when the train is timeable, routables. There can be additional layers of complexity of the understanding, maybe. And second second downside is dependency, I believe it. Similar to the how train operator might direct you to how sports cards when you are using in the journey. This means robot framework library can be dependable to the other routes, and robot framework command to keep updated the Playwright itself, and sometimes it can be not compatible with the latest version of the Playwright features. And you should not forget it, just as a train journey can other conveniences, and like letting you sit back and enjoy the ride and provide into the onboard elements. Yeah, actually using robot frameworks in the Playwright, it can give you advantages in the task management and detailed reporting, but if you are using in the standalone version, it can be faster and you will be more flexible, I believe it.
Okay. No, I think that's a good answer. Thank you. Sergii, I think this next one might be for you, but it's: how do you prioritize the bugs reported by external teams?
Yeah, I was trying to unmute myself. Yeah, that's a good question. I guess. Could you please go back to my question?
Sorry, let me just get it back.
Yeah. I would say that we have firstly identify the severity and priority of the bug that will be reported by the external teams to give them the clear understanding of what, for example, like a UI bug is a minor one, or an API. We are receiving a blank response from the API. It will be considered as a high priority bug. So it should be defined before such bugs will start reported. And to understand the impact to the business, I mean the priority of the bug, then the impact for our testing system, the severity. So by defining such an instruction, the reporting of the bugs will be clear for the external and internal teams. To fix it in an effective manner, I guess.
Okay. And I guess a follow-up question, but it's not really said for anyone, so I guess anyone could answer it. But it's in your experience, what are the best QA processes for an agile and fast-paced environment?
Probably I can continue, and then other guys can also add something for sure. I guess that the best way here is to automate as much as you can to decrease the manual activities and to implement, as already Andres said about SonarQube as a tool to cover the small codes. The SonarQube has predefined rules, also as a test test management, so to say, tool, which can add for our products additional value. And by implementing so many tools and automating so many modules, writing additional unit tests, to involve a little bit more automation engineers or even developers, it will speed up the process for an agile and fast-paced environment.
Thanks. Anyone else got anything they want to add before I move on to the next question?
I think it's not just automate or create a lot of tests. You need to measure if the tests are effective or not. There are a technique which is a mutation test, which detect the problem on your test, because I have, I don't know, 200 tests which cover 99% of my tests. Okay. And which are effective? Oh, just the 10%. Oh, okay. The others is like you don't put assertion in your test. It's like pass the code, and just to appear the metric in your SonarQube. You need to think in these kind of things. It's not create a lot of tests. And this kind of process, I suggest that you run in a different pipeline, not your pipeline to deploy something on production, because it takes a lot of time, and this is not a good idea for an agile approach. Like, okay, I want to wait 20 minutes before do all the mutation tests run. It's like, okay, execute the pipeline, deploy on production, and after that, you can write another pipeline which run specifically the regression test, the mutation test, all these kind of things that are not from the specific from the primary pipeline.
Okay, no, thanks for that. And I am aware that if we follow the actual timetable, our QA session should have been finished, but I am going to try and at least just keep all of your attention for at least a couple more minutes, because there is some more time available further down the schedule. I think there is a gap in the schedule that's opened up, and so I thought we could use it. But if you need to drop off, feel free to drop off. But I do thank you each of you for your attendance. But I did want to see if we can try at least get to a couple more questions. And this one is for you, Andres. How do we extrapolate or predict possible performance issues when we don't have a dev test environment with the same amount of data as a production environment?
It's an excellent question, because the most of the problem appear in production, not in my machine or in a pipeline. I think you can extract, like download the database from production, an image, and use it in your test. This is a good way, because with test container you can run a container and you can put inside of the container all the information of the same data, and you can detect possible problems. The pipeline, when you run this kind of test, I suggest that you run it in a machine that have enough resources, because this is a common problem. I have only, 4 gigabytes of RAM or something like that, and I run 2 containers, and everything stop and I can do nothing in my machine. And the idea is to have more or less the similar environment. So if you are using Jenkins or something like that, try to put a lot of memory on the slaves. This is one way. And the other one is like try to think or run the queries on using some tool, not in the code, and check how many milliseconds takes the query. I think if you detect that the query takes, I don't know, 1 second, 2 seconds or more, and it's a good idea that check with your DBA which is the problem. This is the real scenario, the best scenario. But the real scenario is the problems appear on production when you deploy something. And after that, the only way to think or find the problem is like, okay, I create performance test to check the end-to-end if everything works or not. After that, inside of each layer to detect the problem. And the late or the last part is check the query. And if I have the query, I can execute on a tool and detect if it's a problem related just specifically with my language or is the query that is in a bad way. But to summarize, I think the best idea is take a copy of the dates or the information on production and use it on your test. If it's a lot or a big amount of data, you need to reduce it in some way. I don't know, if you have 2 terabytes of data, it's not a good idea running in a container.
Yeah, agreed. It's going to be very expensive.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have one more question, probably, and Gunesh, I think this is going to be for you. And it's...
Okay.
In Agile, for example, would you build the model on the requirements or refinement in the sprint? When would you actually do it?
When we actually started with the whole thing, we used to do it in sprint, but as and when we got more traction, more pace, we actually got to a faster adoption. We talked to the design team, and they agreed to build the model for us when they were doing the requirements. So then we actually shifted the focus slightly more left, and then the designers started building the models. So if you can get to that place of influence, then I think it gets really easy for the whole team to have it. And we proved them that, okay, from this model you can generate your whatever document you're generating as a Word, or even you can generate a PDF, or you can just take the data, push it onto Confluence, do all those sorts of things from the same model. So that's how the influence worked, and the process actually got better. When like it was about 6 months down the line, the process got better. But yeah, initially I do agree that there will be some struggles, there will be some uphill that you have to go against the flow. So that's always going to be there when you are starting to adopt a new process. But from my experience, I think that hustle or that pain that you go through will be very much worth of whatever output you're trying to get at the end of the day. But yeah, it's always good to have it at the requirement stage, but then you need the buy-in also from the people who are working there to actually start there at the requirements. Or you can have someone dedicated who is working in that section with the BAs and the requirement team, and then they can start building the rough model. I also have one blog where I have said the way you can develop a model is go abstract, then go high level, then go component, and then go to the actual unit. So even if you have like an abstract model at the requirements phase, it tells you much more about the system. So you don't have to build the whole thing up front. You can start refining as it comes in the life cycle.
Okay. No, thanks for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that's all the questions we have time for. I don't know if anyone's got any sort of closing remarks before we sign off that they wanted to add. But if not, I want to thank each and every one of you for your fantastic talks that you guys did today. It might just be a half an hour to the audience, but I know you guys have put in lots and lots of hours to be able to make that talk a reality, and I really do appreciate that. And thanks so much for your efforts. And I look forward to perhaps working or interacting with you guys in the future. Possibly hearing of future of your talks in the future and whatever else you guys are doing. It's been a pleasure talking with you, being able to hear your talks. And yeah, we thank you so much for all the effort you guys have put into this. So
thanks for having us.
You guys all the best.
Yes. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Geekle.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. And to everyone else, there will be a short break before the next session will commence. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, again, here we go again, and we are starting our last three speakers on our conference. Unfortunately, Juan won't be able to join us with his talk, and we've made some changes to our program. So we will start with Tara Walton. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly. If not, sorry for that. Tara Walton is community builder, quality advocate, leader, speaker, and solution creator. And today, for all of us, Tara will be talking with the topic Dungeons and Dragons, the battle for API.
Thank you for joining me on this Dungeons & Dragons adventure today, the battle for API. For those of you that I haven't met yet, hi! I'm Tara, a recovering automation developer and current developer advocate, as well as a forever quality champion. I love wearing tiaras, and I love to learn, which is why I have degrees in both mathematics and computer science. And I've also spent the last decade in software development. Last year, I joined the community building and advocacy side of DevOps, where I learned so much from places like this conference. I've also been playing D&D for much longer and learned a lot from playing characters like a clumsy tiefling rogue, a trigger-happy elven archer, and a kender with sticky fingers. Sharing some of those lessons is what brought me here today. And today I'd like to tackle 2 items with you: basic dragon slaying in 6 easy steps, and application of dragon slaying, also in 6 steps. Hopefully you didn't just come to hear me talk about dragons, but possibly about what that has to do with software. I know it sounds really strange right now, but stay with me. By the end of this talk, I want you to feel ready to take up arms against some of the biggest challenges in software, the building blocks themselves, APIs. I promise it'll all make sense. So, why D&D? You might wonder why I didn't pick Monopoly or Risk or Cards Against Humanity, but honestly, it's a nerd thing. There was something about joining my first sprint meetings as a software developer that was a lot like sitting at the D&D table with a map and the figurines trying to figure out what the heck was going on while we built the story. In the past, I've spoken about how each member of the team has their own persona and alignment and the skills that they bring to the table that combine with their backstories and make their contributions unique. Just like your DevOps teams. Plus, D&D is everywhere. The concepts are portrayed in movies, video games, and television shows, so even if you haven't played, you kind of know what it is. So today we'll be talking about the dragon part of D&D, since dragons are among the most difficult and terrifying enemies you'll face while playing. Let's start with the obvious issue. How is a dragon-like software? Well, it's not just the front end and the back end. In fact, there's a lot of variety in dragons. So even if you're not familiar with the D&D varieties, I bet you can name at least 3 vastly different dragons. They permeate pop culture. Every member of the dragon family tree brings its own dangers. Some fly, some burrow in the sand or swim in the sea, some swat or sting with their tail. While some dragons prefer isolation, others, like the house cat-sized fey dragon, can follow travelers for miles or live in social swarms. Every single one is a challenge, like this lindworm. He can't attack from above, but stays within reach of biting and clawing. Now, a wyvern can fly, but he can't claw at you while he does so. His claws are on the end of his wings. And not to divert, but this is not a dragon. Yes, that is the hill I will die on. Game of Thrones had it wrong, and the mother of dragon hatched wyverns. This is a dragon. And as you can see, all bets are off. In my mind, every spike, wing, claw, it's just a software feature or integration we have to worry about working. Now, the color of a dragon also indicates specific challenges. The environment you find them in, their disposition, common pitfalls. See, chromatic dragons are a typical bad egg. They worship the evil dragon god Tiamat and live for destruction. I think of these as the software that seem to cause more problems in your stack than it should. Maybe it's something that you have to integrate, or that's hard to integrate with, or that you're forced to use even though it's buggy. You know, that piece of software that feels like it's trying to be your undoing. And now, metallic dragons are typically viewed as good protectors of the realm and helpful to adventurers. I mean, unless they've been crossed. These are the pieces of software you can't live without, the ones that you trust to be the most helpful. Maybe it's your favorite integration, or something that always runs smoothly, or your favorite IDE extension. And agent size matter too. Baby dragons have fewer skills than their adult or ancient versions. And just like younger software is typically smaller with fewer skills. Features. Look at his cute little play bow. Don't you want to explore and play with him? Young software is easy to add to and easier to test. Now, the older software gets, the bigger it can grow, and the more complex the system, the more features to worry about. This might make it harder to be useful. It might mean a ton of integrations and have code written in a long dead language, making quality even harder to achieve. These are some of the things that I want you to think about while we continue today. If you close your eyes and picture your current project as a dragon, what does it look like? Does your software have integrations? Is it broken into microservices? Is it a relic of a long time past? So as we face down these dragons, we've still got to keep our client in mind, or we wouldn't be very good adventurers at all. I would love to tell you how my brain gets stuck in the what happens if mode, but testing is so much more than hunting for bugs. We're looking out for business outcomes and logic, user experience, software implementation. It's a lot of ground to cover, and it's an epic battle. Whether you're facing down a hydra or trying to keep an eye on the wings, tail, and the claw are all doing, it's our job as developers and testers to make sure everything works out in our favor. You'll often hear QA leaders say testing isn't to prove that software works or to find bugs. It's to show that the system is good enough. Much like fighting a dragon, sometimes you take just a little bit of damage to make progress in the greater fight. So how do we actually survive? Well, we've assembled our party, we have the basic tools of our trade, and we've got an end goal in mind. But the survival part, spoiler alert, it takes a lot of planning and communication to get us there. So let's make a plan today, and we'll count down in 6 easy steps that I mentioned before. Starting with number 6. They say a dragon is supremely arrogant and will never forget. Fully grown dragons are capable of bringing entire civilizations to heel, and they know it. Sometimes the best way to best a dragon is to avoid the fight altogether. Like when Bilbo first encountered Smaug, remaining humble and enigmatic might be the difference between life and death. We must remember that dragons are not to be argued with. Bilbo was able to sneak back out of the mountain without a scratch. Even the good aligned dragons have a tolerance level for what they consider unacceptable. Dragons are capable of snacking on you after all, and that might be the best case scenario. We have to step carefully. Oof, and boy, are there a lot of steps in creating software. And like talking to a dragon, sometimes it can be a big riddle. Information gets lost, assumptions can be made, things can go wrong at any step. When information is getting passed between layers of architecture, correct and accurate, not always the same thing. With the same level of arrogance, confidence of a dragon, each layer in our system does exactly what it was programmed to do with the information that it's been given. When something unexpected happens in the UI, it might not be correct with the information that came, or it might be correct with the information that came from the API. Even if it's not right, it's still correct. I find that a little humility can go a long way. Often I'll assume that I've misunderstood a requirement, maybe missed a step, or had some other issue before I declare a bug. And making sure the logged bug addresses the actual problem on the correct layer of our architecture might take a little targeted effort. We must remember the intention, business goal, and ultimately our end users. So, the most advantageous thing you can do might be taking a step back and assess the situation before you take aim. Being too close to a problem can cloud our judgment. When facing down Smaug, it was the clever, explorative conversation that exposed the weak spot in the dragon's armor when he rolled over to show off that strong underbelly. But it was the black arrow that ultimately did him in. But not every member of the dragon family is going to let you get close enough to see their underbelly. And for others, you should get close at your own peril. Ranged weapons are necessary to even hope to face down these dragons. So who would you rather face a dragon as? Well, dragons can resist magic. A sword can only reach so far. And you can't just wait around for a dragon to land. More importantly, you might not want to. You can't always wait on UI either. And thankfully, we have other options. There are a lot of things that make API tests faster than a UI test. One is rendering UI elements. No matter how little time we get this process down to, it's still a process that can add up quickly, even with complex and dynamic systems. Which brings me to the next problem. Is the UI even built and stable yet? I can't tell you the number of times I've been asked to write UI-based tests based on wireframes. Ugh. Or how many times someone is shocked that one of the UI tests isn't working after there was a redesign, regardless of how minor it might have seemed. Locators are flaky. A strong wind can kill your test suite, right? When I decide where I'm going to test something, I stop and ask two questions. First, have I isolated the problem enough? It's important to know what you're testing with every test, that if something goes wrong, then you can take aim to fix the problem quickly. Sticking to a specific purpose for your test might mean a bigger test suite, but it gives a certain level of granularity that is especially helpful when troubleshooting. It'll allow us to take aim for the missing scales, so to speak. And two, am I testing the UI or am I testing through the UI? To gain speed but still pack a punch, look for those tests that are focused on risks and behavior that belong to the back end and make them API tests instead of UI. Some things to keep in mind. Keep tests as simple as possible. Stick to the important stuff first. You can always add something later. Abstract tests for reuse. This is going to help counterbalance the extra tests you might be adding for isolation problems and allow you to tackle problems by taking aim at what matters. So, now that we have some well-aimed damage, we have to discuss the other side of that coin. Spreading the damage out. When everyone is standing in front of the dragon, you risk all going down in a blaze of not-so-glory. It's not just about avoiding bad breath either. It's actually a 2-for-1 deal. Part 1, it's important to keep the whole picture in view. You can easily miss things that might take you down that aren't the dragon. Did the tail hit a supporting column or knock out a wall? And did I mention the dragons can control their environment too? Creating magma flows, quicksand, fog, anything to hinder a threat. Squished and stuck adventurers are in just as much trouble as a barbecued one. That same big picture is important to keep in mind while you're testing too. Instead of claws, did we meet the business needs? In place of wings, did everything load okay? And did the back end knock anything out? If something is minor or can be isolated, then it might not be worth our attention right now. But as part of our team communication, we must include risk assessment. If we're getting ready to face a dragon, you have to feel safe enough to say, I'm comfortable with my fire resistance, but that big spiky tail might hurt a whole lot. This is a valid risk, and it should be assessed. So if you're feeling really good about the registration form and the user guidance, but you know that users don't typically follow directions, and you're worried about the information a user might actually enter into the form, then UI tests might not be providing us the peace of mind that we need. Or even worse, we get stuck in the debate of if something's a front-end responsibility or a back-end responsibility, and where the bug actually lies when nothing is done about it, and then, well, the ship sinks. Or in the case of a dragon, we turn into a crispy snack. Now for the second part. While repeatedly hitting the weak spot on a dragon might do the most damage, it doesn't mean that you won't be hit by wings, tails, claws, or some bad breath. We have to mitigate damage to our party by dealing with whatever presents the most immediate danger. With an eye on the big picture, we can plan for a tail swipe or brace for the powerful thrust of wings. And being able to stay as reactive as we are proactive in battle means easily being able to shift focus if trouble catches our eye. For example, we know this sprint there was no changes to the UI, so why are we attacking the UI with the same fervor? Instead of UI test suites that take time to run, we'll shift tactics and pay attention to where the damage could be coming from, your API changes and integrations. Building out those tests can be daunting at first, but seeing your arsenal grow and knowing that you have what you need is always worth it. So that brings us to number 3. Bring a silver bullet. Okay, not necessarily a silver bullet, that's for werewolves, but you wouldn't fight a werewolf without silver. In fact, if you're facing a creature that can breathe fire, ice, electricity, etc., magical items can help you not only survive, but even counter those attacks. In D&D, we often seek out resistance items, potions, and special weapons when heading into a big battle. In other words, we prepare for it. When it comes to software quality, there is no exception. In addition to a good test plan, knowing which items to bring to a fight is only half the battle. And that might mean knowing which tests to run when, setting up the perfect data set, or which software might be the best to help you along your quest. Take a moment to define what the goal is that you're trying to accomplish. Not the big one, we're all hoping for quality. I mean the immediate goal. What information are you trying to get, and what risk are you trying to mitigate? We must be able to evaluate the tools we're using with the same sharp scrutiny we apply to our own development. Knowing its strengths and weaknesses can help us decide when it's best to apply a different solution to achieve our end goals. So when you think about test automation, what are the first tools that come to mind? Selenium, Cypress, Playwright, those front-end ones. Well, this is a list of the most popular test automation tools based on GitHub stars. You'd be right, you're right there with popular ones. But I won't lie, I know a lot of these tools, and many of them can do more than just UI. But I've yet to find a tool that just fulfills my every wish. I even had to look up some that specialize in API tests that weren't Postman. Every single tool has strengths and weaknesses and will create different artifacts for you to follow information and track those trends. Like reading up on the lore of a dragon, information can be some of our best armor, shielding us from the terrifying unknown. It doesn't do us any good if we don't reference those artifacts, though. I once joined a team that had a test report for every single build on multiple environments. Not a single person looked at them for months, and the dev team had no idea that tests had been failing for months. Information's only powerful if we use it, and we have to be prepared to know that that information might be scary. Which brings us to number 2. Y'all, adult dragons are frightening. No, really, they have a special ability. Just having a dragon in your line of sight will put you at a disadvantage, meaning you take the lowest of 2 rolls, and it keeps you from willingly moving towards them. The good news is you can only be frightened if you fail your skill check, and if you succeed, you're immune for the rest of the day. Fail to break through your fear, and you'll find yourself stuck in place and unable to land much damage. The skill check used to face your fear is based on wisdom, though, not intelligence. It's not about what we know, but instead the application of that information through our lived experiences. And you have to admit, when an issue pops up and it's something you can recognize because you've dealt with something similar before, it's not nearly as terrifying as wondering what fresh hell you've stumbled into. We can lean on colleagues and friends in our community to help with things that we might not have seen before, too. The more resources we have, the better prepared we are to face something new, even if you're joining the API battle for the first time. So, as QA, how many of us have been told that we don't need to worry about code? Same. Often I feel like we're made to think that it's big and scary on the programming side of things, and that QA isn't supposed to be technical. But we have to unlearn those biases that cause the fear. We can also leave ourselves breadcrumbs in documentation, code comments, and hopefully in our test plans. My favorite way to do this is to give everything a purpose. API documentation tends to have a brief definition of each call and what it's used for. Including this in test definitions can help your tests stay targeted and keep your current and future teammates from wanting to slay you instead of the dragon. Which leaves us to our last step in the game plan. Have an escape plan. We've done everything we can to set ourselves up for success. Unfortunately, it's not always a guarantee. The dice can be unfriendly, and you have to know when to cut and run. Sometimes you find out too late that you didn't bring enough protection, or you're not dealing enough damage to the big bad. For all your preparations, dragons really are fearsome beasts that should not be underestimated. My favorite total player kill struck my unsuspecting party on our very first outing. We took on way too much too quickly, paid the ultimate price. Sound familiar? We were lucky though. It was revealed that the whole ordeal was a shared hallucination and our characters survived. Only by the grace of a rollback granted by our quick-thinking DM. If you ever wished for a redo when something has gone badly, I think you know what I'm going to say. Whether your pipeline's not passing 100% of your API tests, your console is bleeding red when you're manually testing, or your network traffic has skyrocketed because of some cursed call fetch loop, then when things have gone awry, having the ability to pull the plug and either not push those changes or roll back changes can give us, and give it a second try, can give us that, can make all the difference in the world, not to just our customers, but our own sanity. We have to define when something is good enough, but also when something is just not working. And I'm not just talking about production code either. Version control and the ability to undo is important for your test code and your test cases too. I've worked on a lot of QA teams that were not as technical and didn't use version control because not everyone was comfy with it. But being able to merge changes or roll them back can be exactly what saves the day when everything is going belly up. Living to fight another day is always a good thing. So there you have it. 6 easy steps to apply to your quests in both dragon slaying and quality. We have the plan. Now for the hardest part. We have to do the plan. So if things seem to not be working out, there's always next sprint. So don't forget your escape plan and try again. For those of you who haven't seen the newest D&D movie, which I think is streaming now, this line really stuck with me. We must never stop failing, because the minute we do, we've failed. So when your UI test plan is failing you, remember to look to the API for plan B or C or D. So what do you think? Did I manage to convince you that fighting a dragon is like tackling software quality? So thank you so much for coming to my session, and thank you, Geekle, for these amazing events. Please don't forget to visit the vendors and sponsors and post your favorite memories on social media. We love a good screen capture. And I'd be happy to try to answer any questions while we have some time left. Or find me after, around the conference, or connect with me on social media. That last link is my profile. All the links are in one place.
Thanks, Tara. That was so interesting and amazing topic you have covered recently. Yeah, please put your questions you have to the comments below in the chat, and we will cover all the questions with Tara in our Q&A session. And yeah, feel free to make it, please. And once again, thanks, Tara. We are switching forward to our new amazing speaker. It's Greg Paskal. He's evangelist in testing, automation, maths, author, and speaker. Hi, Greg.
Hi there.
How do you like the conference?
Great. Thanks for inviting me. We've got audio and video. It looks like everything's working great. So let's jump on in. Yeah,
perfect. The stage is yours.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Greg Paskal, and it's great to be here with you all today. I have been testing in the automation world for, believe it or not, 40 years now. And through that, boy, I've learned a lot of things. And today I'm going to share a few of those with you, and I hope that they'll be useful to you. Have you ever considered that all things have some type of foundation, something that they birthed out of, and that they're rooted in? For me, in 1984, I became basically was working for an aerospace company building satellites, kind of like you see in this picture here. this was such an interesting time in computing. We had things like this Atari system, early Macs, and that sort of stuff. And I was very fortunate to get a break into my first testing opportunity. I actually started with this company as a clerk. And while I was just moving blueprints around to different people who needed those prints, I heard that we were having a defect happening to some of our satellites. You can imagine launching something in outer space. At that time, especially, it wasn't so easy. There wasn't even a shuttle program at that time. So there was no easy way to go up there and get it and bring it down and fix it. What I discovered in my process of handling these documents was just a great luck chance. I happened to be in a room called the clean room, and one of our assemblers was working under a microscope, assembling or welding some parts together. And I heard her say, "Oh, that happened again." And lo and behold, when I took a look under her microscope, the very tool that she was using didn't match the blueprints anymore. And that led to finding what the defect was. And quickly, I got a chance to share with my boss. I said, "I have a feeling this tool is causing the problem, but it's buried way down inside of this thing we're building." And that turned out to be the case. My first defect, it was $1 million bug. And wouldn't we all love to start our careers with something like that? But shortly, I got a promotion and moved into the world of quality assurance, although we didn't really give it that name then. It was called life testing. There's a famous TED Talk some of you may have heard of that came out in 2009 by a guy named Simon Sinek. The talk is called How Great Leaders Inspire Action. And I like this talk a lot. And by the way, you can find it. I think I provided a link down here. Simon talks a lot about understanding the why before we go forward with the what. And so I really love this talk as a foundational principle to really help me moving forward in the work that I do. Is I'm always asking that question, why? So why software testing? Why do we do it at all? Well, if you think about it, even if you heard Tara's talk, you realize that all we're really doing is assessing risk all the time. All right. As a quality engineer, you need that wiring to not be focused on running test cases, but on assessing where is the risk. And you happen to use test cases and automation and other tools to help you assess that. If you get those mixed up, you will find yourself focusing on running as many tests as you can, but maybe putting in the back burner the thought of, is this revealing any risk? That's a very important part of the why of what we do. Now, along with the fundamental of the why is we're here to protect the brand of the company. Imagine if you worked for a company like Coca-Cola or Kleenex or Honda or any big brand company, Amazon, let's say, for instance. The product that you present to your customer really needs to be something they feel great about. So, for instance, I'm one of the world's biggest Apple fans. I love everything Apple's made because when I buy one of their products, I know I'm getting something that a lot of time and quality has been put into. So I'm a huge fan of theirs. And if I come across a product of theirs that doesn't line up, I'm probably going to go down to the store and say, this doesn't match up. I might even ask for a refund. But I rarely have ever had to do that I can think of. Also, one of the fundamentals in this first one I want to teach you is ensuring the expectation that the customer gets what they want. So like I said, for me as an Apple guy, I might go and purchase the latest AirPods or something like that. I expect those things to work beautifully, not flaky at all. And so as a customer, I have certain expectations of some brands that I actually happen to know can be flaky, but maybe I get a good price on them so I can live with a little flakiness, or a product that I expect this thing's got to run perfect and it's got to work really, really well. So fundamental one in some of the foundations of testing are around this. Now, you really want, again, coming down to the foundations, that there's sound testing practices in place. So things like this conference or the Guild or STAR or other conferences would be great examples. I'm a huge fan of getting a certification through something like ISTQB or ASTQB because it shows you're willing to put the time into it and it helps develop a common language. So when I am interviewing test engineers, I'm looking for these things. I want that person who's hungry and who has the training, not just the curiosity, but beyond that, they've decided I want to hone my craft and become really, really good at it. So they build things like a common vocabulary through that process. One of the things I like to teach my brand new test engineers are 3 terms they should be able to know in their sleep and be able to teach pretty much anybody. That's because these are common parts of our vocabulary. I would say you need to understand what positive, negative, and boundary testing are. They're very simple foundations. Hopefully all of our viewers today know those terms. If not, they're worth pursuing. But again, when we talk about a common vocabulary like this, it really helps. Believe it or not, even in our developer to test engineer relations, you will find that developers refer to positive testing as happy path. I would encourage you to move past that and teach them those terms of positive, negative, and boundary. Because when you have happy, what's the only other emotion you can really present? Sad or melancholy or whatever. So that metaphor doesn't really work in the context of test engineering. It has a shortfall. Also, boundary testing is very important as well. So again, having this vocabulary of terms like pass or fail, defects, severity, root cause are really important. Now, as I was putting this talk together, I also wanted to include some of the traps that you can run into with each of these fundamentals. So one of the most common traps when it comes to this one of foundations is a wrong focus. You can be so focused on how many test cases you wrote and how many test cases you executed. If you have leadership or management encouraging you towards that, you potentially are running into a problem because you're being encouraged in the wrong thing. What you really want to do is be someone who's giving feedback about where were risk encountered, what did you find on your journey of testing and in your aspects of discovery. You have that problem of making it up as you go. Just like developers don't like documentation, test engineers generally don't love it all that much either. And so they just kind of fly by the seat of their pants doing exploratory testing, and they call it testing, but there's no test planning in place. And they have this sense, well, it felt like it was enough testing, or can't the developers just test this? I've seen quality engineers kind of err on that side of the dev should have caught this. Well, that's our role. That's our role to do that. Sometimes they reinvent test engineering, so they come up with new terms. Believe it or not, bug is slang for defect. It's not actually a real term. We just use that. I use it, but when I refer to a bug, what I'm really talking about is a defect. Jargon like happy path are good examples of things that can come in and we reinvent the world of test engineering, where it's actually mature in many areas. Let's see, let's move on here. So I want to talk about our second one here. And that is our manual test strategy. And I'm going to introduce you to a methodology called METS. And before I do, I want you to write this URL down. It's metstesting.com. And maybe after the presentation here, you can go take a look at that site. It's a methodology I'm going to share more on here in a minute. But when it comes to having a manual test strategy, you need some kind of smart testing approach, and you need something you can pull out at a moment's notice and wham, here it is. I've got it. I'm ready to go. I started to do that, and I came up with this approach. Here's a little picture of me a couple years ago, and I began to doodle it down on a little yellow notepad, similar to you see here. And out of that came this approach I call METS. Stands for Minimal Essential Testing Strategy. And I even have a Udemy course on it now, which you can find on Udemy. Anyway, METS was really birthed out of this idea that at any moment, things could be given to me that I needed to test, and I needed a strategy for something that was so dynamic. If you can think about the nature of how software is built these days in a very agile DevOps sort of world, this is the perfect fit for it, because it means I've already considered when this quick thing happens, I'm ready to test it. So sometimes when I teach METS, I like to use this really simple example of a van. And I look at it from this perspective. Actions can be prioritized. If you think of an action as testing, can be prioritized from critical, high, medium, and low. Pretty easy. Most people can get that. So if you look at something like this car, maybe you would consider for a moment that if we look at the critical thing like the tires here, so we'll create a little grid. You can see how this would work so well in Excel, which is why METS originally was written in Excel and still works well in it. If you start to think about the tires and how you might test tires on a car like this, you might say, well, hey, it's pretty critical. There are 4 of them, right? You got 3 of them, you got a problem. It's of high importance, but not critical that their condition is good, because any high school or college student probably knows what it's like to drive around on tires that really need to be replaced by now, right? If you admit to it. Also, we might say, well, it's not as important, but the pressure's got to be correct, and maybe a low importance is that they're balanced, right? Heck, I've driven around probably 50,000 miles on an unbalanced pair of tires, and maybe the ride isn't as smooth, but you know, when you're 20-something, you don't really care. But if it came down to having 4 of them, you can better believe I wouldn't even make it out of the driveway without them. And so this is the METS approach, is you break your application functionally down into these types of categories. This approach has been so well adopted, it's used all over the world. It's used by major airline, it's used by travel companies throughout the world. It's accepted by even ASGKB. They're now teaching it. And many companies are using this as their test plan approach now. And I'm really honored that that's the case. Let's move on to our third fundamental now, which comes around executing the manual test strategy. So I created a t-shirt with this because I love this idea, but I think when we think about executing our test strategy, I like to put it this way, that you plan your tests and you test your plan, and then you plan your test and you test your plan. Not that you're reinventing the wheel, but you're refining this process over and over and over. You really want to own your test plan process. You want to know this application like it's a member of your family, and do it really well. So through this process, you may execute your automation. You may use your METS to execute those critical test cases. You perform some exploratory testing, and you update the plan. And you kind of come up with a routine like this. And you might, for those of you that are quality managers, hey, jot this in your notebook the next time you have a team meeting. What's your tester's daily routine? It should be able to tell you, well, every day, you know, I get in the office, or I wake up in the morning, I make my coffee, I sit down, I review what came in the night before, and I move forward. You want to hear some part of the plan, and it should be something they repeat regularly and do that well. I like to, when it comes to my manual test strategy, really encourage ownership. I love to build champions on my team. I'm looking for natural ownership. Those folks that really gravitate towards certain things. They lead in specific areas. So maybe you have someone who's really good, maybe even as a hobby, they're writing web pages. They've got a good UI front end experience on stuff they're building outside. They're really comfortable in browsers. Maybe you've got a guy who's a mobile guy. I've got multiple apps I've written in the Apple iTunes store mobile, so I'm very comfortable in that space. Maybe you have champions around their methodology. So I've had multiple engineers that are really organized in a certain way that METS, I mean, they could breathe, you know, eat and live this thing. They know it so well. You have some that are good at exploratory testing, although I do want to caution that I would say exploratory testing is probably the greatest reason test engineers get in the most trouble, is because sometimes it becomes all we do. And if you have team members that do that and they don't test plan, or they come up with the reasons why they can't, you need to address that if that's your role as a leader of that team. It will bite you at some point down the road. Solid practices around positive, negative, and boundary testing. Hopefully you know those. If not, of course, I've given you some suggestions earlier on what to do. Emphasizing, you know, the priority of testing, that you're going from your criticals down to your least criticals makes a lot of sense. You can only test so much. So anybody who's telling you to find all the defects has very unrealistic expectations of what you can perform as a test engineer. One what you need to be doing, especially for those managers, is set the expectation that we have a test methodology that allows our test engineers to test well, whether you give me 2 hours or you give me 20 hours. They have a plan already. You're not going to get the same results. METs can be actually very helpful for exploratory testing in this way, that at least it guides you down the critical things. Now, here are some of the more common traps you can run into with this area. That is, this one blows me away, but rewriting test cases for every release. This is a consultant and contractor's dream come true. If you're seeing this, you are wasting money, probably in some areas you don't need to. You should not be rewriting test cases for every release. You should have a decent repository built up, or your test cases should be general enough, again, using something like a METS concept, where it trusts that the test engineer has enough understanding of how to go forward when we say, test the authentication of this application, make sure you can create an account, delete an account, update, whatever those things might be. Unfortunately, I have run into this pretty much everywhere I've ever worked. I wish that wasn't the case, but I think it's just the nature of us as humans. Sometimes we'll get an engineer on our team and they start using terms like, I just do this, or I don't care about. If you hear those terms come up from one test engineer to the other, you need to hold one another accountable. And you need to say, we can't ever kind of get into that mindset of saying, I just do this, or I don't care about that. Most of the time when that comes up, someone's feeling overwhelmed. They probably have had some expectations put on them that they can't fulfill. So this is kind of a defense mechanism. What you really want to help them do is kind of come off the ledge and say, look, you need to care about the things that we do. So if you see something go by, you say something about it, not, well, that's not my problem. That, of course, is your problem. As a test engineer, you really want that. So I could go on a whole talk on this, as you probably all have encountered it, or maybe you've been there. Hey, my team, we talk about it so much that when it comes up, we kind of joke around with it. We say, we got you. But we do it in a loving way to try to help that person snap out of it and remember, no, I got to care about, what I do. It really does matter. Unfortunately, too, there's this love affair with tools. We're technologists. Technologists love tools. Like, face it, it's the way it is. But you got to know when enough is enough. You shouldn't be spending a week trying to find a screen capture tool. I like Snagit. I love it. I suggest it for every test engineer I work with. TechSmith makes that tool. I'm not endorsed by them by any means, but I love this tool, and it's not that expensive, and it really gives a great screen capture tool. But it's a good example of, if you have 15 of these things, you probably just need to standardize on one. Let's go into our fourth fundamental, and this is around automation methodologies. Now, I'm moving through things here pretty quick because I don't have a lot of time, but I do want to cover some things around automation. Why do we do test automation? And I bet everybody immediately has something come to mind. I want to address some of those things. Again, this is something I've been doing a long time, so I have some strong feelings about it. After 40 years, I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of automated testing, and I can assure you, you can do all those aspects of it. Okay, but probably the most important thing, if I had to leave these words of wisdom before I couldn't give you any more words, I would say test automation needs to reveal consistency of execution. What that means is, if you run that test twice, you should see the same exact result in the same amount of time every single time. I even have a methodology I call the 5 times test for anybody in the automation world that I work with and I train. It's one of the foundational things I teach them is, when you write automation, if you think you've completed it and you're ready to put it in your repo, run it 5 times in a row. If it doesn't run exactly the same way, you're not done with it. If all of your tests have that problem, you have a fundamental problem with automation, and that's a whole nother video. And you can actually check out craftsoftesting.com, where I've recorded a lot of things to help you with that problem. Automation also reveals anomalies. So we want to be able to detect when something is not the same, which is why we rerun it so often. So it's this tool, it builds confidence for a manual tester. And it helps them to know, hey, this thing runs the same every single day. That's good. That's what we want. We want to see consistency in its execution, not it passes, 80% of the time. If you have that, as far as I'm concerned, you don't have good automation. And it's a plague problem in the quality world, which is, I run it a couple times and I average out what the results are. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that at all, because I know that's not necessary. And not one tool is better at it than another. So be cautious when you hear, well, oh, this tool doesn't have flaky tests. That's not the case. This comes down to the fundamental way you implement a tool, not the tool itself. I also like to build my automation based on the METs. So we don't automate everything. I don't believe in that as well. I believe you automate the things that are critical, start there, maybe move your way into your high-level test, and then maybe work your way down from there if you've got time. But you really don't want an enormous automation suite. The reason is whatever you build and automate, you now have to maintain, probably consuming at least 50% of the automation engineer's time will now go to maintenance. So automate the right things that raise awareness. You're still going to have manual test engineers. At least if you're in my team, you're going to have manual test engineers still manually testing, because a person's eyes and their brain so far exceed all this nonsense we're hearing on AI and everything. Trust me, this is the buzz at the moment, but you really can't replace this amazing thing that we have as a brain, and the ability to look at things contextually and really make sense of it. Some other things when it comes to automation, you got to consider, what OS will your team use? What language are they going to develop their automation in? I've been working in Ruby for the last 7 years. It's a so-so language. I love it and I hate it sometimes at the same time. What browsers are you going to be using in? What devices are you going to be working with? Some things around a reality check is, I really want to help you in this idea, because automation folks get caught in this all the time. I find if you find it in one environment, you tend to find it in all. Some folks place so much emphasis on trying to run this in every browser and whatever. Usually you've been sold something along the way, someone selling a service like that, and you've bought into that. It's great if you've got an endless budget and 25 automation engineers on your team, but usually it's 1 or 2 people. They're doing their best. Pick a browser that represents your typical user and be content in that. Some things will slip by, but most won't. And so I know that probably contradicts what some of you think. This is just from my experience. I haven't found that to be worth it at the end of the day, and it puts a lot of extra pressure on the automation engineer for very, very little ROI at the end of the day, unless, again, you've got endless dollars, and rarely anybody does. Automation is also not a replacement for manual testers. And remember that automation demos are designed to sell software. They rarely represent what you're going to run into in the real world. And that even includes open source tools like Cypress and Playwright and others. Be aware of how they're trying to reel you in to jump from one tool to the next. They rarely represent real world. Okay, so take some time to evaluate it. Remember, one tool isn't flakier than another. That comes down to your approach. Most of these tools can be implemented well, and most of them can be implemented really, really poorly. All right, a couple traps to talk about. Nothing is free in test automation. I don't care if you think Selenium is free. It is not free. It means that you are going to have people having to learn how to use it, and likely there's going to be nobody to call at the end of the day. All right, whether you think you're getting it for free or not, I would like to hear my quality manager know he's got a budget potentially if that's what we're going to do, but don't just use it because it's free. Be ready for that expense. It costs money to build test automation. Once you build it, you now have to maintain it. It's expensive to maintain. If you have a consultant building it out, this seems to be a common thing where we hire a group of people to build it and then they leave and it rarely gets picked up and maintained. It happens so often. It's in a very unfortunate scenario. So be aware of that. It usually isn't a handoff plan because someone along the way thought, well, once we build it, then we just hand it to these guys and they keep it going. Wrong. Doesn't work like that. So let's move into our fifth fundamental here. I think I've got about maybe 5-10 minutes tops, so I'm going to try to button it up here. And that is when it comes to building automation, automate your critical tests first. Again, if you apply something like the METS approach, you're going to find this is already baked into your test approach, your test methodology, your test planning. You've already identified your critical test. Again, metstesting.com. If you've missed it before, check that out. Here's a couple other examples of how you can do this. I think one of these is in ALM, one of them's in Excel. That's fine. You get the general idea. I had a test manager share this idea with me a number of years ago, and I love it. It's called the N-curve effect. It's important for every test engineer to understand this, and it's probably even more important that his management knows this. That is, when you begin to build an automated test, you begin to climb up what I call the N-curve effect. I'm going to see if you guys can see my cursor here, but building automation, climbing up this blue line here takes a lot of work to get the first test going. It's not representative of what it's going to look like 6 months down the road, but boy, is it brutal to begin with. That guy's sitting over there in the corner. He's sweating it out. He's been working on a single test for a whole week. The boss is saying, well, how, are you almost done? And he's like, look, I haven't even finished one yet. And it introduces a problem. Well, the reality is it takes a lot of work to build the first test. So give the guy a break, let him build it well, knowing that eventually it becomes easier and easier as time goes on. It will begin to be easier. And by the way, maintenance follows a very similar curve as I've illustrated here. Build your automation to be maintainable. So find consistency in the way you store things and the way that you name them. Mirror the application as much as you can. Don't create a whole new, a methodology for something that already has structure to it. Like, follow that. That'll help the other folks that have to maintain it. You probably won't be the only person. Some traps around this space. Automated tests should always be traceable to a manual test case. I don't even build an automated test until there's a manual test built. And again, I know some of you are like, how do you do that? Well, it's important. You know why? If the automated test doesn't work, how do you know that it's your test your automation that's broke or the application that's broke? Your default always needs to be the manual test, not debugging your automated test. So yes, it's work to build a manual test case. It's worth it. It's traceability. It allows you to go back, right? It gives people peace of mind. You actually executed a test that was designed by a human and not just someone thinking about, oh, this has got to work through code only. It's unfortunate, but sometimes the automation could be more complex than the thing being tested. This is a good indication of a test engineer, an automation engineer that needs some coaching. They probably have come from a dev background and they're over engineering the testing. It may be tied to a specific user or computer credentials. That's a problem. All right. Some other things is you can have this roller coaster effect. I've only got a few more minutes, guys, so I'm going to cover this quick. But what I call, you can see in this slide here, this black line represents, oh, I think I've got it. Looks like we're good. Oh my gosh, this is hard again or whatever. And you have what I call the ROI roller coaster in automation. If you're seeing that, it's just not leveling out. Foundationally, you've got a problem, okay? Now, when it comes to these last few things, I want to talk about manual testers. It's important your manual test engineer, when they're using automation, runs it daily at the same time every day, same environment, in the same order, regardless of the new build. A lot of you have been told things different than this. I could go into great detail in all of these. You can find a lot of reasons I've already discussed in some of my podcast. But when you run this code the same way, you know what you start to recognize as a human is this thing is working like it always works. And that's important. The reason that is you want to understand what I call the personality of an application. Sometimes you have a very cooperative application and it always runs great. Sometimes you have these stubborn ones that can be very temperamental to run. Sometimes they're very tired and latent, and sometimes they're so strict. I mean, every T has got to be crossed and I dotted for the thing to work. When automation runs different from one day to the next, Pay attention. It's telling you there's probably a defect looming. I call it a soft fail. And it's where you will get some of your best wins from automation if you apply just this slide alone, this concept of learning the personality of your application. When something fails, run it again, analyze for the identical results, and by all means, remember that a flaky test, this should be a term all automation and manual test engineers know. A flaky test equals any test, manual or automated, that produces different results when run on the identical code base. If you've got that problem, you've got yourself a flaky test. All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and move through here, but I want to cover this last piece. I just got a couple last slides. So it is our 7th fundamental, important partnerships. As a QA engineer, you want a great relationship between the automation and the quality test engineer or the manual test engineer. These folks need to be eating breakfast together and having a meal together and talking and know one another so that there's a partnership there, that they're not fighting one another. The QA, the automation, and the dev engineers, this allows you to investigate things that come up. You will be surprised how often when your automation fails, someone's going to come to you and say, something's wrong with your automation. And that can actually be the case. If you build it well, that won't be the case, and you'll know something's up. But these are the things you're going to face in the real world of automation, and you need to be able to go in there so your devs have confidence in your test, and you have confidence in the devs hearing what you discover along the way. And so also with your DevOps and your operations team, these are really great relationships. So some of these last few things, keep partnerships healthy. It'll open up these new testing opportunities for you as well as new automation opportunities. There's also a great article out there on Tech Beacon that's about this idea as well. I provided a link here for you. All right, and just a couple last traps. Remember, we don't want to become the software police. People don't like QA people to become the software police. You need to have better relations with the people you're working with. Also, don't be that stereotype, that guy in the IT crowd that says, did you try turning it off and on again? So many folks have a stereotype of what we're going to come to, making folks feel dumb, talking too technical terms. They're unable to translate their concepts into layman's language. Kind of find a way to walk past that. It shows maturity in the work that you do, and squash what we call imposter syndrome. And that is, you can't know everything. So create a culture where it's okay to ask questions and teach your team, hey, look, I made this mistake. That's okay. A good quality manager is going to allow you to have that discussion, and it's not going to come back on you. They're going to show it and look at it as maturity and someone who probably can help guide and mentor other test engineers. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and some final thoughts. Consider looking at METs. Automate your critical tests first. Watch out for that I don't care thinking. And I hope that this talk, helped you in some ways. I'm very easy to find. On this slide, I provided all my details. Look me up on LinkedIn. I love to connect with the community. Check out metstesting.com. And by the way, I have a book out there on Amazon and Audible as well called Test Automation in the Real World. And last but not least, check out craftoftesting.com podcast. It's my YouTube channel, and I put plenty out there for you all. And it's been great to share with you today. Thank you.
What an amazing topic you have covered, Greg. That was totally insane. I'm sure that every test team wants to be successful and will use all the 7 fundamentals you mentioned to build a successful testing team. Me as well.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Greg. Yeah, I will see you soon on the Q&A session.
Thank you.
See ya. All right. We are moving forward, and we have one more amazing speaker. It's Sheri Byrne-Haber. She works as accessibility architect at VMware, and the topic Sheri will be covering is testing software for accessibility.
Sheri Byrne-Haber. I'm a senior staff accessibility architect for VMware, and I'm here today to talk to you about testing software for accessibility. Now, accessibility has a very simple definition. It's about making software work for people with disabilities. Now, why is it that I'm the right person to be talking to you about this? Well, originally, after I got my degree in computer science, I was in the software QA field for about 10 years. And then I decided to go to law school. And my final year of law school, we learned that my daughter was losing her hearing. I didn't actually get into accessibility because of my own congenital wheelchair use. I got into accessibility for my daughter to help make the world a better and more equal place for her to be. Then about 10 years after that, I got an MBA. So software testing, law, business, and lived experience with disabilities. That's the perfect storm for being involved in accessibility. But first, we need to start with what is the definition of disability, because it may be substantially broader than you think. So most people think that accessibility is about visible disabilities. When the public generally thinks about accessibility, they think about people who use prosthetic limbs, people who use wheelchairs and other forms of assistive technology. This is me shooting archery on my range at home. I'm trying to qualify for the US 2024 Paralympic archery team. They think about service animals. They think about hearing aids. They think about all the things that a person can see that makes them think, oh, this person has something medical going on that's different with them. They have a disability. Whether or not the person who's experiencing these things thinks of themselves as being disabled is a whole nother issue entirely. But disability is actually about way, way more than that. Visible disabilities only represent about 30% of overall disabilities. Some examples of some hidden or invisible or non-apparent disabilities, depending on which language you prefer, are things like diabetes. I'm actually diabetic in addition to being a wheelchair user. I can tell you that the diabetes is a much more disabling and much more life-shortening condition than using a wheelchair is. I consider it my biggest disability. Millie Bobby Brown from Stranger Things is only deaf in one side, and she doesn't wear a hearing aid. So that is an example of a hidden disability. Bono from U2 has glaucoma. That's the reason why he wore those colored glasses. It wasn't a rock star affectation. It was so he could see better. And he kept it hidden from the public for almost 2 decades because he didn't want insurance companies to refuse to insure his tours for fear of him falling off the stage. The reason why all the colors for Facebook are blue is because it's the only color that Mark Zuckerberg can see. And then finally, we have a category that we call neurodivergence, and that can include a broad range of things like attention deficit disorder, dyslexia, epilepsy, autism, basically anything that makes you think or process information differently comes under this category. So again, 70% are hidden, 30% are visible. And accessibility is about all of these things. But accessibility is actually about one more thing even beyond that, because everybody who's alive today will need accessibility at some point in time in the future. If you are alive and you have not been disabled up until this point, chances are you will be before you pass on to what is beyond. So a permanent disability might be something like a limb difference, maybe somebody who's using that prosthetic that we saw on the first slide, but there are also temporary and situational disabilities that for shorter periods of time create the same impact as the permanent disability does. So a shoulder injury, for example, rotator cuff surgery, will temporarily put you out of commission from being able to use that arm 6 to 8 weeks until that arm heals. When you're holding something such as a bag of groceries or a baby, again, that arm can't be used. So when you add the temporary and situational disabilities to the permanent, visible, and invisible disabilities, you're talking about almost a third of your entire user population. And ignoring a third of your users is probably something that's not a good idea. So that's why accessibility needs to be treated with the same level of importance as privacy and security. Okay, so people with disabilities frequently use something called assistive technology. And the way the assistive technology works is you have a user with a disability. Their assistive technology sits in between them and the software that they're trying to access. So some examples of assistive technology on the screen are alternative input devices. For example, instead of using a mice, you might use a pad with a pen, hearing aids connected to iPhones, glasses. There's a very popular app called Be My Eyes, where somebody can contact somebody by phone, a volunteer, and say, hey, look, I'm holding 2 cans of soup. Tell me which one's the tomato and which one's the mushroom. And that way a blind person can get a sighted person's input to make a decision that can only be determined by being able to see. Blind people also typically use screen readers. So screen reader is something that takes the text on the screen and the images on the screen, and the verb we use is announces them out loud so that the person who's blind can hear what's going on the screen and what the options are for them. So that assistive technology sits in between the user and the destination. The user communicates with the assistive technology to get to the destination, and then the destination round trips it. They give the information back to the assistive technology, which then goes back to the user. So I unfortunately was not allowed to play this video for you, but I was told that I could give you the URL. So I'm going to stay on this slide for 10 or 15 seconds so that you can go get your phones and take a picture of this QR code. There is an Apple video on YouTube called I Am the Greatest, and it demonstrates just amazing forms of assistive technology that exist today. Apple is one of the top companies with respect to accessibility. They have many blind and disabled individuals on their engineering teams who provide input. Siri was created as a form of assistive technology. So some of the forms of assistive technology that are demonstrated in this video include things like object identification by phone so that a blind person can tell which door leads to a stage. It includes keyboard access for somebody who's a disc jockey. It includes various different devices to help people with Down syndrome read. A model using facial gestures, scrunching their nose and opening their eyes really wide in order to trigger a facial gesture on the iPhone to crop some photos that they're doing. So go watch this video. It's the best 2 minutes you'll ever spend. I really highly recommend it. It's had 20 million views since it came out just in the last, I think, 6 or 8 weeks. So there's 3 different ways that society in general enforces accessibility. The first thing, which I always like to start with, is accessibility is the right thing to do, which is what we call the DEI argument. Sometimes the DEI argument doesn't work. Some companies care more about inclusion than others. Some countries care more about inclusion than others. When that argument fails, then the next argument I go to is accessibility adds business value. People with disabilities have a $13 trillion purchasing power that's larger than the entire GDP of China. Would you ignore China as a market for your product? Probably not. But if you're not making your software accessible, you're excluding a market size as large as the market in China. So there's definitely significant business value associated with being accessible. And if these two don't work, then the final one is accessibility is required by the law. It's required in the European Union, it's required in the US and Canada, it's required in Great Britain and Australia. Then the rules are only getting stricter from there. So unless you want to not sell into any of those markets, you definitely need to make sure that your software is accessible. Okay, so accessibility has been in existence for plus or minus about 2 decades. Really, the first time where it was heard outside of the research setting was in 2006. The very first accessibility lawsuit was filed, which was against Target, the department store company in the US, and a standard called WCAG, which stands for Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, version 1.0 was initially released. 3 years later, that was updated to WCAG or WCAG 2.0. 9 years after that, in 2018, WCAG 2.1 was released, so that was a minor upgrade as opposed to a major release. And Section 508, which is the law in the United States, merged with the older version of WCAG, which is 2.0. And so that's the government law that says everything that the government buys has to be accessible. Everything that is bought with government money has to be accessible. Okay, so maybe you say, well, I don't sell to the government. Well, do you sell to hospitals? Do you sell to universities? Do you sell to K-12 schools, police stations, fire stations, museums, anybody that gets money from the federal government, either directly or indirectly through states? Section 508 applies, and Section 508 currently is tied to this WCAG 2.0 version of accessibility. In 2020, there was a web deadline in the European Union. Apps got an extra year, so that kicked in 2021, and Canada aligned with WCAG 2.0 in 2021. Shortly in 2023, WCAG 2.2, another minor release should be coming out. And then in 2025, 2026, we have some really big updates. So WCAG 3.0 will be coming out probably closer to 2026. There's not a fixed date for that yet. European Accessibility Act will be coming out in 2025. There is definitely a fixed date associated with that. As of this recording, we are down to just slightly over 2 years before that becomes final. And that will apply to all internet transactions. So no longer just the government, which was the deadlines in 2020 and 2021, but any internet transactions that are involving European citizens. And the number of lawsuits has escalated drastically. So we started with our first lawsuit in 2006. Now in 2021 and 2022, we've had more than 4,000 lawsuits in the US alone each year. First, it was just members of the public that were suing people who didn't have accessible websites. Now it's employees suing employers saying, I couldn't get a transfer, I couldn't get a promotion, I couldn't even get an interview because your application site or your interview process wasn't accessible. So still a lot of strangers suing, but we're starting to see more and more lawsuits from the inside and no longer just externally motivated. So now that you know what is disability all about and what is WCAG about a little bit, I'm going to talk at a very high level strategically about things that you need to know about accessibility testing. WCAG 2.2 will contain 65 guidelines. You're either passing the 65 guidelines, in which case, great, or you're not, in which case you may need to disclose that in the form of public bug defect information. But I'm not going to get into the details of those 65 rules. I'm just going to talk about different QA strategies that can or shouldn't be applied. So first of all, you can't rely 100% on automated testing. I know software QA managers love to automate stuff because it means you don't need to pay a human whatever you're paying them to sit at the keyboard and manually key in tests and do mouse operations and things. Of those 65 guidelines, about a third of them can be tested through code analysis. So you can inspect the code and you can say, yeah, this is working, or yeah, this isn't working. But remember all of those different forms of assistive technology? 70% of the accessibility tests require using assistive technology in order to determine whether or not that one of those 65 guidelines is passing or failing. Now that is starting to change. with artificial intelligence and machine learning, but it's not going to change quickly. I don't think we're going to be much over 50% until we get a whole lot better at things like image recognition and natural language processing. Second thing that makes accessibility complicated is you have to understand the full accessibility tech stack. And it's pretty deep. You go from the hardware to the operating system, to the browser, to the assistive technology, to the design system, and then finally to the UI. So when you find an accessibility bug, it can be in any one of these, and sometimes it takes some debugging in order to figure out which of these layers is actually responsible for that particular bug. My guilty pleasure on TV is Pawn Stars. I find it a slightly lower brow version of Antiques Roadshow, and the meme says, when you work in accessibility, you never know what bug is going to walk through that door, because you don't. When you see a bug, you start with the UI, but if it's not a UI bug, you got to work your way down until you figure out who's responsible and get the bug to the right person to fix it. Okay. Where do you put accessibility in your software testing cycle? Well, you can have pretty significant issues if you stack your functional testing and your accessibility testing on top of each other. And I have a meme here that says what happens when you try to do functional testing and accessibility testing simultaneously, and there's a huge car wreck at the Daytona 500. If you start your accessibility too early, you're going to run into functional problems. And especially if you're testing using users who have disabilities and are using those forms of assistive technology, the functional problems are really going to slow down their testing process, because they're going to have to discover them and they're going to have to figure out how to work around them. However, if you start accessibility testing too late in the process, you're not going to have time to fix the issues before release. And you don't want to release an inaccessible product, because that could end up getting you sued. So the other reason why you don't want to do it too early is if you're still fixing a whole ton of functional bugs, it's going to change the UI code, and that's going to invalidate all that manual accessibility testing you did. So my recommendation is you can overlap a little bit. Let's say 25%. You can start the accessibility testing when you're 75% through your functional testing cycle, but I wouldn't start it any earlier than that. The other thing you can do is you can try to shift left the discovery of the accessibility defects. Design reviews in particular will help prevent issues from showing up in the code. And the best and cheapest bug is always the one that never got introduced into the code in the first place. Okay, you may be asked to complete something called ACR VPAT paperwork. So ACR stands for Accessibility Conformance Report, and VPAT stands for Voluntary Product Accessibility Template. And everybody who comes under Section 508, remember that law that I talked about that applies to the US government and anybody who gets money from the US government? Usually you have to submit that paperwork when you're trying to sell your product to those entities. That is a document where you really, really don't want to guess. If you've never been asked to do an ACR VPAT before, ask the potential customer which of the 4 templates that they want. Don't just guess and then give them something that it turns out that they can't use. So there's a WCAG template, there's a 508 template, there's an international template. When in doubt, use the international template, because the international template puts them all together, basically. There's a series of free YouTube videos from ITI, and ITI is the group that's responsible for the template itself. They will tell those videos, it's a grand total of like 45 minutes. They will tell you how to fill out the template if you haven't done one before. Again, don't guess. Do your homework, because if you do the ACR VPAT incorrectly, you're sending a message to the experienced procurement team on the other side that your organization really doesn't know what it's doing and isn't committed to accessibility, and that could end up preventing the sale from occurring. Now, some people on this call may have heard of things called one line of code and your product is completely compliant. And those things are called overlays. I have a Star Wars meme here where Anakin says, "My website's accessible." And the princess says, "Because you worked really hard on it and didn't use an overlay, right?" And Anakin looks confused, and then she repeats, "You didn't use an overlay, right?" So overlays have somewhat oversold themselves in marketing, claiming that they can fix all accessibility problems with a single line of code. Well, remember, 30% automated, 70% manual. How can you fix the 70% manual that you can't even automate the tests for? And the answer is you can't. And I reference a couple of websites here, overlayfactsheet.com and overlayfalseclaim.com, which go into great and gory detail about why overlays are not the best solution for accessibility issues. The main reason is, remember that pool of assistive technology in the middle? People with disabilities spend a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of energy learning how to fine-tune that assistive technology to work best for them. What overlays do is they yank out that assistive technology and go, "Here, this assistive technology that you've never ever seen before, this is so much better for you. You should use this in its place." Especially for me, some of the overlays don't support combinations of disabilities. You have no idea whether or not your users are going to have one disability or 6. So there's an overlay in particular where I can identify myself as low vision and requiring magnification, or I can identify myself as somebody who gets motion sick easily, but I can't actually do both at the same time, which means the overlay to me is just absolutely useless. And it is to many other people as well. Okay. Another meme, fixing accessibility problems after you ship is fine. Changed my mind. The guy sitting in the Central Park. Don't do this either. People with disabilities are just entitled to things working out of the gate as people without disabilities. Fixing after you ship is going to add not only to the tax that people with disabilities are forced to pay, and what we're going to get at the end of the day is delayed equal access. It's also going to make it more prone to your organization getting sued for that interim period of time where the software doesn't work for the people with disabilities. And finally, this is what makes accessibility expensive. If you build it in from the beginning, it's not that much more expensive than just building software from scratch as you would any other way. When you fix it at the end, after all your testing has been done and after your release has been done, you've got all the costs of a new release cycle. You have the customer costs of doing the update. You have to fix bugs. Depending on how bad the bugs are, if you have bugs in color, for example, that may impact things like training and collateral and documentations and other places where you've used perhaps inadvisable colors. So definitely do not wait until the software is released before you start testing. Okay, so I want to finish with a couple of quotes. Stanislaw Lem, a Polish science fiction author, said, "There are no answers, only choices." WCAG is really bad at being prescriptive. It doesn't tell you how to do something. It just tells you what behavior it wants to see and what behavior it doesn't want to see. So for example, there's a rule around motion where it says, okay, if you have something that moves for more than 5 seconds, you have to have a mechanism to pause, stop, or hide the motion. It doesn't say button, it doesn't say gesture, it doesn't say checkbox, it doesn't say toggle, it says mechanism. Okay, your organization has to pick what that mechanism is going to be, and then hopefully you implement it consistently across all of your websites and all of your software so that it works the same way across the board. Okay, people with disabilities don't care if you had good intent. They only care about the impact on them not being able to do things without help if some accessibility problems have been chosen to be left out of the release. Okay, this goes to my next quote. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. Ignorance is going to result in inaccessible software. Accessibility is always intentional. This is actually a line from a favorite song of mine from a couple of decades ago. So I'm going to leave you today with a call to action. First action is do integrate the tests that you can automate into your continuous integration pipeline, because then you can make sure that you're not backsliding on the stuff that at least is automatable. Do learn how to use assistive technology, and don't overlap manual and functional testing by more than 25%. Hire people with disabilities for both user research and to perform testing, because they know how the software needs to work with the assistive technology, because every day they live and die in terms of their access by whether or not it's done correctly. And then finally, help change the culture of your organization to be more disability inclusive. If your organization has ERGs, you need to have a disability ERG, for example. If you have a DEI team, your DEI needs to include disability as one of its dimensions. So that was my quick 50,000-foot overview of accessibility strategy with respect to software testing. You can find me on LinkedIn. That's my primary social platform, and I will be there live to answer questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sheri, for your presentation. That was very important and very useful to have this topic covered by you. Thanks a lot, Sheri. And we are starting our Q&A session.
I'm Sheri Byrne-Haber.
Hey, Tara. Hey, Sheri. Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Greg. Hey, everyone. I'm happy to see you live here. And we are starting our Q&A session. We have received so many questions to you guys. So let's start, I guess, with the general one. It is not addressed to the particular topic, but I guess it will be interesting to have an answer on it based on your expertise, based on your experience, and it's right there. Can cultural differences influence a tester's approach and perspective? What do you think?
Well, from my situation, 100% it can. So I gave a talk once to a bunch of contractors in India, did, a 2-hour accessibility 101, got to the end, said, okay, do we have any additional questions? And one of the people participating asked, why would a blind person want to work? So there are many cultures that have different perspectives on disability. And so those perspectives can bring either different approaches or less interest in making things work for people with disabilities. That's why I think that Apple video that I posted the link to is so important for everybody to watch, because it shows how people with very significant disabilities can participate in everyday actions. I always tell people, Stephen Hawking, if he were still alive, needs to be able to use your software. That's when you know that you're done.
Perfect.
I like that. I do think there is something about our different cultures too that tell us what's more important. If you go to a website that's from Japan, you'll see a lot of different colors and fonts to draw the eye in different places. But if you visit a Western website, we tend to have very branded, consistent typography and things like that. So there's a difference in what you're looking for and what you're testing for. What's important to the user is going to vary based on our cultures as well. So it all comes down to our end users, right?
Yeah, I would think even within a single city, you can have different cultures. Economically, you can have a different culture where content isn't accessible simply because of the language that's been used, and it's not approachable by users. So, of course, having a mix of folks coming in and test engineering can be very helpful from that perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. The next one will be addressed to Tara. Tara, what do you think? How does a robust API testing strategy contribute to the overall quality of software product?
So I think of the API as, well, it's in the name, right? It's the interface. It's the translator between all the other layers that you've got going on, your data and your integrations and everything. So if something's going to go wrong, it's that central hub that I'm going to look at first. Because I'm going to assume that, if I've got an integration, that they're doing their own testing, and I've got maybe UI testing the UI. So if I'm looking for a problem, I start with that API. And so that's when I start to build out something that's robust, I always start at that layer and kind of build outwards from there.
API first also contributes to better accessibility. If you ask somebody who's a screen reader user, would they prefer to use a user interface or would they prefer to use a command line? 99 out of 100 will tell you that they prefer to use a command line. So APIs can be an alternative access if the user interface is inaccessible, provided that the API and the user interface are equivalent.
I like that.
Thank you so much. We are going to the next question, which is for Greg. What would you say are most important risks to be mitigated? In addition, what would be some less important risks?
Wow, that's quite a big question, isn't it? The most important risk to be mitigated. Boy, I'd love all of our speakers to jump in on that. I think Sheri has a pretty strong point around her target audience. So I would say I would probably consider that first, like any type of communication or application, knowing what the audience's purpose is of that application is going to probably lead me to that risk. So let's say, for instance, I'm working on an educational product. I would want to make sure that that product is accessible by things like Chromebooks and other types of simpler browsers that might not have the ability to have something downloaded to them or whatever. So to me, the real point of this question is who's the audience of what I'm building this to, and does it meet their need and where they come from. As far as less important risk, that's a good one too. I think again, it probably depends on the audience because again, I'm just thinking of hearing Sheri's talk and realizing I've worked with homebound kids for quite a few years. This was way back in days of Drag and Dictate and things like that, where I taught a gentleman how to build a website completely through spoken voice. And so in his case, I would say voice recognition for a lot of people might not be important, but for that individual, it became extremely important that the tools we used. So I would tell the person writing this question, you always have to step back and consider your audience of what you're building this for and how you want them to succeed in it, and try not to make a kind of a panacea that it has to work for everybody. If you've done that, you're probably going to create a very watered down, boring product that's not going to be for that audience.
Yeah, putting on my lawyer hat, I always say that the most important risk to take care of first are the ones that are going to get you sued. Litigation is expensive, like really expensive, in terms of, having to pay lawyers, but it's also expensive in terms of brand reputation, because as soon as a case is filed in a court, it becomes available on Google through the court's documentation system. And trust me, somebody's going to pick up on that. And finally, usually with accessibility, things end up entering into settlement agreements, and the settlement agreements will prioritize accessibility over everything else. Your feature development is going to go on hold. Your roadmaps are going to go to heck because you've agreed with the person who sued you, that you're going to take care of the accessibility problems. So, and that also goes for privacy and security. I think of them all as regulatory compliance. So I would say the most important risks are regulatory compliance, and then also, as Greg pointed out, think of your users. I always urge people to have personas. If you know who your users are and you create personas and you have user tests that emulate those personas' behavior, you're going to make sure that you create a product that works for those individuals.
I would also throw out there too, we talk about coming from the user side so often, but keeping in mind the ultimate business goal too. If you're running a e-commerce site, but nobody can add anything to a cart or actually complete a checkout, then it's not meeting your business needs. So I know, Greg, you hate the term, but that happy path, it's got to be a happy experience and actually function.
Thanks for the comments. Yeah, we are moving forward. And the next question goes to Sheri. Sheri, how do we know what products require accessibility? For example, would gambling games require it?
So under the European Accessibility Act, for example, anything that involves internet commerce has to be accessible. So because gambling involves money payment, hopefully in both directions, that would probably come under the European Accessibility Act for sure. So if you want any customers in Europe, you would need to make sure that was accessible. Gambling would not necessarily come under Section 508. In the government, because the government isn't going to, be buying gambling apps. But there are state laws that are more protective than the Americans with Disabilities Act. The UNRU Act in California is definitely one of them. And the UNRU Act basically requires equal access for everyone to everything. So you might not want to make your gambling app accessible, but on the flip side, then you're going to have to block certain audiences from accessing it in order to avoid getting sued.
Thanks a lot, Sheri. We are moving forward, and the next question, I guess, will go to Greg, and here it is. When do you think is the best time to start writing automation tests? Is it a good approach to do automation in parallel with the development phase?
I don't think that's a good approach. I believe the right time to build automated testing is once the application has some stability. And the reason is automation is very expensive to write. There are, by the way, multiple types of automation. What most people think of when they think of automation of something, logging into an app and putting an item in a cart, and I call that custom automation. And I equate it to creating a custom car. As soon as you do it, it's very expensive, not only to build, to maintain. So I never remove the manual test engineers from the process. To me, that's my first line of defense. Those are the people I expect. They're using their intuitiveness, their eyes, their brain to do the best testing that's going to really blow away any automated test I know that exists right now. Maybe we'll get better someday. I would love to see that, but I don't see it currently. I don't see it anywhere in the near future either. I think a human is still so much more capable of identifying something. But early on in that development phase, this can even be done, as we talked about in the shift left process. Maybe we add a category in our testing solely around, to Sheri's point, accessibility, or maybe we have one solely to account creation. Those are tests we can write out in something like a METS process early on that guide the manual test engineer to know, hey, when the devs build out this authentication piece of software, and I can test that over and over, the rest of the app doesn't have to be built yet. Now, once that's pretty stable, that may be the time you come in and build the automated test. And that's where I would kind of pace it.
See, I disagree. I think if you're writing unit tests, you're already writing automation, especially if you put them into your CI/CD pipeline. And I'm a huge fan of test-driven development. So I do my automation testing from Go. Now it's not end-to-end testing, and it's most definitely not UI testing because that stuff's flaky and breakable. But I really encourage my devs to, if they can write a test for it that can go in our pipeline, they need to be doing that. And if it's missing, I should be pointing it out and adding it, so that those checks and those balances, particularly at the end of the unit and the integration level, are there from the get-go.
That's a good point. Certainly, if you can get your devs to be writing that I don't believe your QA folks should be writing those tests. I think your dev should. In test-driven development, those are the folks who are kind of setting out what the expectation is for the method calls at that layer. So I love that question, that perspective for sure. And I remember talking to Joe Colantonio early on as I was running into a new role, and he said, if you've got devs that are doing TDD, he's like, you are one of the luckiest people around. So it's very hard to find devs that are that disciplined to do. But if you've got it, man, I think it's fantastic. And absolutely write those unit tests and get those integration tests in place if you can. I would do that right away.
And we always just made it part of grooming, and we sat down and said, what do we need to test here for this to be considered part of done? And if you can put it in the done definition, they can't escape it all too easily.
Yeah, one of the biggest demons in software development is regressions, right? Something was broken and you fixed it, but then somehow the fix got lost. So one of the things that we're doing at VMware is the non-flaky tests, as Greg defined them, the ones that we know are, reliable and get the same results 100% of the time. If they have been passing and all of a sudden somebody's checking in a container of code and the test that had previously passed was failing, we'll actually reject the check-in. We'll tell the developer, no, this got broken, go back and fix it. And then when they fix it, they can submit the container of code again.
Great question.
Yeah, everybody answered to it. Everybody is involved. That's amazing. All right. We do have one question, but I've read it for you, Tara. It is not mentioned here, but is there any chance to implement AI in developing auto tests on API?
I'm sure there is, and I'm sure there will be better tools for that. I don't trust it now. I think we're still very much in a point where we're testing AI instead of testing our own products, and it's deviating the effort away from what we should be focused on. So I think it's really tricky to try to fit that in. Now, using it to get ideas to find the holes that you might be, I'm sure there's ways that you could implement a little bit of that tool, but remembering that AI right now is just another tool in the toolbox, and it's only as valuable as the way that you use it. I think that's really important to keep in mind.
From the disability perspective, AI is very, very biased. So remember, ChatGPT is based on, the large language model that's been built about what's out there on the internet right now. And so you're not going to see the right representation of disability data in that. You're also not going to see necessarily an equal access approach. So as Tara mentioned, I think using it maybe to brainstorm, to supplement brainstorming is not a terrible idea. But I think relying on it at this point for accessibility testing is problematic.
I would like to throw my 2 cents in too. I think the I in AI is very misleading. This is not intelligence. We need our audience, this test engineering community, to understand that this is a bit of a marketing hype too, right? I mean, you got to know what you're dealing with here, that as soon as this becomes not interesting, there will be another thing that's going to come along. So we're in that season of everybody and their grandma wanting to find something here and talk about this, which is great. It's exciting, but do your research. I've been actually writing a bit on LinkedIn on this, trying to help our community have some level set, because we're risk assessors. As soon as we think these things are thinking, we're going to be misled. To Sheri's point, this is an aggregation of a lot of data that's coming back out, in some sort of form where it's put together to seem intelligent, but that's not the case. I do like this idea that we can use it to get some ideas, but some things can be very, very swayed, right? So I think that IBM ran into this problem early on in some of their uses, is where they found that the training data had a bias to it. And so it was actually leading certain ways. I've heard this happen in HR as well, where data had a bias in it. It was leading people down ways that had the bias. So know what you're dealing with when you're talking about this. It's exciting, and a lot of people really want to get into that, but take some time to read, like, how does this work behind the scenes? It's the least we can do as assessors of risk to understand this thing that everybody in our company is going to be saying we need this now. It's showing up everywhere.
Yeah, it's probably the most hyped theme nowadays.
AI
is
for
everywhere.
any use of AI, software QA or not, you always need to ask yourself, am I in an echo chamber? Am I in an environment where my data, which is already biased, is self-reinforcing it? So, for example, like you said with HR, if you have an HRIS or what do they call them, applicant tracking system that looks at where the colleges are of the successful employees, well, if you're not a diverse company, you're going to get fed back, oh, our successful employees came from Cornell, and they came from Harvard, and they came from Cal, and you're not going to see people who went to HBCUs, or people who went to disability-focused colleges, or people who went to community colleges or military or boot camps. And so if you take that and apply it to your applicants, you're going to be screening all those people out, which is inherently going to discriminate largely against women and people of disabilities, and also people of color, which are exactly the groups that you want to bring in to make your company more diverse. So always ask yourself that question anytime AI is involved, regardless of what it's trying to be applied to.
Yeah, totally agree. Greg, you wanted to add something? Yeah, go ahead.
I would think one of the things that we've all started to notice with AI coming in, I'm a big user of Grammarly and some of these sort of tools. I really love them. And but more and more tools are now adding AI to create content. I hear that Amazon is being inundated with these AI generated books right now. Is that really a surprise, where you say, Amazon, create a nighttime, fairy tale for, my child, or whatever it might be, and then it generates this thing, and the next thing you know, you've published it. Now I really do want to talk to quality engineers, because some of you listening right now, your company is looking to use AI to make it easier for people to generate content. As soon as we generate more and more content that's consumed by more and more AI, you see the perpetual problem of this, which is we have bias now building bias into the pool. And so we take away, again, people's reasoning and things that are unique, and we begin to emphasize more of kind of a watered down intelligence in what we generate. So I don't know, I'm very interested in that, because now I have a tool that says, would you like to write a friendly response to this email or something like that, that I've actually had no input in at all, and it just generates this thing. I'm like, that sounds pretty good. And it might be hallmarked pretty good. It might just be these beautiful words, but it may not be true to really your intent. You've presented something that's not true to you, and now that maybe get picked up by AI again, and it reciprocates itself. So I'm a little concerned about that part of it. Let's say a number of years down the road, what that's going to look like.
Yeah, let's see. All right. To finalize our Q&A session, I do have a general question for you, for all of you, and it is from our audience. What is the cost of putting quality to QA process? What is cost of quality, so to say?
Oof, that's a huge question. A lot of people think QA process is the expensive, it's the bottleneck. You hear all of those terms over and over again. But I have an entire book on the shelf behind me about the costs of not implementing quality and QA processes. And I think that's a much more interesting dialogue to have is, how much is it going to cost you to not check for those bugs and to not check for accessibility and all of those things that we do as testers.
Yeah, the area I see
pretty much going to say the exact same thing. It's flip the question on its head. It's what's the cost of not doing it? Ask the airline in Vietnam that sold hundreds of seats on a plane for pennies on the dollar because somebody didn't check the currency conversion correctly. Ask the people who, crashed the missile or the satellite into Mars because they used meters instead of yards. That's where it gets expensive. Ask anybody who's been sued over accessibility. They'll tell you that they would rather not have to go through that again.
Yeah, I have my 2 cents on this is something I see happening in the DevOps space. It's kind of a buzz too, right? It's right up there with AI, everybody wanting to do DevOps. And that is that we begin to lose quality engineering expertise because everybody's a QA. I can't think of a dumber thing to do. Honestly, it sounds like it's going to save a lot of money. People who have a passion for the work of quality assurance and quality engineering, granted, we have the whole gamut of people that come and do this kind of work, but you have certain folks that this is really what they want to do for their career and they're passionate about it. They bring some very unique ways of thinking and their talents to the table. And not everybody's wired that way. That's okay. Not everybody's wired as a dev or a UI dev or an accessibility expert or whatever it might be. So, this is why I really push around this idea of the craft of testing, because I want to encourage folks to see that this is a viable career. This isn't a way you sustain yourself till you make it in development, which is a common path that happens for automation engineers, is they get here and then they move their way on. But there are those folks that really do this well. They're wired to be quality engineers. And when you work with them, you realize not everybody on my team is wired this way if I look at the DevOps model. And while they can be advocates for quality across the development process, you still need that person, the buck stops with them. And they say, wait a second, we're missing something along the process here. We're just kind of going through the actions that we can always throw out a new hot fix instead of applying good quality principles to providing a product our customer will love and that represents our brand really well and protects us as a company from legal litigations and other things.
Yeah, so people who want to spend an entire career in software testing can be best described sometimes as quirky. 30 years ago when I started, software testing was thought of as the place you went if you failed as a developer. And so, and it wasn't a deliberate destination. For me, it was a deliberate destination. I was the 4-year-old who took apart my mother's vacuum cleaner to see how it worked. Those are the kinds of people that make the best software testing engineers, including people who are neurodiverse. We have a very high rate of neurodiverse individuals in software QA, in accessibility in particular. 30% of people who are in accessibility testing have disabilities. It's about 10 times the rate that you're going to see in general across other parts of the organization. So we have reasons to be here, and our reasons don't necessarily scale. I can't give my lived experience to somebody in DevOps and have it be the same kind of testing experience.
And I do think if we talk about these huge catastrophic failures of, rocket launches and lawsuits and things like that, but one bug that makes it into production could prevent hundreds of sales from going through. And so you can literally nickel and dime yourself into a huge problem because you wanted to save, one person's salary in your initial output. And very quickly, that scale just tips right the other direction. So making sure people know the value of one QA can save a lot of money for a business.
You know, it's easy to prove the cost of disasters that happened. It's hard to prove the cost of things that you're trying to prevent. And so that's something I always find, you know, now I'm putting my MBA hat on for a second, is difficult to prove the business cases for that. Sometimes to executives, they value speed over quality. You know, was the old saying is, you know, what is it? Money, quality, or fast. You get 2 out of 3.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, 2. You got to pick 2. You don't get 3. There's that. And then the other cost that rarely gets looked at is the cost of employee turnover. If you've got people who are turning over faster because they're not satisfied with their jobs in Silicon Valley and in tech in particular, you can anticipate spending 5 months' salary for that replacement individual, getting them ramped up, getting them as productive as the other people were. So that is something that needs to be factored into the cost of not doing quality as well, because if people are dissatisfied with their jobs because they're not being allowed to put quality work out, you know, you may get increased costs from that.
I also want to introduce this, that I think this is really a call to folks that get into the work of quality management. Again, a lot of folks wind up with this title and they've come out of maybe customer service or whatever, which is okay. But I think a quality manager needs to be some of the biggest advocates for great quality in a product and not someone who just manages people. This is just one of those crafts that requires somebody to see my boss cares about what I do, not just giving me a check. Because I write about this often, good and bad testing look exactly the same from 6 feet away. You don't know the difference if you're not trained to know this just looks like activity, so it must be testing is not a good reason to assume good testing is getting done. The same is true with automation. So much automation does all kinds of activity and actually tests and validates very little. And so that's why I consider there's multiple products around automation. But the folks that you're hiring, it tends to be kind of a, you know, an N curve. I'm looking at this backwards in my thing here. You've got some folks, I hate to say it, but we've all encountered it. They're just kind of mailing it in, and you got a few of them on the team, and you've got the bulk of the folks there that they're doing a good job. And then you've got some other folks that this is what they're passionate about. That's not an unreasonable model. I want more people that are passionate in this space here, and I want them to be mentoring these folks. And I hope that the management is good enough to find these folks and find something else for them to do and get them into something or encourage them to like step into it, because we set an expectation in our company when we mail it in and a product goes out and something terrible happens, that the whole team does that. It sets a really bad expectation. There are those folks that take the vacuum cleaner apart. It's funny, Sheri, you mentioned that. I love those folks when I interview them and they tell me about how they took things apart as a kid. I'm like, tell me more, because I probably got someone who's naturally wired with curiosity is going to make a great test engineer. But some folks wind into this space because they just didn't make it somewhere, and even recruiting will sometimes push them our way because they're like, they didn't make them as a dev. So I said, well, hey, how about QA? I'm like, you're not doing me a favor when you do that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That wasn't the last question from me for today. In continuation of it, we do have one more from our audience. Could you please reference that book about not applying quality? Here it is.
I don't know if this is the right direction. It's Software Testing and Quality Assurance Theory and Practice. I will see if I can find the link and put it in the chat for you guys. This breaks down everything from 101, but it's got these beautiful flow charts and equations that you can use to prove your value. I think so often the work that we do, if we're doing a really good job, it's invisible, right? They don't see the bugs coming through because we've caught them. And so why do we have QA on the team? And you can sit there and say, we found this many bugs, we fixed this many bugs, it saved you this value amount. And when you start talking up to those higher people, you know, so far up the chain that all they care about is that dollar amount, being able to put a number tag on it can speak volumes. And that's why I absolutely love this book.
Perfect. Thank you. Probably Greg and Sheri. can also share with us some.
Well, I'll plug my own book, which is called Giving a Damn About Accessibility. It was published last year on Global Accessibility Awareness Day, and it is available for free at accessibility.uxdesign.cc.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I mean, I love folks that are in automation. Check out my book, Test Automation in the Real World. But there's also a gentleman that is kind of out of the testing space named Lee Copeland. I love his book on testing. It's very hard to find. It's out of print now. I wish I had a copy handy here. I don't. But if you look up Lee Copeland, you can find it on Amazon. If you can get a used copy for under $30, you're doing pretty good. I've seen them as high as $800 because this book is so valuable. And it's just fundamentals in testing. It's a great book. So one of my favorites for sure.
Thanks a lot, everyone. We will be wrapping up, and it was totally enjoyable session with you all, Greg, Tara, Sheri. That was insane. And yeah, thank you so much, and see you soon.
Yeah, I appreciate the invitation. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for joining us. And I just want to say a few words, and you can stay here. I don't like to be on a scene alone. And I want to say, you guys, thank you for your sharing, for your knowledge. It was so inspiring and it was so motivational. And I guess our audience should be quite excited. I'm for sure really excited about this day. And I want to say thank you all our speakers, our moderators, and also our program committee. And also I want to say thank you my team and our community and people who have been with us all day. It was amazing. And I'm going to remind you that we have our summit in July about AI, and it was so amazing and hot talks about AI almost in every Q&A. So join us. Also, we have still 3 slots for speakers. So Tara, Greg, if you have something to share on this approach, I'll be happy to see you. I'll send you a link with our CFP. And yeah, and thank you guys. Really enjoying today, our day, and see you tomorrow on Senior Track. You still, I guess, can find in the chat some tickets, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.